Chapter 1 Ninja with 0% mission completion rate. Within the land of fire. In a dense forest, there is a ninja team walking under the shade of the trees. This is nothing strange at first. However, in such a ninja team. But there is a ninja, nearly 2 meters tall, with a sturdy back. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't match the thin ninjas nearby. Simply put on a coat. It can be clearly seen that this person has a tattoo that resembles a dragon scale. Just looking at it like this makes people feel scared. As if facing some peerless overlord. As for being so depressed? Isn't it just a mission failure? What's the big deal? Looking at the team members around, they all looked helplessly low. The brawny man waved his hand indifferently. Seems to be comforting. But in this case, the captain of this ninja team was a little broken. You are ashamed to say, Qingshan Ryuyuan, who do you think is the fault of this mission's failure? Well, a strong man called Qingshan Ryuyuan. Faced with such an angry rebuke, there is no meaning to be angry. Captain, you need to know that you are Konoha's White Fang, and the prestige of Konoha's Sunin is overwhelming. Isn't it just a mission failure? What a shit. That's right, Qingshan Ryuyuan is the leader of the ninja team. It is Heitake Shumo, who is known as Konoha's White Fang. During the Second Ninja World War, with one-handed Heitake sword technique, powerfully shocking the ninja world. Let the major ninja villages have released such news. As long as you encounter Konoha's White Fang on the way to the mission, you can give up the mission and it will not be counted as a mission failure. It can be seen how intimidating the reputation of Konoha's White Fang is. Even in the same era, Konoha's Sunin, who has become famous. In terms of prestige, they are no better than Konoha's White Fang. Heitake Shumo did not speak, but looked at Qingshan Ryuyuan faintly. With such a compliment, Heitake said that he is really not happy at all. Hey. On the contrary, Qingshan Ryuyuan, facing Heitake Shumo's death gaze, did not feel embarrassed, but laughed cheerfully. Heitake Shumo is a little weak. Before I met you, my mission completion rate was 100%. Although Heitake Sakumo didn't care much about this. But when I thought, my mission completion rate was destroyed because of this guy in front of me. Heitake Sakumo can resist not doing it directly, it's already pretty good. On the side, the other members of the ninja squad silently took 2 steps to the side. Expressed that he did not want to participate in such a discussion. After all, the 2 guys who are arguing can't bother them. Oh, what is the mission completion rate? Isn't my mission completion rate still 0%? I am not still a ninja. Qingshan Ryuyuan waved his hand without embarrassment. Yes, from becoming a ninja to now, Qingshan Ryuyuan's mission completion rate has always been 0%. If we say that Heitake Sakumo's previous 100% task completion rate. If Konoha is a miracle. Qingshan Ryuyuan's 0% task completion rate is also a miracle. Of course, this completion rate is also related to Qingshan Ryuyuan never accepting low-level tasks. Your 0% task completion rate, you are very happy. Heitake Sakumo roared loudly and was breached. Heitake, who has always been known for his calmness, can be so angry. It's also a kind of skill. At least the other 2 members of the team looked at Qingshan Ryuyuan with a divine look. They had never seen Heitake before being so angry that he lost his mind. Can you tell me why you have to work on the client of this mission? Yes, the mission failed, not because the mission was too dangerous. On the contrary, the mission this time is very simple, it is a sea-level escort mission. Don't say it's a ninja, there aren't even bandits blocking the way. But this task still failed. Because in the middle of the escort, Qingshan Ryuyuan punched out, and the escorted target and client was gone. What? When asked in this way, Qingshan Ryuyuan also looked incredible. That old man is squeaky and crooked, can't I just beat him? Are you a beating? One punch down, Everyone is gone, what a beating. On the way of the escort, the old man being escorted was all babbled and talked non-stop. Either dislike this, or dislike that. The general idea is to reduce the reward for this mission. Heitake Shumo and others have obviously encountered many such things. They watched their noses watched their hearts, and none of them spoke to each other. But Qingshan Ryuyun can't stand it anymore. Laozi just wanted to do a simple escort mission. Your bullshit is not over yet, right? Just like that, with a punch. The client was gone, and the escort mission naturally failed. Qingshan Ryuyun still maintains his 0% task completion rate. Aren't you a ninja? Endure it. Heitake Sakumo didn't know how to persuade him. The person above arranged for Qingshan Ryuyun to join the White Fang team. Because I want Heitake Shumao to bring Qingshan Ryuyun around. But now, Heitake Sakumo just wants to say that he really doesn't have this ability. Please don't fancy me anymore, I don't have this ability. I'm a ninja, so I have to endure that kind of babble. I scratched my head boringly. Qingshan Ryuyun didn't care much. Yes. To endure what ordinary people can't bear, this is a ninja. That won't work. Qingshan Ryuyun shook his head decisively. Heitake Sakumo is even more incredible. If you can't do this, then you will be a ninja from the beginning. Then what are you doing as a ninja? Of course it is to bully people. What? Qingshan Ryuyun's serious answer caused Heitake Shumao to break his defenses again. With a face full of confusion, I don't know if I heard it wrong. It seems to have heard something terrible. Qingshan Ryuyun didn't care, and said to himself. The purpose of becoming a ninja, of course, is because the identity of a ninja is so ridiculous. No one dares to say anything if you don't pay for food or anything. Heitake Shumao was silent for a while, then looked back at Qingshan Ryuyun. You often don't pay for food. Yeah. What's wrong? Chapter 2 I really saw an acquaintance. Hiss. Heitake Shumo did not speak, but inhaled the air conditioning. To die, my heart hurts a bit. Heitake Sakumo suspected that if one day, he died. Maybe it's not because they are hostile to the ninjas in Ninja Village. Instead, he might have been PD'd off by Qingshan Ryuyun. Why don't you take some low-level tasks like weeding, with a 0% completion rate of tasks, this too? What a shame. That won't work. Qingshan Ryuyun shook his head decisively and refused. I am the best ninja of the new generation in Konoha village. How can Konoha's future do those low-level tasks? Heitake Sakumo can already imagine how dark Konoha's future will be. But for the first half of Qingshan Ryuyun's sentence, Heitake Shumao did not refute. Together with the teammates. They also nodded in approval, without the slightest sneer. Because Qingshan Ryuyun's strength is really strong. Otherwise, why do you think Qingshan Ryuyun is? With a 0% mission completion rate, can you still be a ninja with peace of mind? It can be assigned to Konoha's best White Fang team at this stage. Of course it's because Qingshan Ryuyun is very strong. If we say that Heitake Sakumo, Konoha's White Fang, is the only existence in the world of assassination, Qingshan Ryuyun can be said to be the strongest existence in singles. The Quan Ninja world dare not say, because I have never fought. But in the whole Konoha, no one can defeat Qingshan Ryuyun in a heads-up situation. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is now 3rd Hokage. I dare not say that I can win Qingshan Ryuyun steadily in the case of heads-up. You wait and explain to Master Hokage by yourself. A sea-level escort mission failed. Heitake said that he was very weak. How is this? It was Qingshan Ryuyun. After hearing what Heitake Shumao said, he couldn't help but complain. Shouldn't the team leader do the summary of the mission all the time? Captain White Fang, you are too irresponsible. In Konoha. That's why Qingshan Ryuyun has the courage and strength to talk to Heitake Shumao like this. What do you think? Heitake Sakumo responded with a death gaze. It's not all because of myself. Alright. He chirped. Qingshan Ryuyun nodded perfunctorily. Don't worry, I know Mr. Hiruzen very well, he won't say anything. Haha. Heitake Sakumo did not speak, but smiled perfunctorily. While talking and laughing, Qingshan Ryuyun, the ninja team, has returned to Konoha. At this time, the person responsible for guarding the gate of Konoha is not the familiar Chunin duo. It's a garrison member in charge of the Uchiha clan. Master White Fang. Master Ryuyun. Although the Uchiha clan, most of them have good eyes and low hands. But they are not a bunch of fools. They know who can be arrogant and humble in front of whom. Well, this is our proof of travel. Master White Fang has worked hard. As a result, the guard of the pass certificate didn't think much about it, and he let it go after signing it. But these words made the corners of Heitake's mouth twitched. Is this mocking? The mission failed, what's so hard? He sighed silently. Heitake Shimao didn't think much. After walking into Konoha, he first said to the other two members of the team. You go back first. Report the task summary, you don't need all the team members to go together. Yes. Qingshan Ryuyun immediately responded. Turn around and prepare to leave. Heitake Shimao, who rolled his eyes, stopped directly in front of Qingshan Ryuyun. Where do you want to go? Haha, I seem to have seen an acquaintance. For this bad reason, Heitake Sakumo's Byakugan is almost up to the sky. Where are the acquaintances? There are no acquaintances, Qingshan Ryuyun just wants to slip away first. He glanced around, as if he had noticed something, his eyes stopped in one direction. I really saw an acquaintance. Following Qingshan Ryuyun's gaze, after looking over it together. Heitake Sakumo frowned first, as if he had seen something interesting. Slightly staggered his position and did not continue to block Qingshan Ryuyun. Tsunade, I heard that you don't have any tasks recently. Why don't we go have a meal together? On the street, a Konoha shinobi dressed as Jonin. Walking by the side of a figure with a full face. On Tsunade's very pretty face, there was more impatience at this time. Kato Jonin, I work in Konoha Hospital, and I am usually very busy, okay? Don't bother me. Who wants to eat with you? With this time, I might as well go gambling too, I know you very well. It's fine. Becoming Kato Jonin's ninja by Tsunade seemed quite patient. The face is gentle, without the slightest meaning of irritation. Then Tsunade, when will you be free? I have. All your grandpa. Before Kato Dan could finish speaking, Qingshan Ryuyun's voice suddenly came out. Peng. Everyone only felt a flower in front of their eyes, and then only heard the sound of peng. Kato Dan's figure was directly blown out. Was smashed into a river not far away. Those who dare to tease Laozi, look for death. Anyone dare to tease, no one knows Konoha, Tsunade is from Laozi. Ryuyun. Seeing Ryuyun's appearance, Tsunade was first overjoyed. Then, as if remembering something, the pretty face collapsed in an instant. Why are you here? Just passing by, don't you see you now? At this time, Heitake Sakumo also came over. Tsunade nodded slightly. Although Konoha's White Fang's name is loud, Senju Tsunade, as the granddaughter of First Hokage, has a very detached position in Konoha. Who was that idiot just now? Qingshan Ryuyun didn't care about this. He took Tsunade's shoulders carelessly and looked at Kato Dan, who was struggling to swim out of the river, not far away. Facing Qingshan Ryuyun's actions, Tsunade just earned a little bit. Seeing no effect, I didn't care. Asterisk. Chapter 3 When do you need to care about other people's opinions? What an idiot, he is Konoha's Jonin, who has the title of spiritual ninja. Tsunade turned Byakugan angrily and said. Not speaking for Kato-dan. It's just that you, a Konoha ninja, don't know about the more famous ninjas in Konoha. Is this appropriate? Oh. Spiritual ninja, what a bluff. Said nonchalantly. Looking at Kato-dan who has walked out of the river. Qingshan Ryuyun said directly. Then do you want to fight Laozi? What kind of spiritual ninja, let you see your ancestor with a punch? Master Ryuyun. Kato-dan obviously knew Qingshan Ryuyun. A smile more ugly than crying appeared on his face. But after looking at Tsunade, Kato-dan adjusted his breathing slightly. Master Ryuyun, the pursuit of happiness is the power that each of us has. You can't stop us from pursuing happiness just because you are strong. This is righteous. But both Tsunade and Hatake frowned at it. This means, doesn't it mean that you want to put Qingshan Ryuyun on the fire? If this matter spreads out, Qingshan Ryuyun is likely to get the title of bullying. Especially now, there are more and more people watching around. Kato Jonin. You. Tsunade pointed at Kato-dan in disgust. Although my mother is a bit contradictory with Qingshan Ryuyun. But how can this be the man chosen by the old lady, dare you say that? As the person involved, Qingshan Ryuyun smiled directly. Are you reasoning with me? Yes. Somewhat surprised, but Kato-dan nodded seriously. Excuse me. Hearing this, Qingshan Ryuyun smiled more brilliantly. I am a person who never makes sense. You can try to make sense with my fist. Holding Tsunade with one hand, and with the other hand, a piece of muscle like fine iron was stretched out. With a wanton smile, he looked at Kato-dan. You. Facing such Qingshan Ryuyun, Kato-dan took a half step back in fear. But seeing that there are so many people around, even if the man in front of him is strong, he dare not really do anything. Master Ryuyun. Do you want to bully people by relying on your own strength? What a big black pot. Only. Yes. Qingshan Ryuyun admitted. You. Kato-dan pointed at Qingshan Ryuyun with astonishment. Most ninjas in the ninja world care about fame, like Qingshan Ryuyun, Kato-dan has never seen him before. On the other hand, Hatake Shimao and Tsunade, facing Qingshan Ryuyun's unreasonable and brave answer, seemed very helpless. However, this is in line with Qingshan Ryuyun's usual personality. Master Ryuyun. What else does Kato-dan want to say? But this is... Boom. An invisible haki, centered on Qingshan Ryuyun, burst out. Under the monstrous hegemonic aura, the surrounding people who were originally talking about kneeled directly to the ground. Some can't hold it, even fainted directly. You. Even Kato-dan, who was facing Qingshan Ryuyun, fell to his knees in shock by the sudden explosion of haki. The forehead was covered with cold sweat. Qingshan Ryuyun has been acting in my life, when do I need to explain it to others? Withdrawing his hand, under the influence of haki, Qingshan Ryuyun looks like an ancient demon god. Slowly walked in front of Kato-dan. With each step, Kato-dan's heart beats involuntarily. I'm not really going to die? Holding Kato-dan's head, Qingshan Ryuyun directly lifted the opponent into the air. Compared with Qingshan Ryuyun, Kato-dan at this time is like a weak child. Next time, dare to jump in front of Laozi, Laozi will make you die miserably, understand? You. Facing close at hand, under these undisguised threatening gazes, Kato-dan didn't know what to say. How could there be such a person? Are you the ninja of Konoha or the ninja of Cloud Shinobi Village, a fool? Understood. Noting Kato-dan's silence, Qingshan Ryuyun yelled directly. Understand and understand. Kato-dan nodded quickly. Just kidding, if you don't say a word. Kato-dan has no doubt that Qingshan Ryuyun will really hit him with a punch. Humph. With a cold snort, as if throwing a piece of insignificant garbage, Kato Dan was thrown aside by Qingshan Ryuyun. What to look at? Facing the gaze from the people around, Qingshan Ryuyun directly yelled at him. Laozi is Qingshan Ryuyun. If you have any comments, just act as Laozi's face and say, if you are directly by me, you will talk about me behind your back. Humph. Speaking of this, Qingshan Ryuyun stunned. A pair of angry eyes flashed a faint red light. The aura that belonged solely to the overlord became even more violent. Boom. There was a muffled thunder from the originally clear sky. A group of pedantic villagers, Qingshan Ryuyun has never had a good impression of them, and does not need these people to be around him. Such Qingshan Ryuyun made the surrounding villagers inevitably take a few steps back. Even if he is not convinced, no one dares to show it. Seeing this, Qingshan Ryuyun smiled disdainfully. Turned around, took Tsunade's shoulders, and walked towards the Hokage building with Heitake. As soon as Qingshan Ryuyun left, the hegemonic aura slowed the news. This lord. It's really different. Someone wants to say something, but they don't know how to say it. After all, in the past, ninjas, in order to maintain their reputation, when dealing with the villagers, they are very kind. Like Qingshan Ryuyun, he unscrupulously said threatening words. It's really the first time I saw you, as if you were going to hit someone if you didn't agree. Asterisk. Chapter 4 Genin is the strongest. Ryuyun, you have to converge a little occasionally. As he walked on the road, Heitake was helplessly persuading him. Although I don't think my persuasion is useful. But Heitake Shimao still hopes that Qingshan Ryuyun can make a change. Hey. What is there to converge? Regarding this, Qingshan Ryuyun didn't care much about it. Laozi became a ninja in order to be able to bully people better. If you become a ninja and you have to be bullied by others, then I will be a fart ninja. Wrong reasoning. Absolute crookedness. When did the ninja exist to bully others? It's alright. It's better to report to the old man Hiruzen, and then go to eat. I'm hungry. He waved his hand. Qingshan Ryuyun obviously didn't want to continue struggling. You know you are hungry too. Heitake Shimao didn't say anything, but talked about it. Qingshan Ryuyun said. If it weren't for you, it wouldn't be delayed until now. You just finished the task. Tsunade, who was clasped by Qingshan Ryuyun's shoulders, asked curiously. This question surprised Qingshan Ryuyun a bit. I haven't been in Konoha these days, you don't even know. Can it be said directly, because I have lost a bet several times recently. In order to avoid debt collection, Tsunade has been hiding at home all the time. Didn't he come out? What about the reward for the task? Decisively changed the subject, raised his hand, and was ready to pay for Qingshan Ryuyun's mission this time. Anyway, Qingshan Ryuyun usually doesn't spend money. Why don't you pay the old lady to pay off the debt? The mission failed. When saying this, Qingshan Ryuyun was not half ashamed. Failed. Tsunade's face was full of surprise, and he looked at Qingshan Ryuyun, who had a natural face. Turning his head again, he looked at Heitake Shimao next to Qingshan Ryuyun. Perhaps because of the shame, Heitake turned his head and did not dare to look at Tsunade at all. Seeing this, Tsunade basically understood. It won't be you again, let's start with your own task, delegate. Looking at the posture, this is obviously not the first time this happened. Right? Is there any problem? Even though Tsunade is usually carefree, but it is not as bold as Qingshan Ryuyun. Just because of your 0% mission completion rate, I am ashamed to say that my brother has no ninja talent. Speaking of this, Tsunade is angry. This is the contradiction between Qingshan Ryuyun and Tsunade. In fact, Qingshan Ryuyun was originally a traverser who came to this world through traversing. It has been more than 10 years. Because I know that Tsunade's younger brother, Senjunawake, will die in a mission in the future. So when I saw Senjunawake the first side, Qingshan Ryuyun bluntly said that the other party does not have the slightest ninja talent. Don't be a ninja, just stay at home. The most important thing is that Senjunawake really listened. In this way, the contradiction between Qingshan Ryuyun and Tsunade came. Well, ninja is so dangerous, I also want to protect Nawake. You are so embarrassed to say. Get more angry, okay. Tsunade worked hard to earn, trying to get away from Qingshan Ryuyun's arm. But after seeing no effect, Tsunade could only stare at a pair of nice eyes, staring at Qingshan Ryuyun. Do you know how much I spent on cultivating Nawake? As the last man of the Senju clan, Senju Tsunade has always cultivated Nawake as the future of the Senju clan. But it's better now. Qingshan Ryuyun's words directly caused Senju Nawake to give up being a ninja. It's strange that Tsunade is not angry. What's the big deal, with an excellent brother-in-law like me taking him, even if he can't become a ninja, no one in the ninja world dares to bully him. Hey. We are still breaking up, can you be more serious? This is faceless and skinless. Obviously it should be in a state of breaking up now. But Qingshan Ryuyun doesn't care at all, as before, just do whatever he wants. What broke up? I didn't agree. I don't care anyway, you are my person. While speaking, Qingshan Ryuyun turned his head directly and slapped Tsunade's face fiercely. Ha ha ha. He laughed happily. You. Tsunade feels that he should be angry at this time. But in the face of Qingshan Ryuyun like this, he couldn't get angry. Instead, he also laughed. You guy. Seriously, I'm still angry. Ha ha ha. Let's go, after reporting to the old man Hiruzen, find a place to eat. Qingshan Ryuyun didn't care at all, he held Tsunade's shoulders with a big smile, and continued walking. Looking at Heitake Shimao on the side, he directly rolled up his blind eyes. So, do young people now fall in love like this? Fortunately, Heitake Sakumo thought that he already had a son, and he was not afraid of being shown. Failed again. In Hokage's office, the middle-aged Sarutobi Hiruzen who doesn't have so many wrinkles on his face. He was smoking dry cigarettes, and in his calm eyes, there was some helplessness. This kind of task report, although outside of reason. But it can be considered as expected. Anyway, all the reasons for the failure of the task that Qingshan Ryuyun did were Qingshan Ryuyun himself. Sarutobi Hiruzen is used to it. Ryuyun, with your 0% mission completion rate, it is difficult for me to promote you to Jonin. If in terms of strength, Qingshan Ryuyun's position in Konoha has long been an elite Jonin. But there is no way, can't stand Qingshan Ryuyun has never completed a mission. This also led to that Qingshan Ryuyun is still a genin now. It's just that no one would really regard Qingshan Ryuyun as genin. Nothing, genin is the strongest in Konoha. This is the truth, Konoha's hidden powerhouses. One is counted as one, and the status is genin, but all of them are ridiculously strong. It's a pity that Sarutobi Hiruzen and others don't understand this. He looked at Qingshan Ryuyun speechlessly. When is genin a proud identity? Forget it. Tsunade, if you have time, please persuade Ryuyun. Seeing my own words are useless. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand and said to Tsunade. Asterisk. Chapter 5 All my friends. Haha. Old man, do you really value me? Tsunade smirked. If Qingshan Ryuyun can be persuaded to succeed. Is that still Qingshan Ryuyun? Sarutobi Hiruzen also knows that this is a bit difficult. He waved his hand helplessly, and said no more. That's all right. You go first. As soon as Sarutobi Hiruzen said, Qingshan Ryuyun directly took Tsunade's shoulders and left with a big swing. With a face full of carelessness, as if it was just said that it was not Qingshan Ryuyun himself at all. Go. I'm hungry. Oh. White Fang is better. When only Sarutobi Hiruzen was left in the office, he sighed inexplicably. My 3 apprentices. Senjutsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. Although all have become famous, but no one is obedient. Not to mention Tsunade and Jiraiya. This Orochimaru used to be Sarutobi Hiruzen's most satisfied disciple. But recently, I don't know why, after experiencing the Second Ninja War, Sarutobi Hiruzen found that he couldn't understand this disciple. In comparison, Heitake Shumo, Konoha's White Fang, is actually Sarutobi Hiruzen's most powerful man. The task completion rate is 100%, and there will never be any complaints. It's a pity that Heitake is loyal to Konoha, not Sarutobi Hiruzen. Ugh. Fortunately, it is not yet uncontrollable. So although Sarutobi Hiruzen is a little emotional, he still doesn't really make anything. But over time, this day is coming. At this time, Qingshan Ryuyun, after leaving the Hokage building, took Tsunade and Heitake to the commercial street of Konoha. Come on, what do you want to eat? I'll treat you. Neither Tsunade nor Heitake are picky people. I also can. It does not matter. Such a casual answer surprised Qingshan Ryuyun and gave them a look. You are really good to feed. It doesn't matter. Qingshan Ryuyun took Tsunade and Heitake Shimao to a barbecue restaurant that looked good. This is the territory of the Akamika clan. In fact, most of the yakiniku restaurants in Konoha are run by the Akamika family. Boss. After entering the store, Qingshan Ryuyun greeted loudly the owner of the barbecue restaurant, who was still smiling, and settled the bill. When he saw that the visitor was Qingshan Ryuyun, the smile froze instantly. The eyelids twitched. That, Lord Ryuyun. What is it trembling? Seeing the boss shivering while walking towards the side, Qingshan Ryuyun waved his hand and said, I have a treat today and arrange a nice private room for us. No problem. After seeing Tsunade and Heitake Shimao next to Qingshan Ryuyun, even if the boss wanted to refuse, he didn't have the guts. That. Just about to go straight, the store owner suddenly pulled Qingshan Ryuyun quietly. You go with the waiter, I will come later. Qingshan Ryuyun first waved his hand to Tsunade and Heitake Shimao. Then I looked at the store owner. Tsunade and Heitake did not doubt anything. When the store owner and Qingshan Ryuyun are left here, the store owner said with a sad face. Well, Lord Ryuyun, do you really want to treat this dinner? If it is a normal customer, the store owner will naturally welcome it. However, Qingshan Ryuyun never pays for meals. The most important thing is the strength of Qingshan Ryuyun, even if the Akamika clan has 2 alliances, the Yamanaka clan and the Nara clan. But it can't beat Qingshan Ryuyun. Boss, you are boring. Aren't we friends? Qingshan Ryuyun looks a little dissatisfied. I took over the store owner directly. I'm your friend, what happened to you asking me to eat? Do you think of me as a friend? Qingshan Ryuyun's eyes narrowed slightly. The shop owner, who was watching, shuddered involuntarily. Of course it's a friend, Ryuyun-sama. If you can come to my place for dinner, that is to give me face, how can I collect your money? That's right, everyone is good friends. Qingshan Ryuyun smiled and patted the other person on the shoulder. Left in stride. Ugh. With a helpless sigh, there is no way. If it really makes trouble, even if Qingshan Ryuyun smashes the store, the last way to deal with it will not be the painless reprimands of Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Don't think too much about other things. Don't look at me. Eat directly, don't worry, the boss here is my friend and doesn't charge any money. Upon coming over, Qingshan Ryuyun swaggered and sat down beside Tsunade. He said indifferently. With this, Tsunade and Heitake turned over Byakugan together. This so-called friendship is yours, right? After a meal, the shop owner smiled and gave it away. Qingshan Ryuyun and others left. Then Ryuyun, Tsunade. I'll go back first. Go. Go. Qingshan Ryuyun waved his hand with disgust. You have been a light bulb for such a long time, don't you have any points in your heart? Heitake Shumao did not speak, just rolled his eyes and glanced at Qingshan Ryuyun, then turned and left. Heitake knows what kind of person Qingshan Ryuyun is after getting along for so long. Naturally, I won't get angry because of such things. Why don't you go to me tonight? Looking at Tsunade on the side, Qingshan Ryuyun raised his eyebrows and pointed in the direction of his home. I'm not a kid anymore, how could I not understand the meaning of this sentence? I wanted to agree with the trend. But Tsunade suddenly realized that he and Qingshan Ryuyun should still be in the Cold War period. No, if you just agree to it, doesn't it appear that you are too coaxing? At least I have to coax a few more times. Don't go. Unless you. Oh. I'll go back now? A little sleepy. Asterisk. Chapter 6 The Strongest Creatures by Sea, Land, and Air. You. Looking at Qingshan Ryuyun, who turned away without hesitation after speaking. Tsunade was stunned. Under what circumstances, shouldn't you say a few words to comfort yourself at this time? This BD. Staring at Qingshan Ryuyun's back, Tsunade murmured viciously. Without hesitation, he ran after him directly. Jumped onto Qingshan Ryuyun's back. Aren't you angry? Qingshan Ryuyun didn't feel surprised, holding Tsunade with both hands. According to Qingshan Ryuyun, Tsunade's Byakugan is almost up to the sky. Knowing that I am angry, then why don't you come to coax me? Do you need others to coax you, Tsunade? Just kidding, who is this, the granddaughter of First Hokage, the medical sacred hand of ninja, Princess Katsuya Tsunade Hymin Konoha Sunin. Need someone else's coax? Hey. Your answer is pretty good. Although the tone of voice is still as blunt as before, Tsunade's attitude has obviously eased a lot. That night, Qingshan Ryuyun smiled when he looked at Tsunade beside him. Aren't you obediently obedient? No longer thinking about it, Qingshan Ryuyun settled down and began to contact his own plug-in. Yes, as a traverser, Qingshan Ryuyun has his own plug-in. More than 10 years ago, Qingshan Ryuyun traveled to this world as a civilian orphan. No money, no background, not even the qualifications to enter the Ninja Academy. And at this moment, the plug-in is turned on. Let Qingshan Ryuyun have the power to change destiny. God-level template system. The first template, 4 Emperors Kaido. Fit, 63%. Template ability, Advanced Armament Haki. Advanced Observation Haki. Advanced Conquerors Haki. Devil Fruit. Bloodline, none. The template data is very simple. But the content is not simple at all. It is precisely because of inheriting the character template of 4 Emperors Kaido, which is known as the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air. That's why Qingshan Ryuyun has the current strength. The physique of an immortal monster, a powerful force. This is still without using Devil Fruit. The template of 4 Emperors Kaido, except for the name of Devil Fruit, is actually a kind of fish and fruit fantasy beast. It's a bit unbearable to look straight. But in general, this is still very strong. Qingshan Ryuyun's biggest dream is to become the strongest creature in this land, sea, and air. If the template fit of 4 Emperors Kaido wants to increase, only through constant fighting. It took more than 10 years for Qingshan Ryuyun to make this fit to over 60%. The more difficult it gets later. A long way to go. Thinking of this, Qingshan Ryuyun sighed inexplicably. Qingshan Ryuyun's attitude towards strength has always been rigorous. Because Qingshan Ryuyun has always believed that his own strength is the foundation of everything. People who rely on others will not be on the stage after all. Your hands. While Qingshan Ryuyun was thinking silently, Tsunade's ill-tempered voice suddenly came from his ears. A little embarrassing. Because while thinking, Qingshan Ryuyun's hands have always been dishonest. You have to believe that my hand also has its own ideas. You can't stop it from realizing its dreams. Roll. Tsunade said angrily. Now I found out that, apart from having a thick skin, Qingshan Ryuyun didn't even blink his eyes when fooling people. My mother really believed in your evil back then. I was fooled by you. Ha ha ha. Doesn't that mean that I am great? Whispering sound. Turning to Byakugan, Tsunade obviously didn't want to struggle with this issue. On the second day, Qingshan Ryuyun had just washed and went downstairs when he saw Tsunade preparing breakfast. I said, if you want to poison to death, I'll just say it, don't do these bells and whistles. Looking at Tsunade scrambling in the kitchen, Qingshan Ryuyun couldn't help but say. It's not that some people prepare breakfast badly. It's really Tsunade's cooking skills, it's really not that great. The first time I tried, if it weren't for this undead physique. Qingshan Ryuyun doubted whether he would be poisoned to death. How did I know it would be like this? Obviously I have been studying very hard. Feeling aggrieved, Tsunade threw the tableware aside with his backhand. Really, this is the cooking material, so why are you not obedient? It is pleasing to the eye when watching others do it. But when it's my turn, I become frantic. And it's the same thing whether you can eat what you make. Okay. After all, it's my own person. When I need to coax a few sentences, I still have to coax it. In the future, we can go out to eat. The owner of the breakfast shop is my friend. With this calculation, the owners of all Konoha restaurants are your friends. Yes. Qingshan Ryuyun felt nothing at all. Nodded solemnly. If they are not friends, why would they invite themselves to dinner? Just friends. Qingshan Ryuyun's face, Tsunade is not the first time I have met. So I just flipped a Byakugan, much lazy to struggle. Just when Qingshan Ryuyun and Tsunade were arguing about going out for breakfast. Senjin Awake, dressed in chinin, ran over quickly. Sister. Brother-in-law. Oh. So it's my brother-in-law, do you want to have breakfast together? Seeing each other, Qingshan Ryuyun greeted with a smile. Although Senjin Awake did not become a ninja and performed a mission, but chose to stay in the ninja school and become a chinin teacher. Although it is very different from the Tsunade plan, it is not bad. Brother-in-law. You are eating, isn't it just a light bulb when I go? Nawake also smiled and said. This is what Qingshan Ryuyun likes most about Nawake, sensible. On the side, Tsunade couldn't help but flip through Byakugan. Until now, Tsunade still has a great resentment towards Nawake becoming a chinin teacher. Or talk about it, if you come here, what's the matter? Correct. After being reminded like this, Nawake reacted. Said quickly. Sister, brother-in-law, go to the Hokage building with me soon. I heard that the second ninja war is about to begin again. What? Asterisk. Chapter 7 Who do you think Lao Zi is? Boom. As soon as I came to the Hokage building, Tsunade directly passed the door of Hokage's office and said unceremoniously. Old man, what the hell is going on? Shouldn't the second ninja world war be over? You know, this battle of ninja world has been playing for several years. It's not just those civilians who can't hold it. Even these ninjas don't have the idea to fight anymore. The war has subsided for some time. Everyone thought that this second ninja world war would follow this calm. When it ends directly, unexpectedly, the fight started again. Tsunade. There are not many people in Konoha with this way of opening the door and the tone of speech. Looking at Tsunade angrily, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't think much. There are already many people standing in Hokage's office at this time. The patriarchs of the major ninja tribes, some famous jonin in Konoha. The other two of Konoha's Sunin, Jiraiya and Orochimaru also came. The two elders of Konoha and Shimura Danzo, who is the darkness of Konoha. After all, war is not a trivial matter. But they don't know each other. Tsunade. No one felt anything about Tsunade's behavior. After all, the identity of Tsunade is here, the granddaughter of first Hokage. This halo is too dazzling. But Yuditen Koharu, one of the elders. After seeing Tsunade's act of no respect for Hokage like this, I couldn't help but knocked on the table and reprimanded. Pay attention to your identity, you are just a ninja of Konoha now. How can a ninja dare to talk to Hokage like that? What? Said in surprise. Tsunade looked shocked, but he did not expect that Yuditen Koharu would dare to reprimand himself. However, even if Yuditen Koharu hates it again, the identity of this elder Konoha still needs to be cared about. What? You are Konoha's ninja, can't I scold you yet? Yuditen Koharu's eyes flashed with pride. Unlike Shimura Danzo, Yuditen Koharu and Mitokato Homura do not have the ambition of Shimura Danzo, nor do they have the ability. What I like most is the awe of others. Even if Tsunade is the granddaughter of first Hokage. Anyway, first Hokage is gone. As Konoha's elder, I reprimand you a few words. Don't you want a ninja? Who are you scolding, old woman? Just when Tsunade was a little bit angry, Qingshan Ryuyun's faint voice came from outside the door. Why did you come? Looking at Qingshan Ryuyun, who walked in, a sense of security radiated from the heart. Originally feeling very depressed, she smiled. Who made you run so fast? Shrugged, Qingshan Ryuyun also looked helpless. Sister, you really can't blame brother-in-law. When you ran, you didn't care about us at all. Nawaki, who followed, said helplessly. Facing the news of the Ninja World War, it's weird if you don't hurry up. Tsunade couldn't help but flip through Byakugan. Upon hearing the news of the Ninja War, Tsunade rushed over without even thinking about it. At this point, Tsunade is not as indifferent as Qingshan Ryuyun. Qingshan Ryuyun, who do you think you are talking to? Qingshan Ryuyun and Tsunade chatted like no one. Yuditen Koharu, who was sitting in the seat of elder, became more gloomy. I called myself old as soon as I came in, and now I still ignore myself like this. Isn't this the elder of Konoha in his eyes? What? Qingshan Ryuyun's answer is a little weird. Do you old stuff want to die? You. As the elder of Konoha, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is a high-ranking elder. When did Yuditen Koharu hear that others dare to say that to himself? Do you still want to be a ninja? Believe me or not, you can't be a ninja. As the elder of Konoha, Yuditen Koharu really has such power. Unfortunately, Yuditen Koharu, who was in anger, did not notice. After I said this sentence, in Hokage's office, most people who knew Qingshan Ryuyun left. Others may abide by the rules, but Qingshan Ryuyun never abides by the rules. Ah! Smiled disdainfully. Qingshan Ryuyun really didn't expect Yuditen Koharu to threaten himself with this. Who do you think I am? The eyes are slightly dignified, and the pupils gradually become dragon-shaped vertical pupils. The faint crimson light gleamed. The dragon scale tattoo on his body has become more substantial. Qingshan Ryuyun never explained his devil fruit ability. In the eyes of others, Qingshan Ryuyun possesses a kind of blood succession boundary similar to beastization. Anyway, the blood succession boundary of the ninth world has many strange things, everything. No one doubts this explanation. Boom. The atmosphere in Hokage's office began to be solemn. A few muffled thunders rang out in the sky outside the building. Qingshan Ryuyun is just like this, looking directly at Yuditen Koharu. Laozi. But Qingshan Ryuyun. Boom. The floor under my feet started to rattle. The mighty conqueror's haki, locked in Yuditen Koharu. The face that was originally domineering, now there is more fear. Pointing tremblingly at Qingshan Ryuyun. You know, although it is the elder of Konoha. But Yuditen Koharu's combat power at its peak was no more than the elite Jonin. Can you not be directly stunned and fainted by Conqueror's haki? It is already Qingshan Ryuyun's convergence. Will die. Will definitely die. This guy in front of me is really killing himself. The fierce ones are afraid of the horizontal ones are afraid of death. Honestly, Yuditen Koharu was a little bit confused. Don't you want Laozi not to be a ninja? While speaking, Qingshan Ryuyun took off the Konoha forward protector on his body. Hold it with one hand and place it in front of Yuditen Koharu. If you have the ability, you can take it away now and wait and see. I will make Konoha know one to turn to bed before the sun rises tomorrow. What's the meaning? Of course it's genocide. If you don't agree, you will destroy the clan. This is the truest Qingshan Ryuyun. Never afraid of anyone's threats. Because the people who threatened me are gone. Asterisk. Chapter 8 really bad for his grandpa. Looking at the Konoha forward protector in front of you. Yuditen Koharu is a little uncertain. After all, in the current situation, if Yuditen Koharu doesn't take it, then the face of being an elder becomes a joke. If you take it? Yuditen Koharu has no doubts, this guy in front of him. I really dared to destroy my own family of going to bed. I just heard that Qingshan Ryuyun is very fierce and reckless. But after seeing it once, Yuditen Koharu just wants to slap himself now. You said is it not good to sit on the side honestly? Saying fart. No way, Yuditen Koharu could only look at the people next to him with a help-seeking gaze. Ahem. That. As a teammate who has been with him for several years, Mitokato Homura still wants to say something for Yuditen Koharu. But before the words were finished, Qingshan Ryuyun stared at him. You want to die too? I shut up instantly and sat down honestly. Finally, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, will play the role of peacemaker. Alright, all are my pillars of Konoha. Take a step back, Koharu, just say a few words. Ryuyun, your words. Looking at Qingshan Ryuyun, Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little helpless. Converge a little bit. To Qingshan Ryuyun, Sarutobi Hiruzen is still very tolerant. No way, the strong are privileged. The most important thing is that Qingshan Ryuyun has never shown any ambitions other than challenging the strong. In Konoha, there is no power. Unlike Hatake Sakumo, the captain of Umbu who belongs to Hokage directly manages the entire Umbu. In addition to arrogance, no money for meals, 0% completion rate of tasks. Qingshan Ryuyun has nothing else to do. Such a subordinate, Sarutobi Hiruzen does not want to give up, at least not yet. Whispering sound. After all, we still have to mix in Konoha at this stage. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen gives face so much, Qingshan Ryuyun doesn't mind giving face to the other party. After a disdainful glance at Yuditen Koharu, Qingshan Ryuyun regained his aura. After the powerful overlord's aura disappeared, the atmosphere in the entire office has eased a lot. If there are meetings with this old woman in the future, don't find me. Really bad luck for his grandfather. Tui. Talking, I spit out sputum directly at Yuditen Koharu's feet. This is too bullying. Yuditen Koharu was so angry. Do you have any opinion? It's just that Qingshan Ryuyun looked over, Yuditen Koharu could only choose to be silent. Forget it, don't bother with this reckless man. Yuditen Koharu can only comfort himself inwardly. The majesty of this elder Konoha really became a nonsense here in Qingshan Ryuyun. The patriarchs of the big ninja clan present admire Qingshan Ryuyun. After all, even they are very dissatisfied with these few elders who don't understand the A and always give orders. It's just that they don't have the strength of Qingshan Ryuyun to do such a thing. Ahem. I feel that the theme of this memory is a bit off the track. Sarutobi Hiruzen cleared his throat hastily, so that everyone could focus on watching. Okay, let's discuss it first. Let's talk about the war in the ninja world. After being said so, everyone remembered. The original purpose of gathering together was to discuss the war in the ninja world. Inexplicably attracted by other things. Old man, what the hell is going on? Shouldn't the ninja world war be over? When asked so, Sarutobi Hiruzen was also helpless. If it can, Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't want the ninja war to continue. Cloud Shinobi Village and Iwagaku are over, but this Sand Shinobi Village? It's very annoying. Having said that, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his head and glanced in the direction of Heitake Sakumo. In addition to Third Kazekage, there are thousands of generations of mother-in-laws in Sand Shinobi Village. Even if Third Kazekage wanted to cease the war. But if the mother-in-law of the 1,000 generations disagrees, it is useless. You know, the son and daughter-in-law of 1,000 generation mother-in-law. They all died under Heitake Sakumo's assassination technique, and the 1,000 generation mother-in-law would be hell if she could agree to a truce. There is news from Sand Shinobi Village. Either we will hand over Heitake Shumo or we will continue to fight. That dead old woman. Tsunade and Chidai mother-in-law have fought against each other many times. Naturally, it is understood that only 1,000 generation mother-in-law can put forward this condition. How can this be? And Qingshan Ryuyun said directly loudly. Ryuyun. This loud retort moved Heitake Shimao a little bit. For Konoha, Heitake himself is not afraid of sacrifice. At least some conditions should be made. This is Konoha's white fang, it's very valuable. I just watched Qingshan Ryuyun's gaze more moved. Now Heitake Sakumo's eyes are so bitter. Give me back my touch, BD. Of course, Heitake Shimao can also understand that Qingshan Ryuyun is just joking about himself. But if this is the case, Mitokado Homura, who is also one of the elders, agrees. In order to avoid war, it doesn't really matter to hand over White Fang. Feeling annoyed, everyone is accustomed to the shame of the two elders Konoha. Qingshan Ryuyun gave an angry look. I can't as well hand over Elder Konoha directly. Doesn't this reflect our Konoha and respect them Sand Shinobi Village? After being said that, Mitokado Homura was taken aback first, and then decisively shut up. Mitokado Homura swears that when Qingshan Ryuyun speaks again, he will never answer. Every time he is ashamed, it is himself. Well, don't think about things like handing over people. Konoha is not so weak yet. Sarutobi Hiruzen of this period has just become third Hokage. Righteous and vigorous. How could one agree to such shameful conditions as Sand Shinobi Village? Having said this, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at everyone in front of him in a deep voice. Everyone, prepare for the final battle with Sand Shinobi Village. Suddenly, the originally relaxed atmosphere became solemn. Asterisk. Chapter 9 Mount Myaboku. Toad Sage Jiraiya. Tsunade is the commander-in-chief of this war. Sand Shinobi Village is good at using poison. And Senju Tsunade is a famous medical master in the ninja world. The best thing is to detoxify, it is the best to deal with Sand Shinobi Village. No problem. Tsunade agreed without thinking. Sister. Nawaka looked at her elder sister with some worry. After all, war is not a joke. If you are not careful, people may be gone. Fart. There's me. Qingshan Ryuyun on the side patted Nawaka's shoulder directly after seeing Nawaka's worries. Then he said to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Then add me. Good. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded decisively. Originally, Sarutobi Hiruzen planned to let Qingshan Ryuyun go, but he didn't know how to say it. Now Qingshan Ryuyun takes the initiative to raise this point, and Sarutobi Hiruzen will naturally not refuse. Tsunade on the side turned his head and smiled at Qingshan Ryuyun. Thanks. Thank you, let you go to the battlefield alone, I don't worry. Besides, on the battlefield, you can already face many strong people. At that time, the fit of your character template can be increased again. Then count me. At this time, Heitake Sakumo also stood up. After all, this matter can be regarded as caused by me. In fact, no one blamed Heitake for this incident. After all, this is the fate of the ninja. Yeah. With your help from Heitake, I can rest assured. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not refuse, nodded, and agreed to Heitake Sakumo participating in the war. After all, Heitake is calm, and Sarutobi Hiruzen is also relieved. What does this mean? Is Heitake Sakumo worthy of trust? Isn't the old lady worthy of trust? But this kind of conversation made Tsunade a little dissatisfied. What this said? It's like someone who doesn't understand anything. What do you think? Sarutobi Hiruzen gave Tsunade angrily. Although Tsunade is also very serious when facing business affairs. But during the war, Tsunade can just bet on 2 bets. The old problems are old and can't be corrected. If Sarutobi Hiruzen can trust Tsunade completely, then it would be a hell. Whispering sound. Tsunade didn't refute, but just said angrily. Later, Sarutobi Hiruzen arranged a few ninjas, then summoned some ninjas, followed Tsunade's dispatch, and went to the battlefield together. Originally, Jiraiya and Orochimaru wanted to go too. But it's impossible for all the powerhouses to rush to the battlefield of Sand Shinobi Village. Even though Iwagakure and Cloud Shinobi Village have declared a truce. But it is hard to guarantee that they will not turn back, so we still have to keep some strong people to sit in Konoha. After leaving the Hokage building, Heitake Sakumo left first. After all, he is going to the battlefield next. Heitake Shumo is going back to bid farewell to his family. At this time, Jiraiya and Orochimaru both came over. Compared to Orochimaru, which is higher and less cold, Jiraiya seemed to be a little ridiculous. It's so annoying, Ryuyun, didn't you break up with Tsunade? I just rushed back because of this news. Looking at Qingshan Ryuyun next to Tsunade, Jiraiya was full of annoyance. How does this posture look like a breakup situation? Jiraiya likes Tsunade, many people know it. Qingshan Ryuyun himself knows it, but it's different from Kato-dan. If Jiraiya has anything to do, I will put it on the open side, and never make any small actions. Seeing Jiraiya doing this, Qingshan Ryuyun laughed and embraced Tsunade's shoulders. Then you wait slowly, I feel you are going to be single for a lifetime. How can it be? Can Jiraiya bear this? I'm dignified Mount Miyaboku, Toad Sage Jiraiya, Konoha likes my little girl, not too much. Then if you let them know what kind of person you are usually, your dreams will probably be shattered. Jiraiya is the real student of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Even the hobbies I like are exactly the same. Slander, this is slander. Jiraiya was a little frustrated. Who is it that dare to slander the reputation of my magnificent Toad Sage Jiraiya? I'm just drawing materials, not for other reasons. Okay. You have too much shit. Looking at Jiraiya, who was in the drama mode. Qingshan Ryuyun and Tsunade haven't said anything yet. Orochimaru, who was on the side, couldn't help but glared. This comparison is endless, it's too annoying. Ah. Orochimaru. I'm about to cry, even Orochimaru, are you starting to despise me? So sad. Orochimaru completely ignored Jiraiya's miserable expression. Look at Tsunade seriously. There are many dangers on the battlefield, be careful. Orochimaru of this period, although there is little cold talk. But they still care about these two companions from the heart. Do not worry. Tsunade also smiled and said. I am not on the battlefield alone. Turning his head, looking at Qingshan Ryuyun next to him, Tsunade smiled, very beautiful. Looking at Jiraiya on the opposite side, his face is full of indecision. The goddess smiled so beautifully, but unfortunately, not to herself. There is a monster like Ryuyun, what danger can there be? Qingshan Ryuyun's strength, Jiraiya knows. After all, I have been beaten many times. Boom. Qingshan Ryuyun slapped Jiraiya on the shoulder. Seeing Qingshan Ryuyun suddenly smiled at himself cheerfully. Jiraiya was a little confused. In the past, Qingshan Ryuyun would laugh like this every time he beat Jiraiya. Jiraiya is about to have a psychological shadow. What do you want to do? Let me tell you, my body injury is not healed. If you beat me up, you have to support me. It's okay, I can buy you a piece of land. Land. Jiraiya looked at Qingshan Ryuyun suspiciously, is there such a good thing? Although the house prices in Konoha are not too outrageous, they are still very expensive. Yes. Graveyard. Qingshan Ryuyun said with a smile. It's just that, making Jiraiya a little silent. Excuse me. Goodbye. When the voice fell, Jiraiya turned around and left. Just kidding, will you continue to stay and be beaten? This guy. It's really shameless and skinless. But with Jiraiya, there is usually a lot of joy. Asterisk. Chapter 10 Sarutobi Hiruzen, do I look good and fool you? Presumptuous. It's too presumptuous. When chatting at Qingshan Ryuyun. In Hokage's office at this time, Yuditen Koharu was berating loudly. At this time, in the huge Hokage office, only Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Yuditen Koharu, and Mito Kato Homura as elders. When Qingshan Ryuyun was there just now, Yuditen Koharu dare not say anything. But now that people are gone, Yuditen Koharu shouted immediately. In this scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but turn up Byakugan. When Qingshan Ryuyun was there just now, why didn't you tell me? Now that people are gone, you just shout in front of me. I think I know you well, so I'm so bullied. Okay. What kind of person Ryuyun is, you haven't heard of it? To be honest, Sarutobi Hiruzen is also incredible. Are you used to being domineering and wanting to be arrogant when you see anyone? Do you really think anyone will be used to you because of your identity as an elder? If it weren't for the feelings of companionship in the past. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't even want to persuade at the time. I've heard of it, anyway, I just can't bear this anger. Anyway, Qingshan Ryuyun is not there. When Yuditen Koharu spoke, he didn't need to be afraid of anything. Let's do it. Shrugging, seeing Yuditen Koharu like this, Sarutobi Hiruzen said directly. Then you will go directly to Ryuyun to settle the account later. If I had the courage, would I still complain in front of you? Just because I dare not. That's why Yuditen Koharu said this in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. I hope that as Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, he will take care of himself and give Qingshan Ryuyun a lesson. But I didn't expect that Sarutobi Hiruzen was so shameless. Do you have any other questions? Seeing Yuditen Koharu who was silent, Sarutobi Hiruzen said directly. Snort. I really thought I couldn't tell, do you want to use me as a gun? Sarutobi Hiruzen, an upright young man, is at the peak of his strength. The mentality is not as mediocre and incompetent as later. Sarutobi Hiruzen's momentum is not weaker than others when he should be majestic. Yuditen Koharu can see that Sarutobi Hiruzen values Qingshan Ryuyun even more. It's useless to say anything by myself. But what should I do for my own face? These people who claim to be big people are the best face. As everyone knows, this is the ninja realm where the strong are supreme. Your face? It's worth a few dollars. No way, Yuditen Koharu can only look at Shimura Danzo on the side. After all, among the friends of the past. There is only one Shimura Danzo, able to say a few words about Sarutobi Hiruzen. Ahem. Shimura Danzo, who noticed Yuditen Koharu's gaze, cleared his throat deliberately. Although Shimura Danzo hasn't said a word since the beginning of the meeting. But I see everything very clearly. Hiruzen, Qingshan Ryuyun's temper really needs to be corrected. That is. Yuditen Koharu nodded quickly, thinking that Shimura Danzo was trying to speak for himself. A pair of eyes looking at Shimura Danzo softened a bit. Shimura Danzo, who noticed this scene, moved a few steps to the side with aversion in his heart. This idiot, don't know anything about it. Then what do you mean? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and looked at Danzo. Among his former companions, Shimura Danzo was the most important thing for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen will not care about the opinions of others, but Sarutobi Hiruzen will still listen to the opinions of Danzo. As for what Danzo said, Qingshan Ryuyun's temper problem. Sarutobi Hiruzen is very scornful. The strong man in the ninja world, who doesn't have a slight temper anymore. But not all the strong, like Heitake Sakumo, are quiet and obedient. Moreover, Qingshan Ryuyun is not the only one who has such a characteristic. In Cloud Shinobi Village, the most prolific is the reckless man. So. Shimura Danzo paused slightly, and then stated his purpose. Why don't you give Qingshan Ryuyun to me? It just so happens that my root department has just been established. I have a lot of time. I can definitely educate Qingshan Ryuyun into Konoha's excellent ninja. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not speak, but looked at Shimura Danzo with weird eyes. Do I look good? I suspect you are underestimating my IQ. Even Yuditen Koharu and Mitokato Homura have heard something wrong. Is this to educate Qingshan Ryuyun? This obviously wants to drag Qingshan Ryuyun to his own wave. What else does Yuditen Koharu want to say? But he was pulled by Mitokato Homura on the side and shook his head slightly to Yuditen Koharu. Mitokato Homura can see clearly. Whether it's Sarutobi Hiruzen or Shimura Danzo, they can't afford it. It will only be a shame to continue to entangle. I couldn't feel angry, but on the surface, Yuditen Koharu could only bear it. How about, Hiruzen, my proposal is not bad. Shimura Danzo was a little delighted. Shimura Danzo knew Qingshan Ryuyun's strength a long time ago. It's not long since my own root department was founded. It was precisely when this high-end combat power was needed. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not answer. It just responded to an idiot look. Get out of here, you really treat me like a kid. Stop talking, Qingshan Ryuyun is an excellent ninja and doesn't need your education. But. Danzo obviously wanted to say something more. When Sarutobi Hiruzen, there is no more thought of continuing to struggle. Enough. Sarutobi Hiruzen slapped the table and interrupted Danzo directly. Standing up, with the aura of shinobi, Danzo and others could not help but step back. I'm Konoha's Hokage, how Konoha will develop, I have to say it. Hiruzen. Danzo's eyes became a little gloomy. Facing such Sarutobi Hiruzen, I was a little bit scared. This made Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had always dreamed of pulling Sarutobi Hiruzen down and becoming the Danzo of Hokage. His heart was extremely angry. One day, you will regret it. It's a shame to continue to bring it down. So Danzo turned around and left after dropping a last sentence. Asterisk. Chapter 11. You know what a fart. Danzo's threat, Sarutobi Hiruzen is not at all relieved. Instead, he turned his head and looked at Yuditen Koharu and Mitokato Homura, who were still standing there. You two, do you have anything else to say? Some silence. Say. Say a fart. I've let you talk, what else can I say? After Yuditen Koharu and Mitokato Homura looked at each other, they were about to leave together. It's just that maybe it feels too embarrassing to leave like this. Yuditen Koharu finally said. Hiruzen, Hokage is not that easy to do. After speaking, Yuditen Koharu and Mito Kato Homura left. Whispering sound. It's like you know how to make Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted and smiled. After noticing that no one was around, he raised his eyebrows slightly and took out a glass ball from the desk. Hi. This. Can't sleep. At night, looking at Tsunade who was a little tossing on the side, Qingshan Ryuyun raised his brow and asked. I'm going to the battlefield soon, how can I fall asleep? Tsunade in this period is far from being as stable as 5th Hokage in the future. But Qingshan Ryuyun, after hearing Tsunade's explanation, can't help but laugh and tease. I can't sleep like this, I feel you look down on me a little bit. What? Tsunade was a little puzzled. After noticing Qingshan Ryuyun's smirk, he thought of what happened just now. Tsunade flipped Byakugan angrily. Go to hell. Who told you this? I'm talking business with you, are you driving with me? Ha ha ha. Don't worry, you can fall asleep when you are tired. You. For almost 3 days, the ninjas who rushed to the battlefield had been arranged. Looking at these 3,000 ninjas in front of me. Chinin Genin is mostly, these ninjas, their roles in the battlefield are basically cannon fodder. Ugh. I don't know how many people will be able to return after the war is over. Tsunade sighed silently in his heart. But as the commander-in-chief of this war, Tsunade could not show any sympathy. Only with iron and blood and firmness can the subordinates have the determination to win. Everyone, I believe you already know the purpose of this gathering. Same as before each expedition. As the commander-in-chief, you have to say something to boost morale. In the face of war, most of these 3,000 ninjas, more or less, will be a little flustered. Those who can remain calm are those ninjas who have experienced many wars. I, Senju Tsunade, swear in the name of the Senju clan, that I will lead you to defeat Sand Shinobi Village. Let us use only one war to fight all the idiots of Sand Shinobi Village back to our hometown. Do you have confidence? Have. The inspiration of Tsunade is still useful. At least most of the ninjas present are looking at Senju Tsunade with admiring eyes. The prestige of the Senju family is reflected in the role at this time. No one dared to question such a guarantee. Okay. Follow me, let us smash Sand Shinobi. With a wave of hands, 3,000 ninjas followed Senju Tsunade and rushed to the battlefield of Sand Shinobi village. Among these ninjas, their family members are standing not far away, silently blessing. Tsunade is getting better and better. The Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was looking at the scene through the window, couldn't help but sigh. Regarding this matter, neither Jiraiya nor Orochimaru can be as good as Tsunade. Yuditen Koharu on the side is obviously a bit dissatisfied with Tsunade. But she is from the Senju clan after all. Enough. Shut up. In the same way, Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't want to listen anymore. After speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen directly sat back on his desk and began to process the documents. This is what I admire you most. Walking in front of all the ninjas, Heitake Sakumo couldn't help but said to Qingshan Ryuyun on the side. Qingshan Ryuyun didn't understand at first what Heitake Shimao said. But noticed that Heitake first raised his eyebrows at himself. Then he looked at Tsunade's direction again. Qingshan Ryuyun understood. Then you think, what I like is Tsunade? To be honest, Qingshan Ryuyun's favorite is Tsunade's heroic appearance. Heitake Sakumo nodded along the way. After looking at Tsunade, I thought of my own one. It's too fierce. You know what a fart, real men like this. Qingshan Ryuyun said angrily to Heitake Shimao. You think Tsunade is fierce, because you can only see the fierce side of Tsunade. When at home, Tsunade was very sensible. Yes, you know what a fart. At this time, Tsunade, who was walking in the front, stopped and gave Heitake an angry look. Just follow, do you really think my old lady can't hear your discussion? However, Tsunade is still very satisfied with Qingshan Ryuyun's answer. He gave Qingshan Ryuyun a look of calculate your knowledge. Qingshan Ryuyun smiled happily, and also raised his eyebrows. In this case, see Heitake Sakumo straight through Byakugan. Yes, you are a family, of course you will help your family to speak. It's not that I said, Captain White Fang, I always thought you were a cold person, and the design collapsed. Everyone has a good relationship. Tsunade usually opens light effects with Heitake Shimao. When we first met, Konoha-san thought that Heitake Sakumo was a very cold and serious person. But after getting along for a long time, I found out. This product can also be a joke in normal times. In the words of Heitake Sakumo, I'm usually tired when doing tasks. If I pretend to be cold, wouldn't it be even more tired? Ha ha ha. Qingshan Ryuyun smiled cheerfully and said directly. Tsunade, don't you understand? In fact, White Fang is just a bore. Keng. The sound of swords rang. I saw that Heitake Shimao at this time can slightly take out the White Fang short sword with his back behind him. Rolled his eyes to see Qingshan Ryuyun. The last word, if you say it, I really want to do it. Asterisk. Chapter 12 War is on the verge of. Ha ha ha. Seeing Heitake Shimao like this, Qingshan Ryuyun laughed directly. I have to say that the future Heitake Kakashi. It is probably inherited from Heitake Shimao, so he is such a person. That's it? It's going to be a place soon, so be serious. At this time, Tsunade, as the commander-in-chief, can only stand up and speak. Obviously it is a very serious place. But you can still make jokes, which is a bit out of date. Understand? Qingshan Ryuyun didn't say anything, and nodded along the way. Heitake Sakumo on the side shrugged. And regained his usual cold appearance. On the other side, Sand Shinobi Village was established in a temporary meeting room on the battlefield. The strong of the older generation, Third Kazekage, known as the strongest in history. The puppet master Kyandai mother-in-law, and the younger brother of Kyandai mother-in-law, Ebizo. As well as the strong young people of Sand Shinobi Village. The future fourth Kazekage, the placer ninja Luasha. Plus Sand Shinobi Village hero, Scorch-style ninja Hakura. In addition, there is a very dangerous person in Sand Shinobi Village, Gaara's predecessor, One-Tail Jinchuriki, who is blessed. At this moment the blessing, dressed as a monk, sitting cross-legged. The kind look makes it hard to associate with such a monster. Cho, I respect you as the senior of Sand Shinobi Village, but you have to know a little bit in your heart. In Sand Shinobi Village, although the boss on the surface is Third Kazekage. But the prestige of the mother-in-law of the 1,000 generations, and the puppet troops controlled by the mother-in-law of the 1,000 generations. Not losing to Third Kazekage at all. We, Sand Shinobi, can no longer withstand wars. If it weren't for the repeated requests of the mother-in-law, Third Kazekage would really want to cease the war. After all, among the 5 great shinobi villages, the materials in Sand Shinobi Village are the most lacking. Now that other shinobi villages are not fighting, they are still fighting in Sand Shinobi Village. Can't afford to consume materials. The old man understands it all. Squinting her eyes slightly, the 1,000-generation mother-in-law already has some old faces, completely indifferent, without any other emotions. The situation in Sand Shinobi Village, how could a 1,000-generation mother-in-law be unclear? However, my son and daughter-in-law died in this war. They all died in the hands of Konoha's White Fang, Heitake Sakumo. If there is no grandson, Sasori is still alive. Thousands of mothers-in-law wanted to die with them. If this grudge is not reported, a 1,000-generation mother-in-law will never be willing. Don't worry, when this war is over, the old puppet troops will be yours. From then on, Laozi will hide behind the scenes and stop worrying about everything. Good. Third-Cage nodded instantly. If it weren't for this, what Third-Cage said would not agree to continue the war. This is the real ninja world. Everything is false, and only the interests in your own hands are the most real. The mother-in-law of the 1,000 Generations also knew that Third-Cage wanted to monopolize all the rights of Sand Shinobi Village. It doesn't matter. 1,000 Generation mother-in-laws themselves don't value these very much. As long as you can get revenge, give up and give up. Elder sister. Ebizo on the side looked at his sister unbearably. I still didn't say anything, so I could only sigh slightly. This time, I brought one-tail Jinchuriki out too. With that said, Third-Cage glanced at the blessing not far away. It's fine if you win. If Sand Shinobi Village loses in the next war, then no matter what, this war can't be fought anymore. If you lose, you still have to fight. The background of Sand Shinobi Village will definitely be finished. The old man understands. The mother-in-law of 1,000 Generations closed her eyes and said. Third-Cage didn't say anything anymore, turned around and left the conference room. Luo Sha took a look at the mother-in-law of the 1,000 Generations, and then left. The two powerhouses of the new generation of Sand Shinobi Village. Luo Sha's ambition is obvious, that is, she wants to be the next Fenying. And the other one, Scorch-style Ninja Hakura. In comparison, it's much simpler. It doesn't matter whether you become Fenying or not. Yakang only hopes that Sand Shinobi Village will get better and better. That's enough. Yakang also respected the 1,000 Generation mother-in-law. 1,000 generations of mother-in-law, we will definitely win. Even the one-tail Jinchuriki on the side said. Although I don't like war, but for Sand Shinobi Village, the old monk will fight to the death. Thanks. After adjusting her breathing slightly, the mother-in-law of the 1,000 Generations whispered. In fact, the mother-in-law of the 1,000 Generations also understands that if it is not for herself, there is no need to fight the war at all, and there will be no more sacrifices. But now that the decision has been made, the 1,000 Generation mother-in-law will no longer regret anything. Thinking of this, the eyes of the mother-in-law of the 1,000 Generations who had low eyebrows began to become firm. This war, the old man must win. At this time, Qingshan Ryuyun does not know the 1,000 Generation mother-in-law at Sand Shinobi Village. Already planning to fight to death. In the temporary meeting room set up, Narashikajima is analyzing for Tsunade. So, Master Tsunade, the outcome of the next war is likely to determine whether this war will continue or not. As Konoha's military divisions, Naraluyu's chance is beyond doubt. I can almost guess it. As long as the next war, Konoha won. Then this second Ninja World War can be completely ended. Oh. Tsunade, who was sitting on the main seat, nodded along the way. To be honest, Naraluyi said a lot at the beginning. Tsunade was at a loss. But as the commander-in-chief, Tsunade can only pretend to nod it suddenly. At least it can't be seen by people, I just didn't listen attentively. Naraluyu clearly saw this too. A little helpless. But Tsunade, as the commander-in-chief of this war, Narashikasa couldn't say anything. In short, Tsunade-sama, we will definitely win the next war. You'd be over if you couldn't say so long ago. Tsunade knocked on the table directly, his face was completely stunned. If you said it so simple earlier, didn't my old lady understand it? A lot of nonsense analysis, embarrassing. Naraluyu said he was helpless, can I be blamed for this? Asterisk. Chapter 13. Is it so shameless? After all, the third-generation old man still doesn't worry about me. Glancing in the direction of Ino, Shika, Cho, Tsunade said angrily. Obviously, Heitake had already arranged for Heitake to follow him. Now the Ino, Shika, Cho trio has been arranged again. How uneasy is this? For such Tsunade. Even Naralu couldn't help but talk. What kind of person you are, don't you know? It's weird to be reassuring. But in this case, obviously you can't say it directly. So Naralu can only say in a persuasive tone. Master Hokage just hopes to win this war simply and neatly. Hey. True hypocrisy. However, after hearing such words, Tsunade curled his lips decisively and said. Naralu said he was helpless. If I provoke someone, I came over to become a military teacher, but I was even dismissed as a hypocrisy. Of course, what kind of person Tsunade is, Narakaji knows very well. In this case, it won't make Naralu angry. In short, the next war is critical. Don't worry. Tsunade waved his hand and said assuredly. My old lady brought all his men here, even if Sand Shinobi village brings their one-tailed Jinchuriki, we don't need to panic. The voice just fell. The Konoha shinobi who was in charge of investigating information ran into the meeting room. Master Tsunade, according to the survey, Sand Shinobi village brought one-tailed Jinchuriki to the side of this war. For a while, there was silence in the meeting room. Everyone's gazes all looked in the direction of Tsunade, their gazes were quite strange. Have you opened it up yet? What to say? In the face of these gazes, Tsunade can only say seriously at this time. Don't panic. Look at me, how stable. In fact, Tsunade's heart is also secretly cursing. Are those idiots in Sand Shinobi village crazy? Actually brought out one-tailed Jinchuriki as the final weapon. It's really going to be desperate. Don't worry, those Sand Shinobi will definitely not be able to fight directly. We still have time to deploy the next war plan. Once this has been said, another Konoha shinobi who was in charge of investigating intelligence rushed into the meeting room. Oh, Lord Tsunade. Everyone. Sand Shinobi village is attacking. Sand Shinobi village went to war directly? The news caused everyone in the conference room to be stunned. Then he looked at Tsunade inexplicably. You said you haven't turned on it? Even Qingshan Ryuyun was a little bit astonished for a while. What did he really say? Depend on. Is it so shameless? Tsunade slapped directly on the table with an angry slap. Just hit it, these idiots in Sand Shinobi village. It is Narashika-isa, who is a military advisor, calmly analyzing. We just arrived on the battlefield, Sand Shinobi village started to attack, plus one-tailed Jinchuriki as the ultimate weapon. At Sand Shinobi village, we should be caught off guard. With the opportunity of Naralu, it was quickly analyzed. Why is Sand Shinobi village so busy going to war? Just want to use this to quickly defeat Konoha in a short time. Hey. Unprepared. Take him a grandfather. Call it down and gather all the ninjas. In the face of this kind of war, Tsunade is still very worried. With a wave of his hand, the first one walked out of the meeting room. Let's directly defeat the idiots in Sand Shinobi village. Yes. He looked at each other and nodded together. In an endless desert, the ninja of Sand Shinobi village, the ninja of Konoha, get together for about a kilometer, looking at each other from a distance. Some young ninjas who have never experienced war, when faced with this situation. I couldn't help but grasp the weapon in his hand, and there was some firmness in his panic expression. Konoha's white fang. When I saw Heitake Sakumo standing next to Tsunade, a pair of eyes of 1,000-generation mother-in-law stared at him. This guy in front of him assassinated his son and daughter-in-law. So troublesome. After noticing the murderous look in the mother-in-law of the 1,000 generations, Heitake Shimao was a little helpless. One hand was slowly placed on the handle of his white fang short sword. Qingshan Ryuyun on the side said cheerfully. How do I feel, that old green onion? I am in love with you. Heitake Shimao didn't answer, he just rolled his eyes and looked at Qingshan Ryuyun. At this time, you can still make jokes. Tsunade, who was standing in front of all Konoha shinobi, even shouted directly. Yo! Poor ghosts of Sand Shinobi Village, you can still go to war. What is your village like? Don't you have any points in your heart? Do you want my old lady to give you 2 pieces of flowers? The poverty of Sand Shinobi Village is well known in the shinobi world. After all, the land boundary of Sand Shinobi Village, more than 90% of the place, is desert. It's weird that this place is rich. Heh. It won't bother you to worry about it? The mother-in-law of 1,000 generations has never seen anything. How could it be ridiculed by Tsunade like this, and get angry? Tsunade kid, I don't know how much you inherited the wood style of Senju Hashirama, the god of the ninja world. These words are mocking. Tsunade is the granddaughter of Senju Hashirama, the god of ninja. But they don't even know Senju Hashirama's standard wood style. Old guy, look at how you knocked out your teeth after a while. With his fist clenched, Tsunade looked at the grandmother 1,000 generations viciously. Humph. The mother-in-law of the 1,000 generations snorted coldly and didn't care. He just turned his head and looked at Third Kage aside. Let's start. After this war, whether you win or lose, Sand Shinobi Village will have the final say from now on. This makes Third Kage ambition not small, so naturally it won't disagree. Sand iron. The black sand and iron like a cloud, centered on Third Kage, began to spread around. This ability to control sand and iron. That's why Third Kage is called the strongest wind shadow in the history. Asterisk. Chapter 14 Fist Crushed Sand and Iron. Famous Ninja World. The black sand iron, behind Third Kage, formed something like wings. With Third Kage, flew into the air. In the ninja world, flying ninjutsu is still very rare. Hey! Pretending to be. Seeing such Third Kage, Tsunade curled his lips and said, "What to install?" On the other hand, Sand Shinobi Village, because of the changes in their own styles, one by one, they seem more confident. Forbearance Sand Iron Shiger. The densely packed sand and iron, under the control of Third Kage. It began to fall from mid-air towards Konoha. A large area of ninjutsu, it seems that all Konoha shinobi are shrouded in it. Ryuyun. Seeing this, Tsunade's eyes kept calling Qingshan Ryuyun. Give it to me. Grinned. Looking at the sand and iron in the sky, and Third Kage sitting high in the sky. War. It started. Dragon breath. The dragon scale tattoo on the body began to undergo a substantial transformation, and a pair of eyes began to become the vertical pupils of the dragon. The crimson lines gleamed on Qingshan Ryuyun's body. Afterwards, the dragon's breath flame, carrying the aura of destruction, rushed towards the sand iron. Boom! The dragon's breath flame and the sand iron shiger directly blasted together. If it is an ordinary fire style, it is naturally not an opponent of sand iron. But Qingshan Ryuyun is a dragon's breath flame with destructive power. The scorching high temperature caused the sand and iron that had been relieved to begin to melt. This. Third Kage in midair frowned. The power of own sand and iron, Third Kage knew that it was actually melted. How can this be? Who are you? Qingshan Ryuyun used to be only famous in Konoha. The outside world knows very little about Qingshan Ryuyun. You will know soon. On a faintly dragonized face, with a sorrowful smile. Qingshan Ryuyun stomped the ground with one foot. Boom! The sand under my feet cracked directly into a big pit. Under the force of this counter-shock, Qingshan Ryuyun's figure flew towards Third Kage in mid-air at extreme speed. Although Qingshan Ryuyun can fly after being completely beastized, it is not necessary now. Seeing that Qingshan Ryuyun actually rushed over in this way, Third Kage was obviously caught off guard. With a wave of hand, countless sand and iron, in front of Third cage, formed a line of defenses. Ha 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 ha. Not enough. Looking at the Third cage, that is like building a tortoise shell around me. Qingshan Ryuyun smiled. The right arm was slightly closed, and the pitch-black armament haki began to wrap around Qingshan Ryuyun's arm. Give me shatter. Roaring with a burst of anger, Qingshan Ryuyun's fist blasted fiercely on the sand and iron of Third cage. Under the control of Third cage, the sand iron is still full of spikes. But these little tricks, relying on Qingshan Ryuyun of the advanced armament haki, don't need to care at all. At this moment, whether it is a Konoha shinobi or a sand shinobi village ninja on the battlefield, they all looked at the battle in mid-air with interest. After all, the result of the first battle is related to their morale in the future. No matter which side loses, the ninja over there will definitely be demoralized. Peng. Qingshan Ryuyun's fist has already hit the sand and iron of Third cage. The dull voice echoed over the entire battlefield. Boy. You. Looking at Qingshan Ryuyun in front of him, Third cage was just about to taunt. But at this time, crack. A crisp cracking sound suddenly came. Nanny. With a pair of eyes, Third cage looked at the sand iron defense in front of him in disbelief. Cracks appeared in the place hit by Qingshan Ryuyun. This is the first time that my unfavorable sand iron actually shows signs of being shattered. How could Third cage not be surprised? Crack. Click. The sound of breaking became more and more, until... boom. The sand and iron defending in front of them shattered suddenly. Qingshan Ryuyun's fist fell fiercely on Third cage's body. Wow! The figure was blasted out of the air, turned into a black shadow, and was blasted onto the sand again. Peng! The figure was smashed out of a gust of wind and sand. At the same time, Qingshan Ryuyun also fell down. This is Third cage, the strongest in history? I don't think so much. Don't look at Qingshan Ryuyun being reckless in the fight. But in terms of taunting ability, Qingshan Ryuyun is not weak at all. In addition, Qingshan Ryuyun just blasted the Third cage out, and no one can refute the words like this. This. Master Fenying. Has our Master Fenying been defeated? Sure enough, the failure of Third cage caused some panic among the ninjas in Sand Shinobi Village. After all, even their invincible Third cage lost. Then they should lose too. On the contrary, the ninjas on Konoha's side began to cheer. I'm Third cage, how could I lose? In the sky full of sand, there was Third cage's roar. As the strongest wind shadow in the past, how could I be defeated so simply? Third cage will never allow its own failure. Ninfa Sand Iron Enchantment. Third cage's ninjutsu technique. Ken. 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 Sand and iron reappeared, and countless sand and iron spikes formed a world like sand and iron around. It spread quickly in the direction of Qingshan Ryuyun. Ha 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 ha. In the face of this situation, Qingshan Ryuyun didn't have the slightest intention to flinch. Instead, he laughed and rushed towards the sand and iron barrier. Not enough. Not enough. Like an ancient beast, it surrounds armament haki's fist, constantly BG on the sand and iron. Peng. 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 The sand and iron spikes were blasted into fly ash by Qingshan Ryuyun. However, this dense sand and iron will still hit Qingshan Ryuyun's body from time to time. It's just that Qingshan Ryuyun ignored them all. Asterisk. Chapter 15 The name of the strongest creature. Not good. On the side of Konoha Shinobi, Narashika watching the game seems to have realized something. Said quickly. The sand and iron of Third cage are all focused on attacking the same place on Lord Ryuyun. No matter how high the defense is. But if you are continuously attacked at the same place, you will still break the defense. Do not worry. It's Tsunade, after hearing Narashika's words. Looking at the figure in the sand iron barrier, he smiled. That man will never lose. This is the man my old lady likes, how could he lose here? Even Heitake Sakumo smiled. Watch with peace of mind, Qingshan Ryuyun's strength is not as weak as you think. This. Naralu had only heard of Qingshan Ryuyun a long time ago, but it was the first time that he really saw Qingshan Ryuyun's strength. After being said that, Naralu you can't say anything anymore. Bang. 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 In the sand iron barrier, as Narashika said. The sand iron spike controlled by third Kaze cage has been attacking Qingshan Ryuyun's shoulder a little. Qingshan Ryuyun also noticed, but didn't care. Until. Puff. A sand iron spike pierced Qingshan Ryuyun's shoulder along the way. Following this scene, the attack on the sand and iron barrier began to stop, and even Qingshan Ryuyun stopped at the same time. Looking at the sand iron running through his shoulders, Qingshan Ryuyun raised his eyebrows slightly. He looked at third Kaze cage not far away and grinned. In Sand Shinobi Village, except for the grandmothers of the 1,000 generations who are still dignified, most people are lucky. A new generation of strong men, Scorch-style Ninja Hakura, Placer Ninja Rosa. I couldn't help but cheered. Very good. Master Fenying is really invincible. Only the experienced mother-in-law of 1,000 generations, looking at Qingshan Ryuyun with a smile on his face. There is a faint premonition in my heart. A junior kid. Don't underestimate Fenying. In the wind and sand, the figure of third Kaze cage walked out slowly. This advantage makes third Kaze cage a little proud. The embarrassment of being slowly blown out disappeared for a while. How do you know that I was not hit by you on purpose? Qingshan Ryuyun tilted his neck and grinned. In this case, third Kaze cage frowned. How could it be possible to get hit deliberately? How could there be such a person in the ninja world? It must be a bluff. Looking at the sand and iron spike that pierced Qingshan Ryuyun's shoulder, third Kaze cage said directly. Don't be kidding. Kid. Ha 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 ha. Qingshan Ryuyun smiled carelessly. Under third Kazecage's gaze, Qingshan Ryuyun grabbed the sand iron spike with one hand. After all, if you don't, how can you despair? While speaking, Qingshan Ryuyun's other hand was a sword with one hand. Cut on this piece of sand and iron. Keng. The iron sand was cut instantly. Qingshan Ryuyun threw the iron sand aside. You. Third Kaze cage was just about to say something. Even if you cut off the sand and iron, the injury on your shoulder is still there, the battle will definitely be affected, right? But the next scene surprised third Kaze cage. I saw that the injury on Qingshan Ryuyun's shoulder was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Within half a point, it has fully recovered. There is not even a trace of injury. Really? Not far away, a trace of clarity flashed through the eyes of 1,000-generation mother-in-law. The bad feeling in my heart has been confirmed. How can it be? Third Kaze cage is incredible. What is this kind of resilience? This is still human. You guy. What the hell is it? Me? Listen to Laozi. With an arrogant smile, Qingshan Ryuyun's voice echoed over the entire battlefield. Laozi's name is Qingshan Ryuyun, but Laozi wants to become the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air. How can you beat me? Ha 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 ha. Third Kazecage's surprised gaze made Qingshan Ryuyun very satisfied. What you want is this effect. Otherwise, if you are stupid, you will be white hits by third Kaze cage. Laozi is an immortal existence. Want to kill me? Go back and practice for decades. Ha ha ha. When these words came out, most of the people present laughed. Let third Kaze cage go back to practice for decades. It is estimated that by then, third Kaze cage will be old and dead. Damn it! Third Cage has a gloomy face. Is Qingshan Ryuyun really immortal? Third Cage doesn't know. But with such resilience, Third Cage is really afraid of it? I believe that after this battle is over, Qingshan Ryuyun of Third Cage will be famous for the ninja world. At that time, the name of the strongest creature. It is estimated that it really fell on Qingshan Ryuyun's head. When I think that the other party is famous for stepping on him, Third Cage's heart feels annoyed. Can't wait any longer. The mother-in-law of the 1,000 generations had a calm face, and was not affected by the battle between Third Cage and Qingshan Ryuyun just now. Morale in Sand Shinobi village is low. If we wait, it is estimated that there will be no need to fight this war. Just admit defeat. Everyone, attack with the old man. Under the leadership of the mother-in-law, the Sand Shinobi, who were riveting enough strength, rushed towards Konoha one after another. Damn old lady, do you think Konoha can win against us? You still dare to fight, look down on people, right? Tsunade is also a person who never admits counseling. Since you dare to fight, the old lady will still be afraid of you. Although there are people, follow me, and call all the idiots in Sand Shinobi village back to their hometown. Go. Under the leadership of Tsunade and Kyande mother-in-law, the ninja of Sand Shinobi village and the ninja of Konoha village quickly rushed together. On the battlefield, all kinds of people and levels appeared. At the same time, in this chaotic battlefield, people fall from time to time, these are all lives. Unfortunately, now is not the time for compassion. Asterisk. Chapter 16 Ino, Shika, Cho Trio. It's all you old lady. Tsunade went directly to the mother-in-law of the 1,000 generations. Weird power punch. Peng. A strange force fist directly smashed the ordinary puppet controlled by a 1,000 generation mother-in-law. The physical ninja is very restrained from the puppet master. Especially like Tsunade, a ninja with unparalleled power. If it weren't for you old lady, the war would have ended long ago. Tsunade looked at the 1,000 generation mother-in-law viciously, as if looking at some sinner. Humph. The mother-in-law of the 1,000 generations was stunned, she didn't even want to talk to Tsunade anymore. For the sake of my son and daughter-in-law, this battle must never end like this. At the same time, the mother-in-law of the 1,000 generations took out a special storage scroll from her body. White secret skill 10 people near song. Bang. 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 With several successive white smoke, 10 puppets of various shapes appeared around the mother-in-law of the 1,000 generations. This is the 10 puppets made by Master First Generation of Puppetry. At the same time, it is also the pinnacle of puppet art. Not a puppet, but you can use ninjutsu. Hey. What if you use the white secret technique? It's not the first time that Tsunade and Chidai mother-in-law have fought each other. Tsunade knew very well about the various abilities of the mother-in-law of the 1,000 generations. Look at how my old lady blasted all your puppets to pieces. The young people nowadays, like you, can only shout. The 1,000 generation mother-in-law said with a constant expression. If only a few words can affect the mood, but a 1,000 generation mother-in-law is not a 1,000 generation mother-in-law. Whispering sound. Tian Xiao feed. No more words, Tsunade's figure disappeared instantly. Lifting up with one foot, he blasted towards the mother-in-law of the 1,000 generations. Ninfa Gold Dust Shuriken. In the battlefield, Luoxia's placer gold is crisscrossing the battlefield. In such a desert area, Luoxia's power of placer gold has been beaten by retainers. Compared to some ordinary cage-level powerhouses at this stage, there is still no problem. When Luoxia controlled the placer gold and dealt with the Konoha shinobi, not far away came the voice of Narasha Keijiu. Ninfa Shadow Beam Fighting Technique. The shadow under Naraluyu's body approached Luoxia at a very fast speed, connecting to the shadow under Luoxia's feet. Suddenly my body couldn't move. Logosha looked at it suspiciously, and after noticing the shadow under her feet, Logosha's face became clear. Konoha's Nara clan. After fighting with Konoha for so long, there are some special secret arts families in Konoha, they are very clear. But, do you think you can beat me this way? Logosha, who was under control, was full of arrogance. Logosha is also preparing to use this war to show more of her powerful strength. In order to become Fenying in the future, to gain prestige. Of course it's more than that. For Luasha like this, Naraluyu, who was half squatting on the ground, smiled casually. At the same time, the figure of Yamanaka Kiki appeared on the other side of Luasha. Ninfa heart turning technique. Logosha just realized that it's not good, Yamanaka can complete the seal as soon as he can. In a trance. Ninfa super expansion jutsu. Following Akamai Dingza who ran over, his hands were sealed. One arm suddenly became like a giant arm. Clenching his fist, he smashed down at Luasha in front of him. Boom. The secret techniques of Ino, Shika, Cho three clans complement each other and share the same energy. Narakajiu, Yamanaka Kiaki, and Akamai Dingza, although only 3 elite jonin. But if the 3 of them work together, even in the face of cage-level powerhouses, the Ino, Shika, Cho trio has the power to fight. Scorch style oversteamed. As soon as he was about to pursue the victory, Yakang's heroic voice came from nearby. Retreat. Naraluyu said immediately. The 3 Ino, Shika, Cho all retreated together. I saw that in the fog and dust, there were some scorch-style fireballs around Yakang. She was carrying Luasha and jumped out. Be careful, Luasha. The other party is Konoha. Yakang never looked down upon Konoha, especially during the war. Whispering sound. Logosha wanted to refute something, but thought that she had just been rescued by Yakang. Logosha couldn't say anything. You know, from Luasha's point of view, in the entire Sand Shinobi village, Yakang is the only one who has the qualifications and strength to compete with himself for the position of the next Wind and Shadow. Logosha was thinking, if the situation just now changed to Yakang. Will I help me out? What do you think? Yakang didn't have so many ideas. Obviously on the battlefield, you can still be in a daze now, Yakang said quickly. Nothing. Logosha shook her head, dispelling the thoughts in her mind. I am Logosha. How could Logosha, who inherited the power of gold dust, lose here? Logosha will never admit that she is inferior to others. Especially this person is Yakang. Seeing Luasha like this, Yakang was puzzled. What's wrong with this stuff? But in this situation, Yakang couldn't ask anything. He could only work with Logosha to deal with the Ino, Shika, Cho trio. Ninfa a great burial of gold dust. Scorch style oversteamed. The Ino, Shika, Cho trio, with rich combat experience and veteran combat, tacitly evaded, and restrained Yakang and Logosha. It's really troublesome, the opponents are actually 2 cage-level powerhouses. Naraluyu was a little helpless. Then there were only 2 cage-level people, but they were also cage-level. It's hard to deal with. Akamai Dingza on the side, patted his stomach in a naive way, and said. When this war is over, I don't know how much fat I will consume. I must go back and have a good meal. Ha ha ha. Yamanaka laughed happily. Naraluyu also laughed. The relaxed look of Ino, Shika, Cho, Yakang and Logosha, who were their opponents, couldn't bear it anymore. The Konoha shinobi of damn it. There is a limit to look down on people. Obviously fighting with us, I can still behave so easily. Do you think you can promise us steadily? Damn it. Asterisk. Chapter 17 Shao'er appeared. Well. Young people are not good at this point, they have a bad temper. Facing such Luasha, Naraluyu and others behaved very casually, simply avoiding Luasha's ninjutsu. To be honest, although the strength is enough, but Luasha's heart is far from being as stable as a cage-level powerhouse. But the battle experience is basically something you can participate in a few more wars. Faced with the combination of the Ino, Shika, Cho trio, even if Luasha and Yukang have already exerted their full strength, but there is still no way to end this battle in a short time. It seems that we Konoha strong people are still quite a lot. Looking at these divided battlefields, Qingshan Ryuyun smiled relaxedly. I looked at Third Kaze Cage not far away. In this situation, Konoha's big advantage. Heh. Don't think this is over. Third Kaze Cage let out a cold snort and looked at the blessing not far away. Divided the blessing dressed like a monk, and after a slight sigh, he walked over from a short distance. Although I don't like war, but for Sand Shinobi Village, the poor monk will fight to the death. One tail. Qingshan Ryuyun is no surprise. A pair of dragon-shaped vertical pupils, staring in the direction of dividing blessings. I don't know how much fit can I increase after defeating one tail? To be honest, Qingshan Ryuyun's heart is a bit looking forward to it. Sand Iron. Just after some movement, a sand iron controlled by Third Kaze Cage flew over Qingshan Ryuyun's face at high speed. Third Kaze Cage, who was raising his hands and controlling the sand iron. With a confident smile, he looked at Qingshan Ryuyun. With me here, where do you want to go? Although the tail beast is powerful, it is not impossible to deal with it. Otherwise, how could something like Jinchuriki exist? In order to prevent Qingshan Ryuyun from blocking one tail shower, Third Kaze Cage prepared to hold Qingshan Ryuyun by himself. Let's take a good look and see how Xiaojuru eliminated the Konoha shinobi. Third Kaze Cage smiled triumphantly. I hope I can see some angry expressions on Qingshan Ryuyun's face. Unfortunately, no. On the contrary, Qingshan Ryuyun looked at Third Kaze Cage with a mocking look. You. This look like watching a clown makes Third Kaze Cage a little annoyed. Just about to say something, a dazzling sword light interrupted Third Kazecage's voice. Hey, take knife technique, instant kill and cut. Keng. Hearing only a clear metal humming, the sand and iron around Third Kazecage's neck were directly cut off. A blood stain appeared on the neck. Although it looks faint, it does exist. Hey, take Sakumo, who is holding the White Fang short sword, has already arrived on the other side of Third Kaze Cage. This sand iron is really amazing, just a little bit. That's what I said, but Heitake Sakumo didn't mean much disappointment. After all, Third Kaze Cage, known as the strongest in history. If it's just killed by a spike like this, it would be too watery. Konoha's White Fang. Third Kaze Cage glared at him and looked at Heitake Sakumo fiercely. I was actually injured. Recalling the flash of sword light just now, Third Kaze Cage still felt a little palpitating. For a moment, Third Kaze Cage thought he was dead. Fortunately, my sand iron is strong enough. Is this angry? Heitake Sakumo smiled. I randomly played a sword flower, and pointed it straight at Third Kaze Cage with the White Fang short sword in my hand. Ryuyun, go and deal with Xiao'er. As for this Third Kaze Cage, leave it to me. Qingshan Ryuyun did not refuse. He smiled jokingly at Third Kaze Cage, turned and walked towards one tail Jinchuriki not far away. Don't think about it. Third Kaze Cage intentionally stopped. But at this time, the sword light of thunder was shining, and Third Kaze Cage had to defend it. Heitake knife technique thunder light cut. Heitake Sakumo's swordsmanship is extremely fast. Even sand and iron can be easily cut off. Speaking of which, I have never assassinated the shadow of a village. The achievement of the name of Konoha's White Fang, which shows that countless people have fallen under the swordsmanship of Heitake Sakumo. But for a character like the shadow of one village, Hey take has never tried it. Maybe, you are the shadow I killed for the first time. You guy, who thought I was carrying the name of the movie. This kind of disdainful remarks made Third Kazekage even more irritated. With Hey take Shimao, Third Kazekage can't stop Qingshan Ryuyun from doing anything. Now I can only focus all my attention on Hey take Sakumo. Ninfa Sand Iron Enchantment. Get serious. During the wave of his hand, the white fang short sword in his hand began to sparkle with dazzling brilliance. Hey take had a solemn face and looked directly at Third Kazekage. Such an opponent can't help but Hey take is not serious. I seem to remember that you are just an ordinary person, don't you beastly? Qingshan Ryuyun looked close in front of him, but there was still no blessing to move. Qingshan Ryuyun asked curiously. Donor. War will only bring disaster. Why not? Don't stop here. This is what Fanfu wants to say. Pity. Before he finished speaking, Qingshan Ryuyun kicked him over. Peng. Angrily kicked, the blessed figure turned into a black shadow and was kicked out. There is so much shit, Laozi almost thought that you live in a place other than Shinobi. In this dangerous ninja world, persuade others to stop. The brain is broken. Huh. 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 At the same time, the wind was blowing. The part of the blessing who was kicked and flew out, at this time, was falling in a big pit. There was a strong wind around, flying sand and rocks. Like a dust storm, the endless wind and sand began to gather in the direction of divided blessings. It started. After seeing this scene, Qingshan Ryuyun smiled. At the same time, those who noticed the situation couldn't help but stop. Xiao He is about to come out. Whether it's Sand Shinobi Village or Konoha Village, the hearts of all ninjas are a little heavy. After all, the power of the tail beast, when it comes to fighting, has always been the enemy and the enemy. Asterisk. Chapter 18 The Dragon Descends. Dragon's Breath Flame. Ha 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 ha. The figure hasn't appeared yet, but Xiao'erhe's sharp laughter has spread throughout the battlefield. Quarrel. Looking at the figure gradually condensed in the wind and sand. Qingshan Ryuyun is a bit disgusted, this is too slow. Come out and fight one by one. As for wasting so much time. Thinking of this, Qingshan Ryuyun adjusted his breath slightly. Some faint red light flashed in the dragon scale tattoo on the body. Dragon breath. Boom. The dragon's breath flame with the aura of destruction suddenly rushed to the figure in the sand. What is this? So hot, so hot, so hot. The cry of Xiao'erhe stopped abruptly, accompanied by the slightly panicked voice of Xiao'erhe. Boom. The dragon's breath flame also has an explosive effect. With a roar, the figure of Xiao'erhe was blasted out directly from the wind and sand. At the same time, Qingshan Ryuyun also stopped the dragon's breath. I was beaten out as soon as I came out. I have to say that this situation has greatly increased Konoha's confidence. Master Ryuyun is invincible. Sure victory. Long live Lord Ryuyun. Never mind that Qingshan Ryuyun is usually arrogant. But looking at Qingshan Ryuyun's appearance of Kamui, the ninja on Konoha's side cheered directly. This is a ninja. Others will not see how you are, only your strength. As long as you are strong enough, no matter how bad you are, no one would dare to say anything. Damn. 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 Xiao'erhe, who was blown out, said damn several times, and stood up again. A pair of coin's eyes, staring at the direction of Qingshan Ryuyun. Compared with the tens of meters high figure of Xiao'erhe, Qingshan Ryuyun at this time looks very small. But no one can ignore this tiny shadow. As soon as I came out, I saw the target that I wanted to kill, so good. With a face like a monster, smiling grimly. Ha ha. Facing such a Xiao'erhe, Qingshan Ryuyun chuckled twice, then suddenly laughed. Ha 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 ha. The hearty laughter, and the cruel battlefield around, formed a sharp contrast. "Why are you laughing?" Such a smile made Xiao'erhe a little impatient. "What do you mean, being an opponent with me, still smiling so happily, do you look down on me?" one-tail Xiao'erhe. "Ha ha ha." While laughing, Qingshan Ryuyun casually took the jacket and held it aside. The dragon scale tattoo on the body seemed to come alive, flashing a faint light from time to time. "So handsome." Yekara, who is being held back by the Ino, Shika, Cho trio. After taking a side look at Qingshan Ryuyun at this time, he couldn't help but sigh. A good man is always easy to be noticed. Seriously. Hearing this, Luo Sha on the side raised black lines on his forehead. "Did you know that this is a battlefield? You can actually praise your opponent for being handsome? Why don't you praise me?" Yekang also realized his failure to say something, and quickly regretted his gaze. "A mere human, are you looking down on me?" Xiao'erhe. "Ha ha ha ha. No. It's just the first time to be an opponent with a monster like you, which makes me a little happy." Qingshan Ryuyun smiled and explained. A pair of dragon-shaped vertical pupils, looking at Xiao'erhe with great joy. "Happy? This guy, his brain is broken, don't you know what he's talking about?" The laughter gradually disappeared. Qingshan Ryuyun grinned and looked directly at the tens of meters high Xiao'erhe. "Because it is more valuable only to defeat a monster like you. Just a mere human, go to death. What to say about defeating me? Let me defeat you first." The voice of Xiao'erhe sounded very sharp and harsh. Raising the monster-like arm, he slammed it down in the direction of Qingshan Ryuyun. Boom! A tail beast that is about tens of meters away, even if it is a simple action, is a disaster for most people. The palm of the monster suddenly landed on Qingshan Ryuyun's position. There was wind and sand all around. "You guy!" Xiao'erhe's copper coin eyes shrank slightly. Because Xiao'erhe felt that there was a strange force under his palm, and he steadily caught it. Raising both hands, catching the arm that Xiao'erhe smashed down. Qingshan Ryuyun laughed loudly. "Is this Xiao'erhe? Not so much. Go to hell. There is a limit to despise yourself again and again." Great breakthrough of infinite sand and dust. Xiaozhiru is the one who knows the most ninjutsu among all the tail beasts. Boom! 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 While the wind and sand are sweeping, Xiao'erhe's arms are constantly smashing towards where Qingshan Ryuyun is. "Go to die! Go to die! Go to die! Go to die!" An angry and sharp voice filled the entire desert. On the mother-in-law side of Cho who is using puppets to contain her feelings. After glancing at the angry Xiao'erhe, with a mocking smile, he looked at Tsunade. "It looks like your man is going away." The mother-in-law of the 1,000 generations had already investigated. Qingshan Ryuyun is the man of Tsunade. I thought that this would make Tsunade angry to the point of saying. Unfortunately, Tsunade punched back and flew away the puppet who wanted to get close to him. Taking a look at Morizuru who was in a runaway state, Tsunade smiled disdainfully. "How could the man my old lady likes be defeated so easily? The man who wants to defeat the old lady, a mere Xiao'erhe, is not enough." Tsunade is full of confidence in Qingshan Ryuyun. Tsunade's reaction caused the grandmother Kai's generation to frown. Qingshan Ryuyun's strength is unknown to the 1,000 generation mother-in-law. Is there any whole card? Yin. Just when most people thought that Qingshan Ryuyun would die in the hands of Xiao'erhe, a dragon roar spread throughout the battlefield. This is dumbfounded. Witnessed by countless pairs of eyes, a dragon, no less in shape than Xiao'erhe, roared out of the wind and sand. First, he caught Xiao'erhe's arm. Afterwards, dragon breath. In a state of complete beastization, Qingshan Ryuyun's dragon's breath rises in power. The explosion of dragon's breath flame enveloped the entire guard crane. Asterisk. Chapter 19 But Laozi. The strongest creature. Boom. 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 In the dragon's breath flame, the explosion sound is continuous. Ah. It can be seen that in this flame, the figure of Xiao'erhe is constantly struggling. I want to escape, I want to resist, but it's very difficult. The figures formed by the sand are almost showing signs of collapse. Putting away the dragon's breath flame, the dragon flying in the sky, a flick of its tail. I just guarded the crane and went out. At the same time, the figure of Xiao'erhe also collapsed directly, turning into a piece of sand. Xiao'erhe, defeated. How can it be? Who is that guy? Compared to Konoha's cheers. The ninjas of Sand Shinobi Village are a little unbelievable. The monsters that they have always believed in as disasters were defeated in such a simple way. It's incredible. Now I look at the dragon flying above the clouds with a distance of tens of meters. Everyone was a little silent. What is this thing? Huh. 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 In the desert, strong winds are blowing. The endless wind and sand began to gather again. Soon, Xiao'erhe's figure recovered again. Xiao'erhe is an aggregate of chakra, it is impossible to die, at most it is sealed. Xiao'erhe, who reunited, has no longer the arrogance he had before. Watching the dragon flying in the sky, Xiao'erhe's eyes of a pair of coins clearly flashed with jealousy. You guy, who the hell are you? This kind of thing is definitely not a tail beast. When did a new species appear in the ninja world, and in terms of strength, it is not weaker than the tail beast. Ha 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 ha. Shenlong spoke. What came was Qingshan Ryuyun's voice. This is me, this is the real strongest creature in the sea, land, and air. The mere beast. Dissipate it to me. With a roar, the dragon flew down from high altitude and rushed towards Xiao'erhe. Don't underestimate the tail beast. As a dignified one-tail, Xiao'erhe also has his own arrogance. Even if he knew the strength of the opponent, Xiao'erhe would never, just concede defeat in vain. Peng. 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 Between Xiao'erhe and Shenlong, there were deafening explosions. I saw that Shenlong fell from high in the sky again and again. Dragon claw. Dragon tail. Constantly BG on the tail beast. Xiao'erhe's newly condensed figure was shattered again. Damn it! A pair of copper coin eyes, staring at the dragon above the clouds. Kin. Around Xiao'erhe, there suddenly appeared some physical chakra visible to the naked eye. Constantly gather in front of Xiao'erhe, forming a chakra energy ball. And as more and more chakra gathered, this chakra energy ball is constantly changing. Tailed beast bomb. Qingshan Ryuyun floating above the clouds, after seeing Xiao'erhe's movements, a pair of beast pupils flashed clearly. It seems that Xiao'erhe has nothing to do. Even the most whole card tailed beast bomb is used. In that case, how could Qingshan Ryuyun choose to avoid it? While guarding the cranes to gather the tailed beast bomb. In the clouds, the dragon's mouth began to flicker some flames. Go to hell. Tailed beast bomb was successfully condensed, and Xiao'erhe roared in a harsh voice. Blew the tailed beast bomb in the direction of Qingshan Ryuyun. Dragon breath. Boom. Without any meaning to avoid, Qingshan Ryuyun used all the power that can be used at this stage. The constant roaring dragon's breath flame blasted towards the tailed beast bomb. The scorching flame will transform the already hot desert. The temperature increased by a few minutes. The dazzling light caused the people around to avoid it. I am the strongest creature. Seeing tailed beast bomb still stalemate with his dragon's breath, Qingshan Ryuyun roared. The power of the dragon's breath flame increased again. It directly covers the entire tailed beast bomb. Nani? Xiao'erhe on the ground was a little surprised. He even used his whole cards, but couldn't he play it? but the reality is that tailed beast bomb was shattered. Without hindrance, the dragon's breath flame once again enveloped the entire Xiao'erhe. Boom! 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 In the flames, bursts of explosions continued to come. What? I can still see the struggling voice of Xiao'erhe. But in the end, Xiao'erhe's voice became lighter and lighter until it disappeared completely. After the flames dissipated, there was no more Xiao'erhe here. Obviously, he was completely defeated. But the tail beast is immortal. I believe that it won't be long before the Xiao crane will be resurrected somewhere in the desert. It's just that if you want to seal the Xiao crane again, you need people from Sand Shinobi village. Moreover, Xiao crane was defeated, as Jinchuriki's part of the blessing, naturally disappeared. It seems that Sand Shinobi village not only needs to reseal the Xiao crane. I also need to find a new Jinchuriki. How can it be? Third Kazekage was a little shocked. His ultimate weapon of Ninja Village just failed? Looking at the dragon in the sky. The figure that covers the sky and the sun makes people feel like they cannot fight against it from the bottom of their hearts. Call. Not far from Third Kazekage, Heitake Sakamo, who was a little tired, adjusted his breathing slightly. To be honest, facing an opponent like Third Kazekage, even Heitake Sakamo is a bit tired. Of course, Third Kazekage is not much better at this time. His body is large and small, and many scars have been cut by Heitake Sakamo. Your Excellency Fenying, have you decided to surrender? The one-tailed Xiao'erhe as the ultimate weapon is gone. The failure of Sand Shinobi village is already foreseeable. Third Kazekage also knows this. But let Third Kazekage just admit his failure like this, it's still a bit unacceptable. I'm dignified Third Kazekage, don't you want to lose face? A man who deserves to be an old lady. On Tsunade's side, seeing that Xiao'erhe was defeated, he smiled happily. Hey! Old lady, continue to fight, your Sand Shinobi village will be no one. Now Konoha's advantage. Tsunade was talking, but he was not at all polite. Asterisk. Chapter 20 Top Conquerors Haki. The mother-in-law of the 1,000 generations did not speak. Just controlling the movements of the 10 people in Jinsang, they stopped. Turning his head, he looked not far away, Konoha's white fang who was facing Third Kazekage. A gleam of hatred flashed in his eyes. Puppetry attacked the sword. A row of shurikens connected by the chakra line under the control of the mother-in-law of the 1,000 generations flew to Heitake Sakamo at a fast speed. Tian Xiaofeed. As soon as she saw the mother-in-law's movements, Tsunade rushed over. One foot fell heavily on the ground. Peng. The cracked sand blocked the shuriken controlled by the 1,000 generation mother-in-law. You guy, do you still want to continue fighting? Raising his fist, Tsunade looked at the grandmother Kyande angrily. I thought the mother-in-law of the 1,000 generations was really ready to die and break the net. Humph. The mother-in-law of the 1,000 generations snorted coldly, and uploaded a series of bang, boom, boom. The sound of. I saw that the 10 people close to Songshan had been retracted back into the scroll. Call. The 1,000 generation mother-in-law can stop here, Tsunade can't help but feel relieved. Really scared. 1,000 generation mother-in-law will be so angry that she loses her mind and chooses to die. Ugh. After taking one last look at Heitake Sakamo, the grandmother 1,000 generations looked back. He still failed to avenge his son and daughter-in-law after all. But the mother-in-law of the 1,000 generations knows that if she continues to fight, she will become a sinner in Sand Shinobi village. Even if you don't care about prestige. But for the future of Sand Shinobi village, the mother-in-law of the 1,000 generations stopped here. At the same time, the Ino, Shika, Cho trio also stopped their movements. The young people now are really scary. Looking at Luasha and Yukang in front of him, Naradir couldn't help but sighed for a long time. Yamanaka Kiyaki and Akamaika Dingsa on the side nodded involuntarily. This is not a mockery. It is indeed Naraluyu's truest thought. You know, their generation of Ino, Shika, Cho can be said to be the best. In the case of teaming up, even the top cage level players can deal with it. But even so, facing Yekang and Logosha at the same time, it still feels very tricky. Humph. Yekang didn't feel anything, but Logosha let out a cold snort. In the face of Narashika's evaluation without any advantage, Rosa only felt very harsh. At this time, the gazes of all the ninjas in Sand Shinobi Village were tacitly looking in the direction of Third Kaze Cage. Morale is so low that it can't be lower. It's denying losing, it can only be said by Third Kaze Cage. If Third Kaze Cage does not admit failure, even if he knows that he will continue to fight, he will not be defeated. But these Sand Shinobi will still choose to continue fighting. Fists clenched tightly, Third Kaze Cage was a little speechless, so unwilling. Obviously, all the power of Sand Shinobi Village has been assembled, but why has it failed? Is it true that your own Sand Shinobi Village is really inferior to Konoha? Why, are you still going to continue fighting? At this time, Tsunade, the commander-in-chief of Konoha, also walked over and looked at Third Kaze Cage mockingly. Don't be too much, no matter what, I am also the Third Kaze Cage of Sand Shinobi Village. Whispering sound. He curled his lips. Although he was a little bit disdainful, Tsunade still did not choose to continue. Yin. Just when the atmosphere is deadlocked. In the sky, Qingshan Ryuyun's dragon chant suddenly came. What's wrong? Everyone looked at the sky curiously. At Sand Shinobi Village, I thought what happened to Qingshan Ryuyun. When he was fighting with Xiao Erhe, Qingshan Ryuyun was also injured. Without waiting for them to rejoice, everyone felt that there was a heavy weight on their shoulders. No one knows. At this time, Qingshan Ryuyun's mind is echoing the system prompts. The fit reaches 70%. The advanced Conqueror's Haki evolved into the top Conqueror's Haki. The previous battle with Third Kaze Cage, coupled with the fact that I have just defeated one-tail Xiao Erhe. The fit of Qingshan Ryuyun has increased to 70%. Conqueror's Haki has also evolved to the top. The sudden increase in strength caused Qingshan Ryuyun to growl. Yin. The roar of dragons kept coming. I saw that in Qingshan Ryuyun's twin dragon's vertical pupils, scarlet rays of light began to flash. Centered on Qingshan Ryuyun, an invisible force spread to the battlefield. With the Overlord's aura, even Third Kaze Cage and others felt suffocated. What kind of power is this? Can a person's aura really reach this point? No, that guy seems to be a real monster. This guy has become stronger again. On the contrary, Tsunade and others, who were still a little worried, all smiled. It's easy to see. Such a roar is because Qingshan Ryuyun's own strength has increased a lot. What a monster! Even Heitake Sakumo couldn't help sighing with emotion. As we all know, when a person's strength reaches a certain height, it is already very difficult to make progress. How is it like Qingshan Ryuyun, which changes every day? It's just that Heitake Sakumo sighed like this. It makes Tsunade on the side look dangerous. Dare you say that the old lady's man is a monster? Heitake said he was wronged. Take a good look at that guy in the sky, why doesn't he look like a monster anymore? Of course, Heitake did not dare to say this directly to Tsunade. Afraid of being beaten. Boom. Suddenly, someone fainted to the ground because he couldn't hold Qingshan Ryuyun's haki. Like a reminder signal. Beginning one after another, some people are in a coma after all. Under the control of Qingshan Ryuyun, these fainted to the ground are all ninjas from Sand Shinobi Village. Seeing this, how could Third Kaze Cage continue to be silent? Enough. Stop, I have ninjutsu in Sand Shinobi Village. Even if it is not reconciled in my heart, compared with the future of Sand Shinobi Village, Third Kazekage still chose to give in. Ah! The dragon in the sky gave a snort of disdain. The figure began to fall from above the clouds. Asterisk. Chapter 21 Ninja World War. End. The figure still shrinks. Soon it became Qingshan Ryuyun's original appearance. Boom. After falling on the ground again, layers of wind and sand were set off. Be handsome. Qingshan Ryuyun raised his brow lightly and looked in the direction of Tsunade. I wanted to see Tsunade's little admiring gaze. But unexpectedly. Being handsome deliberately, you don't want to find another woman. While speaking, Tsunade's eyes flashed dangerously. Qingshan Ryuyun did not answer, but looked at Tsunade rather speechlessly. Still unreasonable? This is just a joke, after all, it's still standing on the battlefield. Qingshan Ryuyun and Tsunade did not continue to say anything, they all looked in the direction of Third Kazekage. Ugh. Although a little unwilling, Third Kazekage sighed and continued. This war, Sand Shinobi Village lost, the war, let's stop here. After saying this, Third Kazekage felt somewhat relieved in his heart. This damn second ninja battle is finally over. The 1000th-generation mother-in-law who has already walked over, with a calm face, stood by the side without saying a word. After Third Kazekage finished speaking, he looked at the Konoha group in front of him and scanned for a while. The most important thing is Qingshan Ryuyun. It was this previously unknown strong man who changed the final course of this war. According to Third Kazekage. If it weren't for the combat power of Qingshan Ryuyun, defeated them Sand Shinobi Village's ultimate weapon, one-tail shower he. The final result must be their Sand Shinobi Village winning. Unfortunately, there are not so many ifs. Withdrawing his gaze, Third Kazekage turned around and was about to take his person from Sand Shinobi Village and left. I've already lost the battle. Instead of staying here as a shame, I might as well leave early. Hey! Looking at the back of Third Kazekage, Tsunade called out directly. Don't forget the decisive time and go to Konoha to discuss compensation issues. Konoha is now the victor, and everything he says seems very confident. Humph. Third Kazekage gave a cold snort, did not answer, just accelerated the pace of leaving. Ah! Tsunade smiled disdainfully. This is the so-called strongest wind shadow in the history, I don't think so much. Next, after all the Sand Shinobi Village ninjas left dejectedly. On the entire battlefield, there are now only Konoha Shinobi led by Qingshan Ryuyun and Tsunade. Everyone's eyes. They all looked at the commander-in-chief of this battle, Senju Tsunade. Everyone. Waving his arms and shouting. To meet everyone's gaze, Tsunade laughed and roared. We have won. When the voice fell, all the Konoha Shinobi, all boiled. Victory. The war is over. We Konoha won. Go home, I can finally go home. After so many years of fighting for the Second Ninja War, it is finally over. Some people were happy and cried directly. An atmosphere of joy filled the entire battlefield. The people in Sand Shinobi Village just not far away can still hear Konoha's cheers. Compared with Konoha's cheers. As the loser, Sand Shinobi, one by one, all dejected. Not only was defeated, but even the fighting spirit was defeated. What frustrated? At this time, only Third Kazekage, as the commander-in-chief, is qualified to stand up and reinvigorate morale. Although we failed this time, we are still alive. Sand Shinobi Village still has hope. One day, Sand Shinobi, we will definitely defeat Konoha. Third Kazekage will never admit it. Sand Shinobi, who is in command, will be inferior to Konoha. Yes. Although the effect is not very good, it is still a bit useful. At least the frustrated people, at this time, have renewed their determination. Yes. They are still alive. The future is still full of hope. Master Fenying. When Third Cage nodded in satisfaction, Luo Sha on the side suddenly said, as if thinking of something. Third Cage turned his head and looked at Luosha. Master Fenying, discuss compensation with Konoha next, let me go. It's definitely impossible for Third Cage to go to such a discussion. Unrealistic. Let Third Cage, the master of Sand Shinobi Village, as the defeated party, go to Konoha to discuss compensation issues. Isn't this the same as sending Sand Shinobi Village's face to Konoha fan? Although Third Cage cannot go, the status of those who go to negotiate cannot be too low. Among the new generation of powerhouses, Luosha and Yukang are the ones most in line with this point. Yukang had no idea. But Luosha had some careful thoughts. This matter is not dangerous. It's a vain opportunity to make merits, if you don't go for nothing. Third Cage did not speak, but took a deep look at Luo Sha. As if I could see Luo Sha's careful thoughts. Luo Sha is thinking about the position of the wind and shadow, and Third Cage has known this for a long time, but she doesn't care about it. It's good to have a dream. Only when you have a dream can you know how to become stronger. Third Cage likes ambitious people. At this time, the 1000th-generation mother-in-law on the side said lightly. Negotiations are not for you, let Yukang go. Yukang was still a little confused when he was named by name. Yukang didn't know the stakes involved. If Sand Shinobi Village had to negotiate on his own, Yukang would not refuse. You. Luo Sha looked at the mother-in-law of the 1000 generations viciously. Luo Sha had long noticed that this old fellow valued Yukang more. Unexpectedly, now he would stand up directly and speak for Yukang. Luo Sha was a little unwilling. But compared to her status, Luo Sha really dare not say anything to the 1000th-generation mother-in-law. It was Third Cage. After hearing this opinion, he glanced at the mother-in-law of the 1000 generations faintly. If I remember correctly, after this war is over, you have no rights at Sand Shinobi Village. Similarly, there is no right to participate in the recall discussion. This is the condition that the mother-in-law of the 1000 generations agreed in order to get Third Cage to agree to continue the war. Give up all your power in Sand Shinobi Village. Asterisk. Chapter 22. Are you bullying? The old man knows what he is talking about. The grandmother 1000 generations narrowed her eyes and glanced at Third Cage. There is no flicker in the eyes. Just no. Third Cage is really afraid that the mother-in-law of 1000 generations will fall back. After all, Third Cage really can't have a temper if it's reckless. In fact, after experiencing the demise of his son and daughter-in-law, the mother-in-law of 1000 generations has no idea of continuing to fight. If possible, the mother-in-law of the 1000 generations only hopes to stay in Sand Shinobi Village in peace. For daily tasks, just teach little Sasori. The old man just thinks that Elosa's temper is not suitable for negotiation. After saying this, the 1000 generation mother-in-law didn't say much anymore. Just walk on the side quietly. Why do you say that I have a bad temper? Luo Sha pointed to the 1000 generation mother-in-law unconvincedly and shouted. The people around couldn't help but flip through Byakugan. Just like that, you still dare to say that you have a good temper? Okay. Third Cage waved his hand, interrupting Luo Sha's desire to continue the argument. Master Fenying. In Luo Sha's opinion. At this time, the mother-in-law of the 1000 generations has no rights anymore. Although you need to respect each other on the surface. But inwardly, Luo Sha already disagrees with the 1000 generation mother-in-law. But for Third Cage, Luo Sha still respects him very much. In Luo Sha's view, Third Cage could stand up and confront the grandmother of the 1000 generations. Obviously, I value myself more. Master Fenying, don't worry, I will definitely have a good talk with Konoha, and strive to get more benefits for our Sand Shinobi village. Luosha made a vowed guarantee on her face. Third Kazekage, who is on the side of the ear, is a little speechless. Who said you want to negotiate? Thousand-generation mother-in-laws can see Luosha's temper, how could Third Kazekage not see it? I said that before, but I just wanted to let the thousand-generation mother-in-law understand. Now Sand Shinobi village, it's his Third Kazekage who has the final say. As for supporting Luosha, Third Kazekage flipped a Byakugan in angrily. You guy, don't just make up your own brain casually. Let you negotiate? I'm afraid it's not just talking, let's go to war again. On this point, Third Kazekage's views are similar to those of the mother-in-law. The steady Yekang is more suitable for this. Yekang. Thinking of this, Third Kazekage turned to look at Yekang. In the next few days, I will trouble you to visit Konoha. No problem. Yekang nodded decisively, it was just a matter of negotiation. For Sand Shinobi village, Yekang doesn't mind making trouble for himself. But Luosha on the side was a little embarrassed. Under what circumstances, isn't Third Kazekage supporting itself? Why did you find Yekang again? Noting the changes in Luosha, and keeping the idea of not being biased against one another, Third Kazekage came over and patted Luosha on the shoulder. Don't worry, I still have more important tasks, I need you. Yes. Not daring to hesitate, Luosha hurriedly responded. Sure, he needs to be sealed again, then you can go with me. Luosha's placer gold is heavier than ordinary sand. I'm very restrained from guarding the crane. Ah, this. Luosha was a little silent. Reseal the tail beast? It sounds more important than the task of negotiation. But it's even more dangerous, that's one tail shower he. Not to mention that you will die, but you will definitely be injured when the time comes. Why, you don't want to? Third Kazekage narrowed his eyes and looked at Luosha. No, no, no. Luosha shook his head quickly, joking, in front of so many Sand Shinobi, how could Luosha dare to speak directly? Not to mention. Thinking about it this way, Third Kazekage is willing to take himself to perform such a dangerous task, it must be because he values himself more. Thinking of this, Luosha immediately became energetic. It's very hopeful that I will become the next Fenying. Suddenly, Luosha looked at Yekang with a triumphant look. Look, in the eyes of Master Fenying, I am more important than you. But Yekang didn't know Luosha's thoughts. Seeing Luosha raising her eyebrows, she thought she had any thoughts about herself. Hastily retreated to the side with a bitter cold. What do you mean, dislike Laozi? Dislike Laozi so much? I'm going to run away. Hello. Yekang didn't care about Luosha's inner thoughts. Instead, he thought that he would go to Konoha next time. At that time, I will definitely see that man again, right? Yekang's little heart is beating a little abnormally. The figure with the Haki dragon scale tattoo is still in Yekara's mind, lingering. What's wrong? It was a thousand-generation mother-in-law, who seemed to see Yekang's panic and asked curiously. It's nothing. The fantasy was interrupted. Yekang, who noticed the surrounding situation, shook his head quickly. Just because of the battle just now, I received some injuries. Really? Then I will go to have a good rest. The mother-in-law and others didn't doubt anything, and nodded. There was only Luosha, whispered in a low voice. Is this hurt? It's really weak, I really am more suitable for the position of Fenying. Brother, what's the matter? Third Kazekage, who was walking by the side, flipped Byakugan in angrily. Knowing that you dream of becoming Fenying. But I haven't stepped down yet. Now you are directly in front of Laozi, saying that you are suitable for the position of Fenying. What do you mean, look down on me, Third Kazekage? Right here at Sand Shinobi Village, when discussing post-war matters. Konoha. In this temporary camp, Tsunade, as the commander-in-chief, directly organized a celebration. Take out all the materials prepared in advance. Let everyone eat and drink, and go back tomorrow. I thought that this battle would take a while. I didn't expect this to end on the first day. It's a pity, I thought I could beat people more. In the camp, Tsunade, drinking wine, said with a pity on his face. During the war, ninjas can't drink. For Tsunade, this is almost like farting. When did my Tsunade be a rule-abiding person? Asterisk. Chapter 23. Are you well known in Konoha? In the camp, in addition to Tsunade, there are Qingshan Ryuyun and Heitake Shimao. And the Ino, Shika, Cho trio of Narashika. Except for Tsunade and Qingshan Ryuyun, two unruly guys drinking. Heitake Shumo and others at the side were drinking tea honestly. For Tsunade's side, Heitake Sakumo and Naraluku flipped a Byakugan together. It's really violent. It is estimated that in Konoha, only Qingshan Ryuyun can control Tsunade. Naraluku and Tsunade's relationship is so-so, it's hard to say anything. But Heitake Shimao has no scruples. He laughed and joked. If you want to fight, you can find your man. I believe Ryuyun will be able to fight for you. Tsunade didn't speak, but just glared at Heitake Sakumo. The old lady wanted to fight, but she didn't want to be beaten. How could Tsunade not know? With Qingshan Ryuyun's strength, he slammed himself firmly. Speaking of it, how come I have never heard you say that you can become like that? Although Qingshan Ryuyun has shown the power of half-dragon before. But this is the first time that the complete dragonization like today has been shown. You didn't ask too much. Shrugging, Qingshan Ryuyun, who poured himself a drink, said casually with a full face. For their own strength. Qingshan Ryuyun never concealed anything. Basically you asked, I just said. I'm not afraid that others will be targeted for this. Just kidding, I'm the strongest creature in sea, land, and air, and the thing I'm most afraid of is being targeted. Of course, if others don't ask. Qingshan Ryuyun will not appear boring and tell others about his abilities. Tsunade is a bit dumb, and it makes a reasonable explanation. But it turns into a dragon directly, so powerful, even Xiao'er is not an opponent. Heitake Sakumo on the side after hearing such words. Even if he knew that Qingshan Ryuyun still hides his strength. But after seeing it, Heitake Shimao was still taken aback. Is this amazing? Holding the wine glass, just suffocate it? Qingshan Ryuyun raised his eyebrows, smiled lightly and looked at Heitake Shimao. You will see even more powerful in the future. Just kidding, Qingshan Ryuyun's complete animalization is not the strongest state yet. At this time, the template fit of Qingshan Ryuyun only reached 70%. Can't use the power of this monster species devil fruit perfectly. When the fit improves in the future, Qingshan Ryuyun's strength will become even stronger. Can it be stronger? Qingshan Ryuyun's words made Heitake Shimao and Naraluyu and the others stunned together. No one meant to doubt. It's just that the evaluation of Qingshan Ryuyun in my heart has improved a bit. In the ninja world, people with strength are always recognized, let alone recognized. In addition, Qingshan Ryuyun doesn't care about talking about his own abilities. Let Heitake Sakumo and Naraluku have a feeling of being wooed. Come on. Keep drinking. Good. All night, this temporary camp was immersed in a cheerful atmosphere. Good. Good. Konoha at this time, in the Hokage building. Although it is midnight, it is still brightly lit. Looking at the information in his hand, uploaded from the battlefield, Sarutobi Hiruzen was full of joy. Call. The war was finally over, Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart relaxed a bit. Originally, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that this war would be fought for a while. But I didn't expect that the war would end on the first day. Not only defeated Sand Shinobi Village, but also ended the second long ninja war. So good. These are all Konoha's excellent ninjas. It's just that, looking at the news that Qingshan Ryuyun turned into a dragon and defeated One-Tail Xiao'er, this made Sarutobi lower his eyebrows for a while. Has it grown to this point? The growth of Qingshan Ryuyun is so fast. It's only been a long time since the tail beast can be defeated. Fine. The only thing Sarutobi Hiruzen feels fortunate is that Qingshan Ryuyun has nothing to think about. Although I like challenging the strong, it's not really ambitious. Of course, it's not without trouble. After all. Boom. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts were flying around, the door of Hokage's office was directly pushed open. Danzo's figure walked in from outside. Hiruzen, have you seen it? News of the battle between Hatake Sakumo and Third Kage. I thought I would tell myself something about Qingshan Ryuyun. But I didn't expect that he actually talked about Hatake Shimao. Although puzzled, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. What's wrong? Don't you think that after experiencing this incident, this Konoha's White Fang's reputation in Konoha has surpassed you and me? Danzo sneered. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not speak. Just looked at Danzo suspiciously. It's almost beyond me. Beyond you? Do you have any reputation in Konoha? Hiruzen. Danzo is not a fool. When Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at him with such a look, Danzo instantly understood what the other party meant. Waiting for Sarutobi Hiruzen with annoyed eyes. Ahaha. Sorry. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled awkwardly. Hatake is a good Konoha shinobi. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied faintly. This is the answer given by Sarutobi Hiruzen. I realized that Sarutobi Hiruzen would say so. Danzo didn't care at all. Instead he laughed. Do you think that with the relationship between Qingshan Ryuyun and Hatake Shimao, if something goes wrong with Hatake Shimao, Qingshan Ryuyun would just look at it like this? Danzo never, because Sarutobi Hiruzen would be a good person. If Hatake's reputation really grows to an uncontrollable level, Sarutobi Hiruzen will definitely do it. But now, with the existence of Qingshan Ryuyun, the situation is different. You know, Qingshan Ryuyun never abides by the rules. Annoyed him. I really dare to chase Hokage in front of all Konoha shinobi. Humph. Think about it. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen like this, Danzo knew that his purpose of coming here was achieved. After speaking with a sneer, he turned and left. Sarutobi Hiruzen is left alone, thinking silently. Asterisk. Chapter 24. If you say that, we are good friends. In the Land of Fire at this time, under the leadership of Tsunade, the ninjas in charge of this battle began to return to Konoha in an orderly manner. When compared, that kind of solemn atmosphere. On the way back, the atmosphere in the crowd was very relaxed. After all, they agreed to the battlefield, and they had nothing to worry about. From time to time, I can hear the voice of some people talking. For these, Tsunade didn't care about it. Can't you talk about it after winning the war? Tsunade itself is not a serious person. Qingshan Ryuyun, who was next to him, first glanced at his current character template, and then smiled with satisfaction. God-level template system. The first template, 4 Emperors Kaido. Fit, 70.5%. Template ability, Advanced Armament Haki. Advanced Observation Haki. Top Conquerors Haki. Devil Fruit. Bloodline, none. This time, the biggest gain is the power of Conquerors Haki. Promoted to the top. Speaking of which, do you want to continue to fight with the tail beasts? Thinking inwardly. In fact, Qingshan Ryuyun did not expect that defeating the tail beast would actually increase so much fit. Thinking of this, Qingshan Ryuyun thought of the current Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Kushina. Looks like it's still in Jonin's school. Find a chance to slap her in the past, simple. Uzumaki Kushina, who is still attending a ninja school. I don't know yet, I have been targeted by Qingshan Ryuyun. You didn't mean it on purpose. At this moment, Qingshan Ryuyun's soft voice suddenly came from the side of Qingshan Ryuyun. Withdrawing his mind, Qingshan Ryuyun looked at Tsunade suspiciously. Intentionally what? Of course it is deliberately and generously to speak out their abilities. Qingshan Ryuyun himself still has some doubts. But Tsunade seemed to notice something. First, he glanced at Heitake Sakumo and Narashika Ise who were not far away. I looked at Qingshan Ryuyun with a face that I had seen a long time ago. In this case, you can harvest the kindness of Heitake Sakumo and Narashika Ise. Tsunade found out a long time ago. After experiencing Qingshan Ryuyun's unabashed statement last night. Whether it is Heitake Shimao or Naraluyu, seeing Qingshan Ryuyun's eyes, they all recognize it even more. Heitake Sakumo will not talk about it? The name of Konoha's White Fang is not a joke. Although Naraluyu is not as strong as Heitake Sakumo, his position in Konoha is completely different. The Ino, Shika, Cho tribes are linked together. Again the faithful Hokage faction. The Nara family is rich in talents with high IQ, and the Nara family basically manages Konoha's medicines. The secret technique of the Yamanaka clan is most suitable for interrogation. The Akamika clan's technique of making Bingliang pills is the best in the ninja world. And most of Konoha's yakiniku businesses are owned by the Akamika clan. In front of Qingshan Ryuyun, Tsunade doesn't need to care about anything. I directly talked about the stakes of Heitake Shumo and Ino, Shika, Cho in Konoha. Qingshan Ryuyun was stunned at first. But the more I listened, the stranger Qingshan Ryuyun's face became. The brows were all raised. Does that mean that I don't need to pay any more when I go to the Akamika family's rotisserie in the future? Tsunade was a little silent. The old lady said so much, did you realize this? Moreover, when you went to the barbecue restaurant, you never paid for it? Because the sound did not converge. Qingshan Ryuyun's words were also heard by Akamika Dingza not far away. As the contemporary patriarch of the Akamika clan, Akamika Dingza still doesn't mind. If Ryuyun-kun goes to the Akamika family barbecue restaurant in the future, they can eat it for free. Akamika Dingza gave a silly smile. Although it looks silly, but if it's really stupid, then how could the Akamika clan have been passed down from the Sengoku era to the present? Compared to the money for barbecue, it's more beneficial to the family to befriend a strong like Qingshan Ryuyun. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Qingshan Ryuyun laughed directly. I walked to the side of Akamika Dingza and hugged Akamika Dingza. Although Akamika Dingza is much better than most ninjas. But compared with Qingshan Ryuyun, it still looks a little small. From now on, you will be my good friend. Laozi's friends who can make me eat without paying are Laozi's friends. Ha ha. Akamika Dingza also smiled. However, the appearance of being held on his shoulders makes Akamika Dingza somewhat uncomfortable, but it is hard to say anything. Yamanaka Kiyaki and Narashika Ise on the side? They all glanced at Akamika Dingza with admiration. Ino, Shika, Cho Tribal Alliance. Akamika and Qingshan Ryuyun made friends. It also means that the Ino, Shika, Cho tribes have friendship with Qingshan Ryuyun at the same time. Ugh. In this situation, Tsunade on the side could not help but sigh. Sure enough, my old lady is thinking too much. Qingshan Ryuyun didn't have the plan to calculate so many things. It should be just a coincidence. When Tsunade leads all the ninjas back. As Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, he has led all the ninjas and has been waiting here for a long time. The patriarchs of the ninja clan in Konoha came over to greet them with face. Okay. Okay. I really deserve to be my disciple. Seeing Tsunade walking in, Sarutobi Hiruzen stretched his brows and smiled happily. First praised Tsunade for a while. Then he glanced at the rest of the ninjas, all of them glanced. You. All Konoha's heroes. Solemnly. In the eyes of others, Sarutobi Hiruzen is like a good Hokage who has dedicated himself to Konoha. I have to say that Sarutobi Hiruzen's acting skills have won the admiration of many people. Some people are even more moved and cry. For Konoha! For Konoha! For Konoha! Asterisk. Chapter 25 A Roar. Don't be afraid of me anymore. On the way to the Hokage building. There will be some civilians on the side who are talking about it. Look, that is Master Qingshan Ryuyun. It looks amazing. I heard he was the one who ended this war. Bravo. No way, walking with a group of thin people. Qingshan Ryuyun is so burly, it's really unique. Especially the special dragon scale tattoo on the body, and the confident smile on the corner of the mouth. A kind of masculinity rushed to the face. None of these discussions have converged. Not only Qingshan Ryuyun heard it, but even the others on the side heard it. What to do? I really want to marry him. So handsome. The sudden argument made Tsunade, who was following Qingshan Ryuyun, suddenly raised his eyebrows. Turning his head and looking at those little fans who are staring at Qingshan Ryuyun with their faces full of admiration, Tsunade smiles very dangerously. At the same time, Qingshan Ryuyun deliberately made Laozi look fierce. Glared at these people. Unfortunately, if it were before, these people would probably be frightened back and forth again and again. But with the halo of heroes of Konoha, not only were those people not scared. On the contrary, I seemed to like it better. So fierce, more handsome. Ah! I like it. Master Ryuyun, I want to marry you. Some brave people shouted directly. Withdrawing his gaze, Qingshan Ryuyun couldn't help scratching his head. Well. How do you feel that my majesty has become lower? I'm not afraid of myself anymore. What's going on, little girls? You are not afraid of me anymore, so Laozi is very dumb. Hey. You shouldn't be happy at this time, right? Tsunade on the side, after hearing this, flipped a Byakugan angrily. So many little fans are clamoring to marry Qingshan Ryuyun. It would be weird if Tsunade had no idea. Are you jealous? Qingshan Ryuyun looked at Tsunade in surprise, but unexpectedly, Tsunade would be jealous. How is it possible? My old lady won't be jealous. Tsunade turned his head decisively. Said that he did not want to entangle with Qingshan Ryuyun on this issue at all. Ha ha ha. Qingshan Ryuyun laughed loudly after seeing Tsunade like this. He directly raised his hand and took Tsunade's shoulder. A little cute. Little Tsunade. Call me that again and beat you up. Ha 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 ha. Seeing the interruption between Qingshan Ryuyun and Tsunade, everyone around them smiled kindly. In the crowd, except for those who tout Qingshan Ryuyun. There are also people who tout Heitake Shimao. I heard Lord Whitefang this time, but it has dragged third Kaze Cage. What's holding it? It's obviously defeated. I feel that Master Whitefang is fully qualified to be the next Hokage. Other touted, Sarutobi Hiruzen just smiled. But when I heard someone actually said that Heitake is fully qualified to be the next Hokage, the smile on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face became a little stiff. Fortunately, Sarutobi Hiruzen's castle was enough, and he quickly recovered. Others didn't notice, but Danzo, who was walking next to Sarutobi Hiruzen, noticed. It's the same as I planned. Hiruzen. To shut up. Danzo just wanted to say something, but was directly reprimanded by Sarutobi Hiruzen softly. Shrugged, Danzo didn't continue to say anything. After the war, those ninjas who came back from the battlefield, and their family Danzo. Of course, as for those who lost their families, there is no way. After all, this is the cruelty that belongs to the battlefield. No one can guarantee it. I can survive the war steadily. Tsunade, Ryuyun, and everyone. You are all Konoha's heroes. In Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed. No matter what, at least as a Hokage, the superficial effort must be enough. About the next negotiation. At Sand Shinobi Village, ninjas will be dispatched in a few days to come over to discuss negotiation issues. After getting a definite answer, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with satisfaction. It just so happened that Konoha also lost a lot in this war. It happens to be able to make up for something through negotiation. No way, who makes Konoha the winner? As for the negotiation, leave it to us. At this time, Yuditen Koharu and Mitokato Homura stood up together. After all, it is Konoha's elder, it is impossible not to do nothing. Did not have the guts to rush to the battlefield. But in Konoha, it is still possible to negotiate with the defeated side. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded after thinking for a while. I can see that Yuditen Koharu and Mitokato Homura just want to attack, such a small thing, there is no way to refuse. Others won't say anything, but Qingshan Ryuyun is different. After noticing Yuditen Koharu's little proud look, Qingshan Ryuyun turned directly to Byakugan and said, Hey! Let you go to negotiate, I'm afraid it's not that you can't talk about anything. Qingshan Ryuyun's contempt, but it didn't constrain at all. Especially since this Hokage office is so big, everyone has heard it. Qingshan Ryuyun. Don't think that if you win a war, you will be lawless. Qingshan Ryuyun again? Yuditen Koharu stared directly at Qingshan Ryuyun. I was despised once before. Now again. If you admit to counseling again, then you, the elder, will be shameless. Is not it? Others will take into account the identities of these people, but Qingshan Ryuyun alone will not. Just like you, it's great to deal with your own people. Dealing with people from other villages is all to the bone. Let you go to the negotiation, you can talk about it. This is the truth. After becoming elders, Yuditen Koharu and Mitokato Homura, large and small, were responsible for many negotiations. But no matter who the opponent is, whether it is weak or strong, at the end of the negotiation, there is always no clue. It can only be said that there is no loss, but Konoha can't make any profit. I have to say that Konoha can have Yuditen Koharu and Mitokato Homura, two crouching dragon and phoenix chicks, which is also amazing. It is strange that the future is not decayed. Asterisk. Chapter 26 As long as I counsel fast enough, I won't be beaten. When I get older, I stay at home honestly, I have nothing to raise fish, what kind of thing I am, don't I have any points in my heart? Qingshan Ryuyun's eyes were contemptuous. I didn't conceal the disgust in my tone. Why didn't you see you being so active when the war was going on? Cosplay the dog on the side. Pooh. You. Yuditen Koharu's face was a little red, and he was so angry. Pointing at Qingshan Ryuyun tremblingly, a little frustrated. After all, everything Qingshan Ryuyun said is a fact. Yuditen Koharu is indeed stunned, really daring to be on the battlefield ahead. Qingshan Ryuyun. I don't know how to return to blog. The angry Yuditen Koharu, like an evil spirit, shouts this Qingshan Ryuyun. Grandpa is here, just let it go. Compared with the angry Yuditen Koharu, Qingshan Ryuyun's face is boring. I don't care at all. Yuditen Koharu walked quickly to the front of Qingshan Ryuyun. The people on the side gave way to the side with a tacit understanding, for fear of being hurt by mistake. There are many people in Konoha who criticize these two elders. but the only one who has the courage to speak out is Qingshan Ryuyun. Qingshan Ryuyun. You presumptuous. You. Walking quickly to Yudatan Koharu in front of Qingshan Ryuyun, he pointed directly at Qingshan Ryuyun and cursed. No matter what. Yudatan Koharu felt that he needed to show some majesty as the elder Konoha. Don't believe it, does Qingshan Ryuyun really dare to do it? However, what happened next was not just Yudatan Koharu himself. Together with the other people in this office, they are a little confused. Boom. Before Yudatan Koharu finished speaking, Qingshan Ryuyun slapped it with a backhand. With great strength, Yudatan Koharu turned directly in mid-air for several consecutive laps before landing on the ground. When he fell to the ground, half of Yudatan Koharu's face was already swollen. His face was dumbfounded, obviously he did not expect that Qingshan Ryuyun actually dared to do it. Yudatan Koharu, who fell to the ground, raised his hand and just wanted to point to Qingshan Ryuyun, saying something. But. Boom. Qingshan Ryuyun kicked again and kicked it directly. You're his grandfather, are you shameless? Are you shameless? Without saying a word, Qingshan Ryuyun kicked. As if it's a bit of a hatred. However, anyone with a discerning eye can see that Qingshan Ryuyun is still holding back some strength. Otherwise, it's like Yudatan Koharu, Qingshan Ryuyun kicks. Yudatan Koharu is gone. I'm the elder of Konoha. Yudatan Koharu is still holding his own identity. Elder, your uncle. Qingshan Ryuyun directly picked up the Hokage office on the side with one hand, and hit Yudatan Koharu on the ground. Boom. The desk shattered in an instant. Yudatan Koharu also fainted completely. Smelly shameless, I have to beat you up, right? Seeing this, Qingshan Ryuyun adjusted his breath slightly. I patted the vain dust on my body, his face was full of disgust. I was not at all worried because I had just beaten Elder Konoha. The sudden situation shocked everyone. When everyone reacted, Yudatan Koharu had passed out. Quick! Tsunade! Quick! Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly stood up and pointed to Tsunade. After all, the only medical ninjutsu here is Tsunade. Understood. I waved his hand impatiently. If he could, Tsunade really didn't want to help. This old guy, Tsunade also hates him a lot. Giving Qingshan Ryuyun an admiring look, Tsunade crouched in front of Yudatan Koharu, checking. After a while, Tsunade stood up strangely. How's it going? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked quickly. After all, how can I say it, I am also my former companion. It's nothing, it just looks very heavy, but there is not much injury, it will be better after a while. Having said that, Tsunade looked strange. After all, Yudatan Koharu seems to be beaten to death. But Tsunade checked it and found out. Yudatan Koharu suffered a lot of injuries, but no fatal injuries, that is, it looks serious and will heal soon. How can it be? Sarutobi Hiruzen hasn't said anything yet. Mitokado Homura on the side immediately followed. How could there be nothing, are you careless to check? After all, it looks like you don't want to be okay. Are you underestimating my medical ninjutsu? Tsunade glared angrily. What else Mitokado Homura wants to say? But Qingshan Ryuyun, who was standing next to Tsunade, stared directly at him. You want to lie down too? Some nonsense, Mitokado Homura silently took a step back. Compared to Yudatan Koharu, Mitokado Homura likes herself better. Hey! I'm so embarrassed. Qingshan Ryuyun is a little boring. I thought this Mitokado Homura could be a little bit fierce, and I didn't have a chance to continue to do it. For Qingshan Ryuyun's unabashed look of regret. Mitokado Homura didn't say anything on the surface, but his heart was already roaring. Don't think I can't see it, You just want to find a reason to beat me. Want to beat me? Impossible. As long as I admit it quickly enough, you won't have a chance to beat me. Although a bit embarrassing, it is unexpectedly practical. Tsunade. Koharu, this. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, can only stand up and speak. After all, as the shadow of a village, it is impossible for Sarutobi Hiruzen to just sit and watch an elder of Konoha. It's not a big deal. If you don't believe it, just send it to the hospital for an examination. It just looks heavy. Having said that, Tsunade turned his head and looked at Qingshan Ryuyun with a face full of surprises. I didn't expect Qingshan Ryuyun to have this ability. Beating people like this, but nothing happened, amazing. Haha. Qingshan Ryuyun didn't panic at all. After noticing Tsunade's gaze, Qingshan Ryuyun moved his wrist and said with a smile. I'm still very experienced in beating people, do you want to learn? Asterisk. Chapter 27 Real Ninja. Sure. Tsunade smiled cheerfully. After all, Tsunade also knows that his own shots are a bit insignificant. If you are not careful, it is really possible to kill people. If you learn how to beat people like this, you won't have any scruples in the future. Ha ha ha. Qingshan Ryuyun smiled. Don't worry, it's very simple. It is estimated that you will be able to learn it in a few days. That's great. While rejoicing, Tsunade's eyes flashed with a warlike look. This made everyone on the side irritable. Such a couple really has no scruples in Konoha. The most important thing is that whether it is Qingshan Ryuyun or Senju Tsunade, the strength is extremely extraordinary. Basically no one dared to mess with it. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is third Hokage, sometimes can't control Qingshan Ryuyun and Tsunade. Ahem. No way, Sarutobi Hiruzen could only clear his throat as the topic became more and more crooked. Bring everyone's thoughts back. Stop talking about beating people, let's get someone to send Elder Koharu to the hospital first. Sarutobi Hiruzen believes in Tsunade. But looking at Yudin Koharu's faint breath, Sarutobi Hiruzen is really afraid of this blink. Yudin Koharu died out immediately. Later, under the leadership of Umbu, Yudin Koharu was taken to Konoha Hospital. Knowing from Umbu, Sarutobi Hiruzen was relieved after Yudin Koharu was indeed in no danger to his life. I looked at Qingshan Ryuyun reluctantly. You. Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't know what to say. Tube. Just kidding, if you can control it, is Qingshan Ryuyun still Qingshan Ryuyun? As for reprimand? Or punishment? First of all, with Qingshan Ryuyun's mentality, will he care about these? With Qingshan Ryuyun's strength, Konoha can only provide. Of course, this is also related to the fact that Qingshan Ryuyun never caused any major incidents. Although Qingshan Ryuyun is reckless, worry is not stupid. It's okay to hit an elder like Yudin Koharu, but if you really kill someone, then something will happen. Simply put, as long as no human life is lost. Even if Qingshan Ryuyun pointed at Yudin Koharu's nose and cursed, no one would say anything. The root of all this. Or because of Qingshan Ryuyun's strength. Ninja world, sometimes it's so real. Old Hiruzen, don't be angry, I think Elder Koharu is also tired, send him to rest. Facing Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze, Qingshan Ryuyun scratched his head and smiled indifferently. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't speak, but stared at Qingshan Ryuyun irritably. That's how you help? Would you like to thank you, the old man? After that, they continued to discuss the post-war discussion, and everyone left. Regarding the issue of subsequent negotiations, it was finally handed over to the two elders of Konoha. Qingshan Ryuyun didn't say anything this time. Originally Qingshan Ryuyun just wanted to beat this Yudin Koharu. Anyway, who is responsible for the final negotiation, Qingshan Ryuyun doesn't care at all. Sister. Brother-in-law. When Qingshan Ryuyun and Tsunade return home, Senju Nawake is already waiting. Seeing Qingshan Ryuyun and Tsunade's bodies, they didn't even have any injuries. Nawake breathed a sigh of relief. It's great, it's alright. FK, my old lady is the princess of the Senju clan. Tsunade turned Byakugan and waved his hand indifferently. A place like a battlefield will become familiar with more visits. Hey. I'm worried about you too. Smiled embarrassedly. Nawake also understands the strength of her old sister, but still can't help but care. Really, with this courage, my old lady doubts whether you are a member of my Senju clan. When? As the Senju clan who co-founded Konoha with the Uchiha clan, they would be so confused. In the same way, Nawake has heard Tsunade say a lot before. I will feel a little embarrassed at first. But after listening a lot, I got used to it. I think it's nice to be a teacher. Living an easy life for a long time will make people lazy. You. Staring at Nawake angrily, Tsunade hates iron and steel. Obviously, I have always hoped to train Nawake into the future of the Senju clan. But now? Be a teacher at a ninja school? This can have a good future. I think it's pretty good. Qingshan Ryuyun patted Nawake on the shoulder carelessly, admiring his face. Isn't it good to be a teacher? Teach and educate people. But Tsunade is not saying that being a teacher is bad. It's just that Tsunade had high hopes for Nawake from the beginning. Now it's so different from fantasy, it's inevitable that you won't be disappointed. Do you really hope that Nawake will die on the battlefield one day? In the face of Qingshan Ryuyun, Tsunade couldn't say anything. After all, this is his only relative. If it is gone, Tsunade doesn't know what to do. Alright? I can't tell you. Haha. Qingshan Ryuyun smiled cheerfully and raised his fist in the direction of Nawake. Nawake clearly raised his fist and touched Qingshan Ryuyun. Great victory. Seeing Qingshan Ryuyun and Nawake like this, Tsunade sneered twice. Speak directly. Your side tonight is the living room sofa. Huh? Why? Don't have any points in your heart. If it weren't for you, Nawake wouldn't be what it is now. In Tsunade's heart, he was a little concerned. Alright. Shrugged, Qingshan Ryuyun did not continue to question. Instead, he looked at Nawake who was aside. Speaking of it, I haven't been drinking for a long time, do you want to have a drink? This point. Looking at the sky outside, it has become a bit dim. Is it too late? This is just right. Qingshan Ryuyun said to Nawake with an inexplicable smile. Is it important to drink? The important thing is who you drink with. Nawake was puzzled first. Then it became clear immediately. Having said that, how can I still not understand? Asterisk. Chapter 28 All Ninja World knows that I am the strongest creature. Yes, can you? Some panic, but more still look forward to it. After all, compared with Qingshan Ryuyun, Nawake has never even talked about a relationship. I am curious and looking forward to such a thing. Of course. Who am I? I am the strongest creature Qingshan Ryuyun. Just kidding, just because of my reputation. I haven't arranged your arrangements properly yet. Just about to leave with Nawake directly. But at this moment, Tsunade, who had just stepped on the stairs, walked straight back. Carrying Qingshan Ryuyun's collar, he took Qingshan Ryuyun to the second floor. Follow me back. Hey. Didn't you say that you wouldn't let me go to sleep in the room? To shut up. Glancing irritably, Tsunade didn't bother to say anything to Qingshan Ryuyun. Tsunade discovered that sometimes he was really under the control of Qingshan Ryuyun, there was no way at all. Just carried by Tsunade. Qingshan Ryuyun didn't care either, but happily raised an eyebrow at Nawaki, who was not far away. Brother-in-law is amazing. How could Nawaki still not understand? Qingshan Ryuyun just said that on purpose. No way, my own lawless old lady. Actually one day will be planted in the hands of other men. Nawaki admired. One day, on the battlefield of Sand Shinobi Village, the news that Qingshan Ryuyun defeated one-tail Shao'er head-on was spread throughout the battlefield. The existence of the tail beast itself is synonymous with a kind of disaster. Any ninja who can defeat the tail beast head-on can be famous all over the world for this. Everyone in the ninja world knows now. After Konoha's White Fang and Konoha's Sunin, another character appeared, the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air, Qingshan Ryuyun. Isn't the ability to die? I don't know if you are decomposed into fog and dust by the dust, can you guarantee that you will not die? Rock Shinobi Village, see the collected information about Qingshan Ryuyun. Tsuchikage Onogi smiled disdainfully. Onogi at this time is not on the battlefield of the Fourth Ninja War in the future. The third Tsuchikage who can sacrifice himself for the sake of justice. Onaki in this period, for the immediate benefit, can sacrifice all men. It's like during the Second Ninja World War. In order to deal with the third Raikage, known as the strongest shield and the strongest spear of Cloud Shinobi Village, 10,000 ninjas were sent directly to kill third Raikage. Although it succeeded in the end. But in the same way, the 10,000 ninjas also disappeared. It can be seen how cold-blooded Ohiki was during this period. As the son of third Raikage, in the Cloud Shinobi Village where thunder has continued all the year round, Yayuai has now succeeded to the throne, becoming the fourth Raikage of Cloud Shinobi Village. Looking at the information in hand, frowned slightly. The strongest creature. Humph, Laozi is not afraid of anyone if he hasn't played before. Let Cloud Shinobi Village's reckless man, because of a piece of information. I feel jealous for a person, and it's really hard for them. Boom. After a simple glance, Yayuia didn't care. Hit the desk in front of him with a punch. Staring at a pair of tiger eyes, he looked at the Raikage assistant beside him. Did you think of a way, when you can play Iwagakuer? Until now, Yayuia has not forgotten that her father died in the hands of Iwagakuer. The hatred with Iwagakuer is absolutely insoluble. This assistant Raikage said he was helpless. Master Raikage, with our current situation in Cloud Shinobi Village, we really can't go through wars anymore. 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee and 2 Tails Jinchuriki are created by Wooden Golem. Although the initial communication with the tail beast has already begun. But it will take a while to become the perfect Jinchuriki. Peng. Hearing this, Yayuia continued to punch and banged on the desk. The entire desk was scrapped because of this. Such things are normal in Cloud Shinobi Village. Every time Raikage gets angry, she scraps a desk. Onogi. Yayuia shouted angrily. But for Cloud Shinobi Village, Yayuai had no choice but to go to war with Iwagakuer. If you haven't become a Raikage, Yayuia can do whatever she wants. But now that I am a Raikage, I must be Raikage's responsibility again. No matter what you do, you have to think about the Cloud Shinobi Village behind it. Compare these two ninja villages. When Qingshan Ryuyun stepped on the famous Sand Shinobi Village, there was no sound at all. There is also a mysterious Kirigakuer. So the low sea is surrounded by thick fog all year round. Kirigakuer can be regarded as the most mysterious existence in the 5 ninja villages. The first ninja war and the second ninja war. Kirigakuer did not participate in the war. Gives people a sense of mystery and unknown. Good morning, Mr. Strongest Creature. Early the next morning, Tsunade, who was preparing breakfast, saw Qingshan Ryuyun walking down the stairs. Smiled and teased. Now the title of the strongest creature can be said to be famous in the ninja world. Even the strongest creature can't hold back your dark dishes. glancing at the breakfast prepared by Tsunade. It's dark, I can't tell what it is. My old lady is also studying very hard, okay. Tsunade knew that his cooking skills were not very good. But what else can I do? I have already studied it very carefully. But I can't stand without the talent in this area. As I said, I have many friends in Konoha, and I will go out to eat in the future. I don't need any money anyway. It's not that you have many friends, you are thick-skinned. Tsunade turned Byakugan and said. I have never seen a ninja, like Qingshan Ryuyun, who doesn't care about his reputation. I have been eating and drinking for nothing, and I don't care if others gossiping. What's wrong with the thick-skinned face? If you have a thick-skinned face to eat, do you want to go? Want. Although Tsunade wanted to make a big deal. But looking at the mysterious materials in my pot, I finally agreed. This thing will really kill you. Where is Nawaka? Qingshan Ryuyun didn't care, but looked around. I shouldn't wake up yet. I haven't seen it all morning. Tsunade was just about to answer. But before the words were finished, Nawaka's voice came over. What about this? What about this? Brother-in-law, let's go out for breakfast. Asterisk. Chapter 29 targeted by Danzo. Seeing that he was ready to go, he obviously woke up a long time ago. Just keep hiding in the room. After waiting for Qingshan Ryuyun's call, this came out. I'm already hungry, brother-in-law, let's have breakfast. Seeing Nawaka like this, Tsunade's gaze became a little dangerous. Nawaka, are you hiding from me on purpose? Tsunade is not stupid, how can it not be seen? The reason why Nawaka came out now. I'm afraid I'm not hiding, I don't want to eat the breakfast I prepared. Sister. Just forgive me. Nawaka said with a sad face. When Qingshan Ryuyun was not with Tsunade before. It's Senju Nawaka, who has been trying Tsunade's dark dishes. Nawaka is about to have a psychological shadow. When you see something dark, you will be scared from the bottom of your heart. Hey. Isn't it just that the taste is a little bit worse? Tsunade is a little unconvinced, as for? Isn't it just a bit unpalatable? Do you look down on people? Nawaka asked tentatively. Sister. Have you never eaten something you made yourself? Yes. Why do I still want to eat if I know it's not delicious? Tsunade answered naturally. With a serious look, I don't think there is anything wrong with my words. You. Nawaka said that he was stunned. Humph. Forget it today, wait for tomorrow, and you will continue to try it. What? I'm dying. Nawaka almost cried out with a wow. No way, facing such a sister, Nawaka said that there is really no way at all. I can only look at Qingshan Ryuyun, who is aside with my help-seeking gaze. I hope my brother-in-law can help me. In fact, Qingshan Ryuyun is almost laughing crazy. Gloating. Come on. Facing Nawaka's gaze, Qingshan Ryuyun just patted the other person on the shoulder and gave an encouraging look. Haha. You are all bad guys. Nawaka has decided that after breakfast, he will move by himself. Anyway, I can no longer live with Tsunade, Qingshan Ryuyun. On the one hand, it's inconvenient, and more, Nawaka really doesn't want to eat such dark dishes. In a breakfast shop, Qingshan Ryuyun is eating breakfast leisurely. Tsunade on the side. As if he realized something, he said suddenly. Recently, please pay attention. What's wrong? Qingshan Ryuyun looked at Tsunade suspiciously. Is there any danger in this Konoha? It's Shimura Danzo, I always feel that the old guy might want to do something to you. As Tsunade, I still know some secret events in Konoha. Tsunade also knows what kind of person Shimura Danzo is. How did you tell? Upon hearing this, Qingshan Ryuyun looked at Tsunade with interest. Intuition. Tsunade's answer is serious. But what I said is really reasonable and convincing. Noeka, who was sitting opposite, couldn't help turning up Byakugan after hearing this. Sister, you don't have to worry about it. With the strength of brother-in-law, how could Danzo dare to do it? Children's family, you know what a shit. Tsunade gave Noeka an angry look. My stupid brother doesn't understand Danzo at all. Brother-in-law. No way, now every time Noeka gets scolded by Tsunade. We'll look at Qingshan Ryuyun with a look for help. After all, in Konoha, only Qingshan Ryuyun can control Tsunade. This time I am really on Tsunade's side. Qingshan Ryuyun, who was eating breakfast, lightly recovered. Humph. After hearing this, Tsunade hummed triumphantly at Noeka. Look, the man of the old lady, of course, is the one who supports the old lady. Noeka said he was helpless. Come. Even my brother-in-law didn't help me anymore. For a while, Noeka's gaze began to become resentful. It's not that I didn't help you, mainly Danzo, who has already started. Shrugging, Qingshan Ryuyun explained. At the beginning, Tsunade nodded in agreement. But after hearing what Qingshan Ryuyun said, Tsunade was stunned. What's the meaning? What is the situation already? Qingshan Ryuyun did not speak, but looked out of the restaurant. With the high-level observation haki ability, Qingshan Ryuyun has long sensed that someone is coming. Wow! One instant. A ninja dressed in umbu costume suddenly appeared beside Qingshan Ryuyun. This cold breath is definitely not something umbu ninja will have. Then there is only one possibility, which belongs directly to Danzo's root organization. Qingshan Ryuyun. Lord Danzo has an order, come with me. The root ninja has a cold tone, as if the one in front of him is just an unimportant figure. Qingshan Ryuyun ignored him. Instead, he turned his head, smiled and raised an eyebrow at Tsunade on the other side. Look. I'm right. Is it time to talk about this? This root ninja has already come to the door. Say it again, Qingshan Ryuyun, come with me. Facing Qingshan Ryuyun's ignorance, this root ninja began to frown. A hand was placed on the shinobi sword behind him, and his tone was threatened undisguisedly. Ah! Qingshan Ryuyun smiled. For such threats, Qingshan Ryuyun doesn't have much thoughts of anger. I couldn't help but laugh. Let's do it. Let's go after I finish my breakfast. It just so happened that Qingshan Ryuyun also wanted to see what he wanted to do in the so-called darkness of Konoha. Master Danzo has an order, so you can go. However, Qingshan Ryuyun's answer obviously did not satisfy this root ninja. The movement of the hand paused slightly. A pair of eyes flashed with a faint crimson light. Do you know who Laozi is? Master Danzo has an order. You. Boom. Before the words fell, a muffled thunder suddenly sounded in the sky, and many people who heard it were frightened. The eyes of Qingshan Ryuyun have been transformed into dragon-shaped vertical pupils. Looking sideways at this root ninja. Kneel down. Asterisk. Chapter 30. Who do you think Laozi is? The majestic King Haki burst out. The hesitation is only for the reason of this root ninja. Other people just feel it, suddenly have some difficulty breathing. But facing the ninja of Qingshan Ryuyun, it feels completely different. In the eyes of this root ninja. At this time, Qingshan Ryuyun seems to have become an ancient demon god. Qingshan Ryuyun gave an order. The endless haki strikes. Hearing a bang, this root ninja instantly fell to his knees. Dissatisfied with cold sweat on his forehead. Will die. Will definitely die. Even the root ninjas were all trained by Danzo as weapons that put life and death away. But in the face of such a king haki, there will still be a feeling of fear in my heart. So, you can't be too arrogant. After Qingshan Ryuyun disappeared briefly, he smiled. Conqueror's haki took it back. I'm so embarrassed to talk about others. Tsunade on the side, after hearing this, turned over Byakugan angrily. Among Konoha, you are the most arrogant. I am so embarrassed to say that others are arrogant. But Nawaka doesn't feel that way at all. Looking at Qingshan Ryuyun with admiration. Brother-in-law, how did you get this trick, can you teach me? With a look, let the other party kneel down directly. Even now Qingshan Ryuyun has taken back his conqueror's haki. But this root ninja who knelt down on the ground still seemed to have lingering fears. Give up, what you can't learn, mainly depends on talent. It's just a ninja in the ninja world, can you awaken haki? Even if it can, with Nawaka's talent, it's difficult to awaken Conqueror's haki. The impossibility of no one-in-one is not so simple to talk about. That's it? Nawaka heard it a little pity. If you can learn it by yourself, it would be so handsome. Ugh. Pity. There's a lot of nonsense, hurry up for dinner. Tsunade looked at Nawaka with a look of disgust, his stupid brother, how could he not see at all? Now, what's more important is the problem of this root ninja, right? Nawaka was a little aggrieved and didn't know what he had done wrong, and was said. But since I was a child, I've come here in this way. Nawaka is almost always used to being reprimanded. Ignoring Nawaka's small aggrieved eyes, Tsunade looked at Qingshan Ryuyun with a worried expression on his face. As for the root ninja who fell on his knees, he was perfectly ignored. Anyway, Tsunade has no good feelings about Danzo. Are you really going to see Danzo? Do you think I would be afraid of him? Qingshan Ryuyun knew that Tsunade was worried about himself. But it feels completely unnecessary. Laozi is the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air. Is he still afraid of a mouse in the gutter? Yes, in Qingshan Ryuyun's view, Danzo is a mouse in the gutter. Only hiding behind the scenes and calculating others. To talk about the darkness of Konoha means to praise him. If you really have the strength, you won't be able to calculate it for a lifetime, and finally become a Hokage. As a result, every few days, because a bridge was sealed, the direct people disappeared. This behavior is really absurd, and it is mentally handicapped. You. Qingshan Ryuyun didn't evade anything in these words, the root ninja who fell on his knees. Hearing the other party's depreciation of my lord Danzo, I just wanted to refute it. But Qingshan Ryuyun stared at him directly. Do you have any opinion? I dare not say it. Hey. I'm so embarrassed. Even in the face of Qingshan Ryuyun's contempt, this ninja still didn't say a word, bowed his head and didn't dare to say anything at all. How arrogant just now. How ridiculous it is now. People who really thought it was Danzo, could they be lawless in Konoha? Qingshan Ryuyun fought this kind of dissatisfaction. I'm too lazy to have a few words to entangle with this root ninja. Qingshan Ryuyun turned his head and looked at Tsunade. No need to worry, I'm just going to talk to that Danzo, nothing will happen. Say this, do you believe it yourself? Tsunade knows Qingshan Ryuyun, just like Qingshan Ryuyun's violent temper. Against the pretentious Danzo, if nothing happens, it would be an accident. I will wait for you at home. However, Tsunade didn't say anything in the end. Whatever your own man decides, let him do it. Tsunade understands that all he needs to do is to stay quietly at home, waiting for Qingshan Ryuyun's return. That's enough? Good. Hearing this, Qingshan Ryuyun smiled slightly and patted Tsunade on the shoulder. Then he stood up from his position. What? Are you going to kneel down tomorrow? Seeing the root ninja who was still kneeling on the ground, Qingshan Ryuyun said directly. You. I am a little angry, but I dare not say anything. I could only give Qingshan Ryuyun a glaring look, then withdrew his gaze and stood up immediately. Fortunately, being able to join the root department has been trained as a cold weapon. So I don't care about the face at all. After standing up again, I simply patted the dust on my body. Look natural. I don't even care about the curious gazes around me. Let's go. After speaking, this root ninja took the lead and left. The speed of this departure is a bit fast. Seeing Qingshan Ryuyun wanted to laugh a little. It doesn't seem to be completely shameless. Isn't this still a point of face pointing? For a moment, Qingshan Ryuyun disappeared in place. Soon, under the leadership of this root ninja, Qingshan Ryuyun came to the border zone of Konoha village, where there is a hidden low base. But as you can see, this should be just a temporary location. After all, a cautious person like Danzo. How can you really bring others to your own lair? Signal. The root ninja who was in charge of seeing, was Qingshan Ryuyun, who came to stop him. Someone took it. Qingshan Ryuyun did not encounter any obstacles. Followed into this underground base. Asterisk. Chapter 31 Head Iron Danzo, beaten online. It really looks like a dark gutter. Suitable for you. I looked around. I have to say, this gloomy environment. Can choose this place as a base, whether it's Danzo or these root ninjas. There is something wrong with my brain. Humph. The root ninja who was in charge of leading the way gave a cold snort and said directly. I hope you can be so arrogant after meeting Master Danzo. In his opinion, this is already Lord Danzo's territory. No matter how strong Qingshan Ryuyun is, can he still beat all the root ninjas? Then you just wait for it. Shrugging, Qingshan Ryuyun said indifferently. If you are afraid of such threats. From the very beginning, Qingshan Ryuyun won't follow. Soon, Qingshan Ryuyun came to a place similar to a square. The area here is very praiseworthy. Not far away, like a throne, sitting high on it is the leader of the root. The darkness of Konoha. Shimura Danzo. You came. Seeing that Qingshan Ryuyun could come, Danzo nodded in satisfaction. As long as Qingshan Ryuyun can come over, Danzo will have the confidence to control the opponent. The self-confidence of the fan. I heard that Master Danzo has something to do with me. Can you tell me what it is? Qingshan Ryuyun smiled. There was nothing on purpose because of Danzo's identity. The tone of speech is as arrogant and careless as ever. Danzo just frowned slightly, but didn't say anything. Thinking, you won't be arrogant after the old man planted the tongue disaster technique for you. This is the forbidden technique used by Danzo to control the root ninja. As long as Danzo has a seal, he can control the life of a root ninja at will. Qingshan Ryuyun, I think you are a talent, join me. It seems that everything is already under my control. Danzo spoke without hesitation, and directly invited Qingshan Ryuyun. Sorry. Qingshan Ryuyun smiled. At the beginning, I didn't say anything about the benefits, I just sent out the invitation. This is a person, I would not agree to it, right? I'm an upright person, and I don't have any idea about being a rat in the gutter. Mouse. Danzo laughed angrily and stood up from his position. Step by step, walked down from the high position. Following Danzo's movements, the surrounding root ninjas all knelt on the ground sensibly. Only Qingshan Ryuyun, still smiling at Shimura Danzo. Where there is light, there will be darkness. This is the best way to survive for the old man. I chose to create a root block. Danzo is ready, hiding in the dark, silently guarding Konoha's preparations. It's a pity that Danzo will never understand. Plans and everything are fake, and only their own strength is the most real. Qingshan Ryuyun turned his head, raised his brow lightly, and looked at Danzo. So. Join me, become a member of the root organization, and I will give you a position second only to me. Hiss. Danzo's voice, although it sounds a little confusing. But the conditions for this opening, I have to say, are still very good. Atmosphere. You agree? Danzo was a little pleased to see Qingshan Ryuyun like this. Let's talk about the successful recruitment first. As for the status promised to Qingshan Ryuyun. Danzo smiled disdainfully, waiting for the old man to give you the tongue destruction technique. You can only be obedient, and the conditions are all fooling people. I reject. Qingshan Ryuyun answered decisively. Danzo's originally happy face froze. You. Danzo can't understand, this condition is something that everyone will be moved. Qingshan Ryuyun dug his ears boredly. Said casually. Sorry, I really have no idea about working with a smelly mouse. You are looking for death. Danzo's face was gloomy and he waved his hand. Hundreds of root ninjas appeared all around Qingshan Ryuyun. In order to deal with Qingshan Ryuyun, Danzo has gathered all the power of the root organization at this stage. In Danzo's view, this is enough to be worthy of Qingshan Ryuyun. I said, this is Konoha, are you afraid of being known by Hokage? Qingshan Ryuyun was a little surprised. During this period, did Danzo have the courage? Danzo sneered, as if he had expected it a long time ago, and said directly. This place is remote and surrounded by barriers. Don't worry, no one will know about it. If you say that. Speaking of this, Qingshan Ryuyun paused first. Then he looked at Danzo in front of him, grinning. Then I can rest assured. Do it? Qingshan Ryuyun's smile suddenly gave Danzo a bad feeling. Gave an order. Hundreds of root ninjas, holding ninja swords, swiped towards Qingshan Ryuyun's position, and passed by. This will defeat me. Who do you think Lao Zi is? The heroic voice echoed throughout the underground base. Raising his wrist, the pitch-black armament haki began to wrap around. Lao Zi is the strongest creature, Qingshan Ryuyun. Do you think you can beat yourself by gathering so many ninjas? Even if you look down on people, there must be a limit. Boom. Qingshan Ryuyun punched and slammed into the ground beneath his feet. Peng. 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 The powerful waves of air blasted all the ninjas who rushed over first. The earth began to crack. The power of a punch caused the entire building of the root base to begin to crack. Not good. Danzo was dumbfounded. Under what circumstances, the old man's base collapsed with a punch? Tsunade's weird fist doesn't have such power. But notice the base that was beginning to collapse. Danzo reacted immediately, began to organize people, and ran outside. Asterisk. Chapter 32 The Flame That Destroys Everything. It should be impossible to get out. Danzo, who ran out of the base, was standing on the edge. Looking at the big pit that was blasted out in front of me, my face was calm. A little distressed. But this is the main base of the root organization after all, and there are no important things stored in it. For Danzo, this is a blessing in misfortune. Moreover, most of the ninjas of the root organization also ran out. This guy is really digging his own grave. In Danzo's view, there is no motivation yet. That Qingshan Ryuyun must be a collapsed underground base, buried. Rescue. Think too much. Danzo doesn't have such an idea. If it can't be used by me, then it's all destroyed. As for whether it will cause any bad consequences, Danzo doesn't care at all. Head iron, this is also a feature of Danzo. Let's go. After looking at it for a while, Danzo was about to turn around and leave. At this time, a root ninja, as if he had discovered something, pointed in the direction of the big pit in amazement. Master Danzo. Look. Stopping, Danzo looked at him suspiciously. I saw that some red light suddenly appeared in the big pit that had collapsed. As if there is something burning in it. What is this? Danzo was a little confused. When he was about to take a closer look in the ruins, Qingshan Ryuyun roared out loudly. Dragon breath! Boom! The dragon's breath flame with the aura of destruction burst out loudly. The gravel above the ruins burst instantly. The dragon's breath flame rushed directly into the sky. Danzo's enchantment set up around him didn't last for even a second and was directly shattered. The pillar of fire rising into the sky attracted everyone's attention. What is that? It's terrible, is it a flame? Tsunade, who was waiting at home, smiled slightly after seeing this scene. When the fight started, Tsunade was relieved. In Tsunade's view, let alone a Danzo, even if you add a Sarutobi Hiruzen, Qingshan Ryuyun Ishin couldn't stop him if he wanted to leave. Really deserves to be the man my old lady likes. Ryuyun. At this time, in the land of the Heitake clan, Heitake Sakumo, the head of the Heitake clan, is accompanying his newly born son. After seeing this pillar of fire, smiled helplessly. Elder Danzo, a little bit irony. Seeing where the pillar of fire appears, Heitake has almost guessed something. As for going to help, Heitake Shimao didn't have this idea. After all, if you go, due to Konoha Shinobi's identity, Heitake Shumo can only help Shimura Danzo. Qingshan Ryuyun can't beat Danzo, that's the hell. So Heitake Sakumo decisively pretended not to see it, and get beaten up, Elder Danzo. I have to say, after spending a long time with Qingshan Ryuyun, Heitake Shimao has gone bad. Danzo. At the same time, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is sitting in Hokage's office. After seeing this scene, he immediately slapped the table. Without hesitation, he disappeared into the office with one instant. In Konoha, many people saw this scene. But apart from Sarutobi Hiruzen, anyone who knew a little bit had no choice to help. Danzo is really unpopular in the hearts of Konoha's major families. Ha 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 ha. The dragon's breath flame dissipated, and the gravel that had been piled up was all blasted into fly ash. Standing on the ruins, Qingshan Ryuyun laughed loudly. If you want to defeat me, then show your strength. I will let you know that all strategies are nothingness in the face of absolute strength. Qingshan Ryuyun never felt that he was invincible. I can be defeated. But it will definitely not be defeated by conspiracy and intrigue. You guy. Noticed Qingshan Ryuyun staring at him with a pair of dragon-shaped vertical pupils. Danzo was angry inside. Damn it. Shimura Danzo will be despised and despised by others. Give me all. Danzo can no longer manage that much, the barrier has been destroyed. Someone will come sooner or later. Anyway, you have to be held accountable. It's better to settle Qingshan Ryuyun before others arrive. This is what Danzo thinks now. Yes. The root ninja responded one after another. They were trained by Danzo as indifferent weapons, even if they met a strong opponent, they would not have the slightest fear. Ant. It's just an ant after all. Stomping on the ground with one foot, the earth splits instantly. The figure of Qingshan Ryuyun also disappeared in place at any time. Die. Qingshan Ryuyun, who exuded the aura of dominance all over his body, instantly appeared next to a root ninja. Blasted out with a punch. He didn't even have a chance to react, and he was directly blown out. Fire style. See Qingshan Ryuyun's weird physical skills. Some root ninjas immediately started using ninjutsu to attack from a distance. Bang. 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 Qingshan Ryuyun did not evade, letting these ninjutsu blast on himself. There was no fireworks at all. The dragon scale tattoo on Qingshan Ryuyun's body began to materialize, as if it had come alive. How can it be? Seeing Qingshan Ryuyun facing so many ninjutsu attacks, there was nothing at all, and some people started to be astonished. You think, why is Laozi called the strongest creature by sea, land, and air? It's not enough if you want to break the defense against me. Dragon breath. Boom. The dragon scale tattoo on the body flashes red lines. The dragon's breath flame roared out. Boom. The scorching flame destroyed everything around it. Bang. 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 In the flames, there is also the sound of explosions from time to time. After the flame dissipated, I saw that there was a smell of gunpowder around me. The entire edge of Konoha was flattened. No Danzo was left, and stood sluggishly on the spot. Boom. Qingshan Ryuyun jumped, and when he appeared again, he was already in front of Shimura Danzo. Ah! He grinned, his eyes were a little joke. In the eyes of Qingshan Ryuyun, a cold sweat suddenly appeared on Danzo's forehead. Scared. Asterisk. Chapter 33 Danzo's fascinating self-confidence. It seems that our elder Danzo will be afraid too. Seeing that Danzo was afraid of Qingshan Ryuyun, his smile became even more interesting. Rare. The existence of head irons such as Shimura Danzo will one day be afraid. You. Danzo couldn't help retreating. However, due to his poor self-esteem, Danzo tried to calm himself down. I am the elder of Konoha, the leader of the root block, you can't kill me. Do you think I would care? Danzo was silent. Yes. Such threats are useful to Konoha's other ninjas. But for Qingshan Ryuyun, it was really useless. Qingshan Ryuyun dared to beat the presence of Elder Konoha directly in front of the Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. And many more. At this moment, the voice of Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly came out. The surrounding ruins, Sarutobi Hiruzen has no time to care. Seeing that Qingshan Ryuyun and Shimura Danzo are still in peace, Sarutobi Hiruzen only felt a little relieved. Fortunately, it's not too late to come by myself. Ryuyun, wait a minute. Sarutobi Hiruzen is really scared, Qingshan Ryuyun is straightforward. One punch knocked Danzo away. What? Qingshan Ryuyun said that he was very confused. You know, from the very beginning, this stinky mouse did it first. Smelly mouse. What kind of evaluation is this? Seeing Danzo's anger but not speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen is even more helpless. My old friend, I know your head is tough, but why would you think of dealing with Qingshan Ryuyun? Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't understand. Danzo, where does this fascinating self-confidence come from, Ironhead baby? Ahem. Ryuyun, I know you are angry, but you have ruined this place. Danzo is Konoha's elder and cannot die. No way, Sarutobi Hiruzen can only settle Qingshan Ryuyun first. Qingshan Ryuyun has long known that Sarutobi Hiruzen will come over. In fact, it was deliberately waiting. What about the elders, dare to trouble me with a punch? Qingshan Ryuyun said nothing. But Sarutobi Riza was very helpless. It's okay to be alone. But the most important thing is that the strength of the reckless man is still very strong, so there is no place to reason. Ryuyun, tell me what to do. Helpless, Sarutobi Hiruzen can only give the topic to Qingshan Ryuyun. Qingshan Ryuyun simmered for a while, then said with a smile. It's better to show me sealing techniques. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not speak. Sealing techniques, which recorded the ninjutsu, occult and forbidden technique created by Hokage in the past, is Konoha's treasure. However, after watching Danzo on the side for a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen knows that if Qingshan Ryuyun is not stable, there is really no end to what happened today. Yes, but I can only show you one day. No problem. Qingshan Ryuyun smiled, even if it's just one day, it's enough for Qingshan Ryuyun to see the entire sealing techniques. Anyway, I don't want to learn it, I just remember it, it's okay. Seeing Qingshan Ryuyun's smile, Sarutobi Hiruzen always feels like he has been pitted. Why did I hand over sealing techniques for some reason? Never mind. Shaking his head, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't bother to worry about these problems. Seeing that Qingshan Ryuyun no longer wants to deal with Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen feels relieved. Ahem. Ryuyun, you go back first, I still have something to do, I want to talk to Elder Danzo. If Qingshan Ryuyun is allowed to stay here, it will feel dangerous. Nodded, Qingshan Ryuyun did not refuse. Just before leaving, Qingshan Ryuyun smiled and raised his hand and put it on Danzo's shoulder. When you count others in the future, ask yourself if you deserve it. Calculate Laozi as your subordinate, so do you deserve it? Danzo did not speak, but his already gloomy face became darker. Sarutobi Hiruzen still has some concerns. But after Qingshan Ryuyun just said these words, he turned and left. This makes Sarutobi Hiruzen feel more at ease. After seeing that only herself and Shimura Danzo were left around, Sarutobi Hiruzen no longer cared about anything. He scolded Danzo directly. Danzo, don't you think you should give the old man an explanation? Explain to you? The old man still wants an explanation now. When Qingshan Ryuyun was there just now, Danzo dare not say anything yet. But now that people have left, then Danzo doesn't need to worry about anything. Shouted directly. The root organization that the old man just founded, now that no one has come, who can give the old man an explanation? Danzo worked hard for several years. The root organization finally gained some color. But now, the direct people are gone. Danzo really has nowhere to cry. You don't have to be too angry. After all. Hearing what Danzo said, Sarutobi Hiruzen was conditioned to comfort him. But before the words were finished, they reacted. No, the root organization is gone. Didn't you make it yourself? If you don't mind to find Qingshan Ryuyun's troubles. How could such a situation occur in the root organization? Danzo, Ryuyun defeated Xiaoerhe's existence head-on, what do you think, rushing to trouble Qingshan Ryuyun? Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't understand. Even with himself, without Qingshan Ryuyun causing big trouble, he would not provoke Qingshan Ryuyun. After all, the strength is here. Humph. With a cold snort, Qingshan Ryuyun has already left anyway. Danzo has regained his previous mentality. Only one tail Xiaoerhe, what's so great, the old man can also defeat Xiaoerhe head-on. In this case, Sarutobi Hiruzen was a bit speechless for a while. Your grandfather, where did you get this mentally retarded thought? You can beat Xiaoerhe? You hit a hammer, I'm afraid it's not being hanged. Sarutobi Hiruzen knows that Danzo sometimes has a fascinating confidence in his own strength. But you are a bit mentally retarded, confident. Asterisk. Chapter 34 Hit 9 Tails Jinchuriki. Okay. With a wave of his hand, Sarutobi Hiruzen said that he didn't want to struggle with Danzo more on this issue. I'm afraid I've got my brain disabled if I heard it wrong. Recently, just stay honestly. As for the root organization, think of a solution yourself. Anyway, the creation of the root organization was done by Danzo himself. Recreate now. Danzo's ability alone is enough. Humph. Danzo did not speak. Just looking at the surrounding ruins, he gave a cold snort again. I've worked so hard for half a lifetime, and that's all there is to it. However, in Danzo's heart, he was even more concerned about Qingshan Ryuyun. With such strength, if you use it for yourself, then I can definitely become Hokage, right? Yes, even so. But in Danzo's heart, he still wanted to turn Qingshan Ryuyun into his own subordinate. However, after experiencing this failure, Danzo understands that what he has to do now is to strengthen his own strength. Otherwise, if the strength is not enough, the next time it's solicited, the situation will definitely be similar to this time. Ugh. Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't know what Danzo thinks. Seeing Danzo's low eyebrows silently, I thought I was distressing the root organization. After a slight sigh, no more words. A few instants disappeared in place. Qingshan Ryuyun went back after solving Danzo's problem. You're back. Seeing Qingshan Ryuyun, who came back safely, and Tsunade, who had been waiting, smiled slightly. Although I have known for a long time, nothing will happen to Qingshan Ryuyun. But after seeing Qingshan Ryuyun come back safely, Tsunade was still a little more relieved. First nodded. But when I noticed that there was a red-haired figure next to Tsunade, I was a little confused. This. Noting Qingshan Ryuyun's gaze, Tsunade introduced it immediately. This is Uzumaki Kushina, which is my sister too. Of course Qingshan Ryuyun knows that this is Uzumaki Kushina. After all, the unique red hair of the Uzumaki clan, Konoha only has the current 9 tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Kushina has. Qingshan Ryuyun was just wondering why the other party appeared in his home. Tsunade is the granddaughter of first Hokage and also the granddaughter of Uzumaki Mito. As the last 9 tails Jinchuriki. Before Uzumaki Mito died, he told Tsunade to take care of Kushina. This is why the relationship between Tsunade and Kushina looks very good. Well, Kushina doesn't have any friends in Konoha. I saw her, so I stayed with her. He is the identity of a foreigner, who is unfamiliar with the place of his life. Plus the relationship with 9 tails Jinchuriki. It's hard for Kushina to make friends. Hello. Standing beside Tsunade, Kushina greeted Qingshan Ryuyun timidly. Some curious eyes. For this man who pursued his sister Tsunade's sister, Kushina was very curious about what kind of existence he was. Hello. After looking at Kushina for a while, Qingshan Ryuyun suddenly realized something and smiled slightly. Tsunade on the side didn't think much about it. Seeing Qingshan Ryuyun and Kushina have such a peaceful exchange, Tsunade was a little happy. Wait a moment, I'll get something. Since Kushina is here, let's go out to eat later. Nodded, Qingshan Ryuyun didn't say anything. After Tsunade returned to the room, Qingshan Ryuyun and Kushina were left in the entire yard. Just now when Tsunade was still there, Kushina still behaved more naturally. But now only myself is left. Kushina was a little scared. Especially without knowing why, Kushina always feels. The man in front of him named Qingshan Ryuyun, his eyes are a bit strange. That, Lord Ryuyun, do I have any questions? Kushina thought it was strange to be what she was today. No. That. Without waiting for Kushina to ask more. Qingshan Ryuyun slapped over, Kushina was slapped to the ground in an instant. Kushina fell to the ground with a face full of consternation. What's the situation? Was beaten yourself? Why? Kushina, who was still a bit scared of life, instantly exploded her hair like a kitten. You hit me. You know, Kushina is not a good-tempered person. The reason why I was timid before was entirely because of unfamiliar reasons. But now that she was beaten, it's weird that Kushina can bear it. But Qingshan Ryuyun didn't care about Kushina, who had fried hair. I glanced at my unadvanced fit point, full of disappointment. Such a pity. Kushina doesn't know what Qingshan Ryuyun is thinking. Hearing such a sigh, Kushina thought that the other party was a pity, and it was light. What's wrong? At this time, Tsunade just came out of the room. Sister Tsunade? As if seeing a savior, Kushina ran over immediately. He beat me. It feels like an elementary school student is suing. What? Suddenly being said that, Tsunade was puzzled. Kushina pointed directly at Qingshan Ryuyun's direction and looked at Tsunade grievously. Sister Tsunade, it's him, he just hit me. Ah. I looked at Kushina for a while in astonishment, then looked at Qingshan Ryuyun. Beat you? You sure? It's not that I don't believe Kushina, it's that Tsunade would never have thought that Qingshan Ryuyun would beat a child. Really? Sister Tsunade, you have to believe me, he really hit me, and although it doesn't hurt, I really didn't hit me. Seeing that Tsunade didn't believe in himself, Kushina quickly explained. I just wanted to say that it hurts me to be slapped. But then Kushina realized that apart from being slapped to the ground, she didn't seem to feel any pain. Anyway, I was beaten. Ryuyun. No way, looking at Kushina's vivid words. Tsunade can only look at Qingshan Ryuyun with a puzzled look. Asterisk. Chapter 35 Kushina, this hatred. I got it. Mosquito. This is the reason Qingshan Ryuyun gave. Reasonable. You can hear Tsunade and Kushina, full of black lines. There is a fart problem in this climate. But Qingshan Ryuyun, who was thinking about other things in his heart, didn't care about these at all. Although I knew it a long time ago, it may not increase the fit. But after the experiment, Qingshan Ryuyun was still a little disappointed. After all, even though Uzumaki Kushina is Nine Tails Jinchuriki, it doesn't have much strength in itself. There is too much difference in strength, defeating such an opponent will not increase Qingshan Ryuyun's fit. Except for Kushina's tail animalization. But now this Kushina, it's just not long after she just became Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Not to mention the tail beastization, it is estimated that they have not yet communicated with Nine Tails. Didn't you say you are going to eat? Let's go. Soon, Qingshan Ryuyun's mentality recovered, and he said to Tsunade. Let's go. Tsunade also nodded without saying much. But in this scene, Kushina on the side looked a little weird. Sister Tsunade? Under what circumstances, my sister Tsunade didn't help me? Well, don't be naughty. Although I don't know what the facts are. But Tsunade believes that Qingshan Ryuyun will never do anything to a child for no reason. So wronged. Kushina almost cried out of grievance. Although I was really naughty before, I was always in the country of Uzumaki. Since the Uzumaki kingdom was destroyed and came to Konoha, Kushina has always been honest. Obviously it was me who was beaten, but it was me who was said in the end. What kind of world? See how I eat you. Follow Qingshan Ryuyun to a barbecue restaurant. As soon as I sat down, Kushina ordered all the expensive items aside. The meaning is very simple. Although I can't beat you, I can cause you trouble in other ways. Ugh. However, the behavior of this child made Tsunade a little helpless. I think Kushina herself is naughty. Qingshan Ryuyun didn't care much. In order to pit Qingshan Ryuyun for a sum of money, Kushina deliberately ate a lot. Looking at the consumption on the bill, Kushina smiled secretly. Tell you to bully me and see how I cheated you. When she stood up again, Kushina almost fell directly. Good support. I feel a little pain in my stomach after eating. Who told you to eat so much? Tsunade on the side gave Kushina a sullen look. Are you embarrassing Qingshan Ryuyun, or are you embarrassing yourself? It's okay. I'm totally fine with this thing. Kushina waved her hand quickly, indicating that these are all trivialities. Qingshan Ryuyun smiled. Really? Then do you want to eat more? Looking at Qingshan Ryuyun's smiling face, Kushina did not answer. You are the devil. Of course, it is obviously impossible to eat it anymore. Let's go. After a while, Kushina took the lead and walked out first. Thinking of the situation of Qingshan Ryuyun's money for a meal, Kushina was a little proud. I thought, when Qingshan Ryuyun paid the money, he would be full of pain when he saw the bill. But the next situation made Kushina confused. Qingshan Ryuyun didn't pay at all, just greeted the owner of the barbecue restaurant, and then came out with Tsunade. And many more. After a long stunned reaction, Qingshan Ryuyun hurried to the front of Qingshan Ryuyun. You haven't paid yet. I and the owner of the rotisserie here are friends, and I never need to pay for food. Shrugging, Qingshan Ryuyun explained naturally. Kusina, who heard this explanation, collapsed a bit. Nanny. Yes. At the same time, the owner of this barbecue restaurant also said with a smile. Ryuyun-sama is a friend of our Akamika family. Anyone who eats in our Akamika family's yakiniku restaurant does not need to pay for it. The fat boss smiled very kindly. But in Kusina's sight, the shop owner's smile was almost like an evil spirit. Why didn't you say it earlier? If I knew it, I wouldn't eat so much. Ah. So annoying. Kusina's heart was completely irritable at this time. Qingshan Ryuyun looked happily, and the tsunade on the side became white with no anger. Qingshan Ryuyun glanced. You really are, what do you care about with children? Don't you think this is quite interesting? Qingshan Ryuyun did not expect that this generation of Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is such an interesting person. With that said, Qingshan Ryuyun greeted Kusina cheerfully. Yo! Little Shanae, do we need to take you back? Never. If it wasn't for you, Kusina would like to beat people now. Regarding Qingshan Ryuyun's proposal, Qingshan Ryuyun rejected it completely. Humph. Just like the temper of a child of this age. Kusina looked at Qingshan Ryuyun angrily. Wait, next time, I will definitely beat you. In Kusina's view, the enmity between herself and Qingshan Ryuyun has been settled. Wait, I will retaliate back. Although young, Kusina, who is tough at heart, doesn't feel that she is worse than anyone else. If you lose this time, then you can win again next time. After that, Kusina ran away. It's just that this may be too much to eat. When I ran, it gave people a chubby feeling. Ha ha ha. Qingshan Ryuyun laughed unabashedly. Hearing this laughter, Kusina ran faster. It's really, and I still care about children. Tsunade on the side, even though I watched it, I wanted to laugh. But when he saw Qingshan Ryuyun's behavior with a child, he still said something irritably. Well, people always have to find something interesting for themselves to do. In Qingshan Ryuyun's opinion, this is playing Kusina or something. It's very interesting. Asterisk. Chapter 36 Looking for me to do the task? You are brave. Early the next morning, Qingshan Ryuyun left for Hokage's office. Yo! Old Hokage, I'm here to get the Book of Seals. Qingshan Ryuyun has not forgotten. Sarutobi Hiruzen promised to show the sealed book to himself for one day yesterday. In itself, Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't have the idea of delinquency. After seeing Qingshan Ryuyun coming, Sarutobi Hiruzen took out the sealed book prepared in advance. You can, but you have to promise me two conditions. Let's talk about it first. Qingshan Ryuyun is not stupid. What if this old guy cheats himself? The first one, you can only read the Book of Seals here. No problem. Qingshan Ryuyun agreed without thinking about it. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen is also worried. If Qingshan Ryuyun is taken out, it is difficult to guarantee that the sealed book will not be copied. Although I believe Qingshan Ryuyun is not such a person. But be cautious. Seeing that Qingshan Ryuyun agreed, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded comfortably. He directly threw the Book of Seal in his hand to Qingshan Ryuyun. There are so many ninjutsu. Qingshan Ryuyun turned it over directly, first Hokage's wood style, second Hokage's water style. There are also a series of secret techniques, forbidden technique. It's all recorded in it. Qingshan Ryuyun just glanced at it roughly, and remembered all these things first, and talked about it later if you didn't learn it. Of course, what is recorded on the seal index is the painstaking effort of Hokage in the past. Qingshan Ryuyun's words made Sarutobi Hiruzen proudly say. What are you proud of? There is nothing about you on it. Qingshan Ryuyun's answer that doesn't give face. Make Sarutobi Hiruzen face black. However, first Hokage and second Hokage, both ninjutsu are recorded on them. Only this third Hokage, called Dr. Ninjutsu, doesn't. No way, after all, Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't know any secret technique at all, forbidden technique. Even if I did, I learned it from the Book of Seals. Sarutobi Hiruzen can't compare with second Hokage in terms of the talent for creating ninjutsu. You really are. That's you Qingshan Ryuyun. Whenever someone else says this, Sarutobi Hiruzen feels. I might do it directly myself. Sarutobi Hiruzen changed the subject decisively. After all, if we continue to talk, I feel that I will be PD off. There is a second condition. You say. Qingshan Ryuyun, who was scanning the Book of Seals, said without looking up. Soon, I heard the faint voice of Sarutobi Hiruzen. I have a task here that needs the White Fang team to complete, and you are also a member of the White Fang team. His face stiffened slightly. Qingshan Ryuyun, who was reading the Book of Seals, couldn't help but jump up. He raised his head and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen in surprise. You are dizzy. Qingshan Ryuyun is a little skeptical. This old guy, won't he be really confused? Speak politely. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave Qingshan Ryuyun angrily. How do you say it's Konoha's third Hokage? You speak, can you respect it? No. The other conditions don't matter. It is really the conditions that Sarutobi Hiruzen said, which surprised Qingshan Ryuyun. Are you sure you are sending me a task? Yes. Sarutobi Hiruzen answered naturally, but Qingshan Ryuyun was very confused. Don't you know that my mission completion rate is 0%? Are you sure you want me to complete this task instead of failing this task? Is the 0% task completion rate a proud thing? Why can you tell the news that your mission completion rate is 0% so naturally? Don't worry, this task is very simple. Otherwise, I won't find you anymore. Whatever. After getting an accurate answer, Qingshan Ryuyun didn't care. Since you are relieved to let me do this task, then I will go. I don't know why, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was still very relieved. After hearing what Qingshan Ryuyun said, I suddenly felt a little worried. How come it feels like a broken jar is broken? You take it seriously for me. Although this task is simple, it is also very important. Sarutobi Hiruzen feels that he still needs to remind him. Yes. Regarding this, Qingshan Ryuyun said perfunctorily. Continue to read his own Book of Seals. Sarutobi Hiruzen is a little doubtful whether Qingshan Ryuyun is worthy of being trusted. However, considering the opponent's strength, Sarutobi Hiruzen still put away his inner worries. After all, the strength of this guy in front of him is still very strong. No surprises, should it? On that day, after reading the Book of Seals, Qingshan Ryuyun left. The next morning, Qingshan Ryuyun went to the Deming side of Konoha village. The collective resistance of the task is here. I heard that this is another escort mission, which sounds very simple. This is the goal of this escort, very important. Otherwise, I won't find the White Fang team. Yo! Captain White Fang, it's really red. In addition to Heitake Sakumo, another member of the White Fang team is Yuri Zhenhong. Konoha's famous illusion, Jonin. He is also the father who will be red in the future. Qingshan Ryuyun remembers that Shirihong seems to have already made a sound, right? Ryuyun. Even if Yuri Zhenhong's relationship with Qingshan Ryuyun isn't mentioned yet, you can say hello when you meet. It was Heitake Shimao. After seeing Qingshan Ryuyun coming, he couldn't help but ask. I said, did you get into trouble again yesterday? Awesome. You know all of this. Qingshan Ryuyun didn't hide it, but looked at Heitake Shimao in surprise. What's so amazing? Just like that pillar of fire, It's hard to know it or not. Heitake turned a Byakugan madly. There are definitely many people who have seen such dragon-breathing pillars of fire among Konoha. Well, there is no way, just beat that Shimura Danzo. Waved his hand, Qingshan Ryuyun said indifferently. But if this can't be said, Heitake Sakumo and Yuri Zhen's red eyelids can't help but jump up. How could Shimura Danzo also be Elder Konoha? Different from parallel elders like Yodaten Koharu and Mito Kato Homura. Shimura Danzo's power in Konoha is second only to the existence of Sarutobi Hiruzen. He walked Shimura Danzo so casually. Is it really good? Asterisk. Chapter 37 Sarutobi Shinoshuke. But after getting along for so long, Heitake Shimao and Yuri Zhenhong both know Qingshan Ryuyun. Although I heard my scalp numb. But they also know that only by doing such a thing can they be in line with Qingshan Ryuyun's personality. It's just that, at this moment, suddenly a relatively serious voice came from the side. The destiny of a ninja is to obey orders. A person like you is also worthy to be called a ninja. What? A roar. People nowadays are very brave. There are still people in Konoha who dare to talk to himself like this. Laozi wants to see, who is the brain dead? Qingshan Ryuyun's words also made the face on the other side black and stood up directly. It's me. Who are you? Silent and looked at the opponent, the well-behaved young ninja, looking at the costume, should be an elite jonin. It's just that Qingshan Ryuyun looks very puzzled. It seems that he has never seen this one before. You. Sarutobi Shinoshuke was a little angry. Although his reputation among Konoha is not as good as Konoha's Sunin and Konoha's White Fang. But it's not a nameless ninja. Considering the strength of Qingshan Ryuyun, Sarutobi Shinoshuke still didn't directly express his anger. I am Sarutobi Shinoshuke. Oh. Qingshan Ryuyun nodded. Just when Sarutobi Shinoshuke was about to say something, Qingshan Ryuyun turned his head and looked at Heitake Shimao, who was aside. Who is Sarutobi Shinoshuke? Of course Qingshan Ryuyun knew who this guy was, and deliberately angered him. You guy. Sure enough, after being said so, Sarutobi Shinoshuke looked at Qingshan Ryuyun's gaze and became even more annoyed. Heitake Sakumo smiled helplessly. Explained for Sarutobi Shinoshuke. Sarutobi Shinoshuke is the son of Lord Hokage, and is also a member of our White Fang team. The previous member was obviously kicked out. But right, the White Fang team is the best ninja team in Konoha. If the strength does not match, it will only be a drag. It turns out to be Hokage's son. Is it so arrogant? Qingshan Ryuyun's face was full of surprise. Humph. Sarutobi Shinoshuke hummed softly, looking a little proud. I have to say that the identity of the son of Hokage is indeed aloof among Konoha. And Sarutobi Shinoshuke is not incompetent. At a young age, he has reached the height of the elite jonin, and he is worthy of the identity of the son of Hokage. So, this guy is here to gild. Sarutobi Shinoshuke thought that his identity as the son of Hokage was revealed. Qingshan Ryuyun does not say that he is afraid, at least he will respect himself. But the situation is completely opposite. Qingshan Ryuyun pointed directly at Sarutobi Shinoshuke's nose and said, I have no scruples about the face. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Shinoshuke became a little angry. Qingshan Ryuyun just chuckled at this, and glanced at Sarutobi Shinoshuke with disdain. Isn't it here to gild? You. Very angry, but there is no way to refute it. Because the facts are the same as what Qingshan Ryuyun said. Sarutobi Shinoshuke joined the White Fang team and came to gild. The reputation of Heitake Sakumo is so high, Sarutobi Shinoshuke followed Heitake Sakumo to do tasks, and nothing else. This popularity among Konoha will definitely increase. If there is no grant from Sarutobi Hiruzen, how can Sarutobi Shinoshuke join the White Fang team? At the end of the day, it's just a waste. Without a good dad, it's nothing. Want me to worry about your identity as the son of Hokage? Ah! Qingshan Ryuyun smiled. I provoke Laozi, I dare to hit you in front of Hokage. Say it again if you have the ability. Sarutobi Shinnishuk was obviously provoked. Heitake Sakumo and Yuri Zhenhong on the side are a little helpless. If you should have guessed it long ago, others may be scrupulous. But how could Qingshan Ryuyun, a generous person, care about the identity of Hokage's son? Sarutobi Shinnishuk also pretended to be the wrong person. What's the matter? Threatening Laozi? With a frown, Qingshan Ryuyun stood directly in front of Sarutobi Shinnishuk. There was some faint conqueror's haki. Want to fight Laozi? You. Even if the power of conqueror's haki is not fully used, it is just a weak breath. Sarutobi Shinnishuk couldn't help but step back a few steps. The expression of fear flashed in his eyes. You wait, I will definitely talk to Master Hokage about this after I go back. Just like elementary school students, if they fail to fight, they will file a complaint. Qingshan Ryuyun just wanted to laugh. Su. Next time you dare to be arrogant in front of Laozi and beat you in front of Hokage. Humph. After humming, Sarutobi Shinnishuk didn't say anything. As if defending my poor self-esteem. As everyone knows, this kind of self is the most embarrassing. Without a fight, Heitake Sakumo and Yu Hitoshi on the side naturally wouldn't say anything. They don't care anyway. Do you help Sarutobi Shinnishuk and scold Qingshan Ryuyun? Just kidding, are you not familiar with Sarutobi Shinnishuk? Sarutobi Shinnishuk stopped speaking, Qingshan Ryuyun didn't bother to trouble him. After waiting for a long time. Seeing that no one came over yet, Qingshan Ryuyun became a little impatient. Who is the goal of this mission? Why hasn't it come yet? Does it mean to be punctual? Heitake Shimao and Yuri Zhenhong on the side gave Qingshan Ryuyun a surprised look at the same time. Say this from your side. It really feels unrealistic. After all, Qingshan Ryuyun himself is not a punctual person. But Qingshan Ryuyun doesn't care about these. In Qingshan Ryuyun's view, others have always waited for Laozi. Humph. Sarutobi Shinnishuk on the side, after hearing Qingshan Ryuyun's impatience, couldn't help but say something. As a ninja, you should. Boom. Without waiting for the other party to finish speaking, Qingshan Ryuyun directly slapped over. Let you not speak, you have to speak, shameless, do you have to let me hit you? Pooh. I didn't want to hit you. It's so shameless. Asterisk. Chapter 38 I will be afraid of you. Unlike when I played Kushina. Qingshan Ryuyun didn't have the strength to collect this. With a slap, half of Sarutobi Shinnishuk's face swelled up. You. Sarutobi Shinnishuk, who was fanned to the ground, looked incredible. Waiting for a pair of eyes, looking at Qingshan Ryuyun blankly. Obviously, he did not expect that Qingshan Ryuyun really dared to beat himself. Why, still want to find a fight? Qingshan Ryuyun just glanced slightly, watching for a day. Sarutobi Shinnishuk immediately calmed down. This slap has allowed Sarutobi Shinnishuk to understand the strength gap between himself and Qingshan Ryuyun. If you continue to argue, it's just a fight. Sarutobi Shinnishuk is ready. After this mission is over, we must deal with this matter. Tell it to Hokage's dad. I can't beat you, but I still can't find someone else. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Shinnishuk stood up again in silence, and some resentment flashed in his eyes looking at Qingshan Ryuyun. Whispering sound. Qingshan Ryuyun who noticed this scene. He was full of disdain, and didn't care at all. You. Heitake Shumo on the side said he was very helpless. But Heitake Shumo doesn't think Qingshan Ryuyun will be in trouble. After all, the strength is here, even if Sarutobi Shinnishuk is the son of Hokage, it's useless. This Sarutobi Shinashuk is less beaten. If I have been beaten several times before, I dare not be so arrogant now. Just when the atmosphere was silent, a figure dressed in luxurious costume came over. Are you the guard who escorted the concubine back? The tone is arrogant. This is a kind of detachment from the heart. It's not hard to imagine that this person should have lived a pampered life since he was a child. To become such a person who scorns everything. Your Highness. Not waiting for Qingshan Ryuyun and others to say more, Sarutobi Shinashuk, who just said nothing, immediately greeted him with a smile. It's just that the swollen smile on this half of the face really shocked the other party. What kind of monster are you? Stay away from your concubine. Laozi is Konoha son of Hokage, and he is not a monster. Ha 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 ha. Qingshan Ryuyun, who was still very confused, laughed directly after hearing this. Pointing in the direction of Sarutobi Shinashuk, unabashedly contemptuously. Have you heard? Sarutobi Shinashuk, I'll just say you are not a human being. A hole. Sarutobi Shinashuk stared at Qingshan Ryuyun fiercely. Who do you think I became like this? Okay, the fight between you, my concubine doesn't want to bother about it. With an impatience on his proud face, he waved his hand and said. Sarutobi Shinashuk also immediately gave up the dispute with Qingshan Ryuyun. Said to this man politely. Please rest assured, Your Royal Highness, we will definitely escort you back to the Daming Mansion. Nodding slightly, his eyes didn't even look at Sarutobi Shinashuk. Instead, he turned his head and looked at Heitake Shimao and Qingshan Ryuyun on the other side. You are Konoha's White Fang, I heard that your swordsmanship is very good, show it to me. The tone uses commands, not requests, as if it were taken for granted. Sorry. Your Royal Highness, my swordsmanship is not for performance. In response to this, Heitake Shimao replied not salty nor indifferent. There is no scruples at all because of the identity of the other party. You dare to disobey your concubine's orders. Jike. It's so noisy. Since the so-called princess, Qingshan Ryuyun was already a little impatient when he first spoke. His grandpa's, there's so much shit. The country princess from the mountain Gaogu is so arrogant, right? Such an arrogant person, it's really the first time I have met. Qingshan Ryuyun is not used to whether you are a real princess. You dare to talk like that, you know the concubine. Boom. Before he finished his words, Qingshan Ryuyun slapped him over. Of course, it's not as heavy as the fan Sarutobi Shinashuk. Laozi, who cares about you? No amount of bullshit, believe it or not, to kill you. Do you dare to hit me? A little weird. However, Qingshan Ryuyun discovered that the so-called princess did not have much irritation in the eyes, but had an inexplicable and peculiar look. Ma. There is nothing wrong with this person, right? But at this moment, Sarutobi Shinashuk suddenly stopped him. Qingshan Ryuyun, do you know who this is? This is the daughter of the great name of the country of fire, Ming Hina. You are looking for death. De Ming's daughter. Qingshan Ryuyun looked suspiciously at Heitake Shimao, who was aside. Some helpless Heitake Shimao nodded. However, Heitake Shimao himself didn't care much about the identity of the daughter of the big name. It's just not like Qingshan Ryuyun, just do it directly. It's really the daimyo's daughter. Surprised to look at the Ming Hina, who was beaten by herself. Qingshan Ryuyun finally knew why Sarutobi Hiruzen would let the White Fang team complete this task. I also called to participate by myself. It turned out to be the person being escorted, with an extraordinary identity. Are you scared? With an inexplicable look, Ming Hina looked at Qingshan Ryuyun. Afraid? Huh. Qingshan Ryuyun smiled. Although it shows the identity of Hina, the princess of the famous mansion in the Land of Fire, it is quite surprising. But Qingshan Ryuyun is not afraid. Come here. Qingshan Ryuyun did not answer directly, but beckoned to this Minghina. Some doubts, but Minghina still wants to walk in the direction of Qingshan Ryuyun. Your Highness. Sarutobi Shinashuk still wants to stop it? But Minghina didn't pay attention at all. Just walked in front of Qingshan Ryuyun. I'm coming, you think? I have already stood here, what do you want to do? But the question was not asked yet, Qingshan Ryuyun came over with a slap. This is symmetrical. Looking at Minghina's small face, one slap on the left and one on the right, Qingshan Ryuyun smiled. I'm afraid of you. Laozi dared to fight even a big name, would I be afraid of you? Asterisk. Chapter 39. Is this the son of Hokage? Shame. Maybe it's because Master Qingshan Ryuyun moved too fast. When everyone realized, Minghina had been beaten. Sarutobi Shinashuk's eyes stared, looking dumbfounded. Qingshan Ryuyun. Are you crazy? You all know that this is the princess of the Daming Mansion, you still dare to fight. Sarutobi Shinashuk has heard before. Qingshan Ryuyun is very arrogant, very ironic, and has no scruples in his actions. But now it seems. This is his grandfather's name? This is a complete reckless man. Heitake Sakumo and Yuji Zhenhong on the side didn't have much thoughts. Just glanced at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. The ninja's initiative to the daimyo's father, this sounds incredible. But if the protagonist is Qingshan Ryuyun, Heitake Shimao feels right. Qingshan Ryuyun, I must teach you a lesson today. Sarutobi Shinashuk feels that he must do it. Otherwise, it will inevitably be implicated by the angry princess. But in fact, Minghina didn't feel much anger, on the contrary, her heart was very strange and inexplicable. From childhood to adulthood, Minghina lived a pampered life. De Ming's teachings to his daughter. They are also some superior remarks, saying that you are the most noble person in this world. No one can refute what you want to do, no one can ignore you. Basically what you want. But today, some men dare to beat themselves. This also shows that a strange feeling arose in Hina's heart. So when he saw that Sarutobi Shinashuk wanted to do something against Qingshan Ryuyun, Minghina said without thinking. Stop. Your Highness. Sarutobi Shinashuk wanted to explain. But Minghina didn't mean to pay attention to Sarutobi Shinashuk at all. She had a pair of eyes staring at Qingshan Ryuyun. Qingshan Ryuyun, is it? Concubine remembers you. Casual. Shrugging, Qingshan Ryuyun said perfunctorily. Remember to remember. I hope that next time you are beaten, you don't cry out for pain. Humph. Qingshan Ryuyun's words made Minghina snorted and didn't say much. At this time, only Heitake Sakumo, as the team leader. Stand up and speak. Ahem. I'm sorry, Princess, I think you can also find other ninja squads to escort you. According to Heitake Sakumo, this mission will definitely fail again. Compared to when he started, Heitake is almost used to it now. Mission accomplished? What is that? It doesn't exist. Minghina, who heard this, behaved very surprised. Why look for other ninja squads? This time, it was Heitake's turn to be astonished. Will you go or not? Minghina seemed very impatient and said. Heitake Shimao is even more puzzled, isn't he misheard, right? But after confirming it again and again, even though he was puzzled, Heitake nodded. Go. In this way, the White Fang team, who was escorting Her Royal Highness, left. Ryuyun, did you say that there is something wrong with that princess? On the way, Heitake Shimao really couldn't hold back, and asked Qingshan Ryuyun softly. It's all beaten up. Not only didn't get angry directly. Instead, choose to continue the mission. There will be no tricks, right? But considering the strength of Qingshan Ryuyun, it seems that even if there are any tricks, it is useless. Why can't you die because I'm handsome? Qingshan Ryuyun said that he looked at Heitake Shimao very suspiciously. Heitake Shimao didn't answer, but was madly white. Qingshan Ryuyun glanced at him, decisively took the lead and walked in the forefront. Shrugged, Qingshan Ryuyun didn't care much. Although I didn't say it, Qingshan Ryuyun also noticed that Hina did have something wrong with it, it's just psychological. Year-round pampering. Suddenly there was someone who didn't care about his identity, and even dared to do it directly. It is inevitable that there will be strange thoughts. Qingshan Ryuyun did not expect that this so-called princess would still be such a person. It's dying. If you continue to provoke, Qingshan Ryuyun will do it directly. But the key is that the other party is not arrogant anymore. Have the ability of advanced observation haki. Qingshan Ryuyun can perceive that Ming Hina's gaze always looks at her side intentionally or unintentionally. One Tsunade is enough, another princess? No, Qingshan Ryuyun remembers that Tsunade seems to be a princess, right? Princess of the Senju clan, granddaughter of first Hokage. You don't need to know that Hina is bad at all. Is it your own destiny, princess? His Royal Highness, do you want to drink water? His Royal Highness, are you tired? Do you want to take a break? Your Royal Highness, are you hungry? Along the way, you can hear Sarutobi Shinashuk's diligent voice. Heitake Sakumo and Yuri Zhenhong kept their eyes and noses, and their noses and hearts, and they didn't see them. Anyway, after sending this Ming Hina back to the Daming Mansion, this task is to be explained. But Qingshan Ryuyun is a bit speechless. It was okay at the beginning, but afterwards, Qingshan Ryuyun looked a little annoyed with this courteous appearance. This is the son of Hokage, it's shameful. If you Laozi see your humble appearance now, I'm probably so angry that I slap your head directly with a slap. It's understandable to get into the relationship with the Daming Mansion of the Land of Fire. But did you put your status in reverse? To be honest, in the country of fire, Daming Fu and Konoha village are in a complementary relationship. Shinobu is responsible for the war power, and the daimyo is responsible for economics and trade. The status of the two parties can be considered equal. Moreover, in this powerful ninja realm, the status of the Daming Mansion, that is, it sounds loud. When it is really dangerous, there is no use for farts. When first Hokage and second Hokage were in power. Can you see the arrogance of the Daming Mansion? Just kidding, when first generation and second generation are vegetarian. It's good that first Hokage is gentler. Switch to second Hokage, you dare to make Laozi unhappy, Laozi directly changed the position of your name. Don't doubt, second Hokage Senju Tobirama really has this ability. Asterisk. Chapter 40. Do you deserve to be Hokage? When it's the turn of third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. The performance is too scary. So that the people in the Daming Mansion would think they can already surpass Shinobu village. If you don't believe me, go and see the people in Iwagakuer, Cloud Shinobi village. There is the scheming and cruel third Tsuchika Jonaki. The Daming Mansion of the Land of Earth, dare not even let go of farts. And Cloud Shinobi village, those rashers will be obedient. Today, you dare to order the gangsters, tomorrow the gangsters, dare to smash your famous mansion. After all, it's third Hokage who is too scared. I can deal with my own people. Qingshan Ryuyun, I have endured you for a long time. Ming Hina is nearby, Sarutobi Shinashuk obviously doesn't want to lose face in front of the princess. So angrily pointed at Qingshan Ryuyun. Ha! Then don't bear it, Laozi is standing here, you are doing it? You. Some can't get off the stage anymore. Not in a hurry, let Sarutobi Shinashuk say yes. But if you really do it, thinking of the situation where you were slapped and slapped flying by Qingshan Ryuyun before. Sarutobi Shinashuk feels that it's even more embarrassing. Hey! I can only shout for a fart. He glanced at Sarutobi Shinashuk disdainfully. Qingshan Ryuyun didn't take the other party seriously at all. Ah! Qingshan Ryuyun, I played with you. It's really broken. Alright. In the end, Minghina, who was still impatient, waved her hand and interrupted Sarutobi Shinashuk's irritability. Your Royal Highness, don't worry, I can definitely teach this Qingshan Ryuyun a lesson. Okay. I'm tired, let's take a break. Yes. Sarutobi Shinashuk resolutely took the step down. Your Royal Highness, take a good rest, I'll find you something to eat. Nodded, Minghina did not refuse. Not stupid, how could Hina fail to see, what is this called Sarutobi Shinashuk? It's just pretending to be in front of me, and I don't have the guts to do it. For such a man, Minghina looks down on it very much. It just didn't show it directly. If Sarutobi Shinashuk knew that he was very courteous, not only didn't get Minghina's appreciation, but was disgusted. I don't know if Sarutobi Shinashuk will cry out with a wow. Smell good. Because it is a task, basically only catch some hares and the like and come back for roasting. For ninjas, such things as barbecues in the wild. Basically you have a hand. People like Qingshan Ryuyun, who never treat themselves badly, always bring the spices with them. Sitting not far from Qingshan Ryuyun, Minghina looked at Qingshan Ryuyun with brilliant eyes. Are you ready? A little hungry. It's already done. Picking up the hare that was roasted together, Qingshan Ryuyun nodded in satisfaction. Then me. Hearing this, Minghina just wanted to take the roasted rabbit from Qingshan Ryuyun. But who thought, Qingshan Ryuyun ate it by himself. You. Minghina looked at Qingshan Ryuyun who was eating deliciously in shock. Shouldn't this be for me? Laozi roasted meat, why do you give it to you? Really Laozi will be used to you. After walking some distance, Minghina is a bit accustomed to Qingshan Ryuyun's unscrupulous way of speaking. If you want to find an obedient dog, look aside. Shrugged, ignoring Minghina's gaze. Qingshan Ryuyun motioned her to look to the other side. At this time, Sarutobi Shinashuk, who was also roasting the meat, walked over eagerly. His Royal Highness, I'm already baking less, try it soon. Humph. Although I want to be angry and say I don't eat anymore, I'm really hungry. I can only take the barbecue angrily. He ate it fiercely, as if he was treating the barbecue as Qingshan Ryuyun. You. Heitake Sakumo and Yuji Mahong on the side expressed their helplessness. But that's right, it's weird when Qingshan Ryuyun will take care of people. After a barbecue, everyone continued on their way. Due to the presence of ordinary people like Ariaki Hina, the pace of everyone on the road was relatively slow. Fortunately, the Daming Mansion is not far from Konoha. At this speed, I will be able to arrive in a few days. Can't you let the concubine body? The concubine body is the princess of the famous palace. Oh. So amazing, why don't you go to heaven? Along the way, Minghina and Qingshan Ryuyun can be heard arguing. Qingshan Ryuyun did not catch a cold with Minghina from beginning to end. It is clear that Hina will always talk to Qingshan Ryuyun when she has nothing to do. Heitake was suspicious for a while. What Qingshan Ryuyun said before is true. This princess just fell in love with Qingshan Ryuyun. Huh. Father said that in the realm of this country of fire, the concubine body is supreme, and everything will conform to the concubine body's mind. Whispering sound. Turning over Byakugan, Qingshan Ryuyun said he didn't want to bother. I can see it, this Minghina is used to eating good clothes and jade. Whenever he has been beaten several times. I can't even say such silly remarks. His Royal Highness is of course supreme. However, at this time, there are still people who favor it, such as Sarutobi Shinoshuke. I followed Minghina's words directly, as if it were a matter of course. This is also the son of Hokage. I was ashamed and thrown outside. If you become Hokage in the future, Konoha will really be over. Qingshan Ryuyun unceremoniously said to Sarutobi Shinoshuke. Although Hatake Sakumo and Yuhitoshi on the side didn't say directly. But he nodded in agreement. There is no spine at all, such a person, even Sarutobi Hiruzen can't compare. Why do you say that to me? Are you qualified to be a Hokage? Sarutobi Shinoshuke was not convinced. As the son of Hokage, Sarutobi Shinoshuke's biggest dream is to become the next Hokage. Moreover, Shinoshuke is indeed working hard for this dream. Otherwise, I wouldn't beg my Hokage dad. With privileges, join the White Fang team. Asterisk. Chapter 41 Recognize Reality. That's better than you. He glanced at Sarutobi Shinoshuke contemptuously. Become a Hokage? Qingshan Ryuyun doesn't have many such thoughts. Tired and wasting time. Isn't it good to live one's own life smartly? Of course, although Qingshan Ryuyun didn't have the idea of becoming a Hokage. But even so, Qingshan Ryuyun didn't think he would be better than Sarutobi Shinoshuke. I really made you a Hokage. It is estimated that Konoha will send to the number 1 ninja village in the ninja world, and it will become the last ninja village in the ninja world. From the beginning, Qingshan Ryuyun did not hide his contempt for Sarutobi Shinoshuke. Quite Hokage. Go back to sleep, you have everything in your dreams. You. Sarutobi Shinoshuke was a little frustrated. On the way, Sarutobi Shinoshuke no longer knows how many times he was so angry that he broke the defense. But every time, Sarutobi Shinoshuke was frustrated. Will shout, if you really do it, you will run faster than anyone else. Hearing this conversation, Minghina on the side looked at Qingshan Ryuyun curiously and asked. If you become Hokage, what do you want to do? Now the Daming Mansion in the Land of Fire can even influence the next Hokage election. It can be seen how scared Sarutobi Hiruzen is. In Minghina's opinion, she really has the ability to make Qingshan Ryuyun a Hokage. But it's certainly not unconditional. You must make this guy in front of you beg yourself. By the time. Hey. Glancing at Minghina, and after noticing her secretly smirk. Although I don't know what this foolish princess is thinking about, it must not be a good thing. But it doesn't matter. Shrugging, Qingshan Ryuyun said casually. If I become Hokage, the first thing is to beat up the mentally handicapped group of Daming Mansion and let them know. In this dangerous world of ninja, only strength is supreme. They say that the little economic material they control is not even a fart. Qingshan Ryuyun spoke very lightly. But the meaning of this is very scary. You. Minghina looked at Qingshan Ryuyun with a calm face in astonishment. In front of me, the princess of the Daming Mansion, she said that she was going to beat the group of people in the Daming Mansion. Is this really good? What are you looking at? Want to be beaten? Minghina shook her head decisively. Although it felt a little peculiar when being beaten, in front of so many people, forget it. Look carefully, once the shinobi world is in chaos, you will be the first to be destroyed if you don't have any strength at the famous mansion. How is it possible? Who would dare to do something to the famous mansion? Minghina retorted without thinking. There are rules in the ninja world, ninjas can't do anything to the people in the daimyo palace. Even in the ninja world war. That's because it's not messy enough. Qingshan Ryuyun faintly recovered. Once everyone has red eyes, who cares whether you are a famous man or not? Concubine body. Minghina still doesn't believe it. After all, at this time, the teaching that Minghina has received since childhood is completely different. But when I just wanted to say something, a group of people dressed as bandits suddenly ran out of the surrounding woods. Seeing the number, there were dozens of people. Huh. If you have money to pay, you don't have money to pay for your life. Bandits. Not only Qingshan Ryuyun, but also Heitake Shimao and others on the side are full of doubts. That's right, after all, in this ninja world, bandits are not uncommon. It's just that outside of fame, Heitake has never encountered a bandit who dared to block his way. This group of people, are they stupid? Are you coming or me? With one hand on the handle of the White Fang short sword, Heitake Shimao looked at Qingshan Ryuyun aside. It is only a momentary thing to deal with such a bandit. What's the hurry? Qingshan Ryuyun laughed. This thief came here, really just right. Qingshan Ryuyun directly pushed Ming Hina. Pushed the big-name princess in front of everyone. Now is the time to show the majesty of your Royal Highness Princess of the Ming Mansion. Humph. Suddenly being pushed out, Ming Hina is still a little confused. But after hearing Qingshan Ryuyun say this, Ming Hina couldn't help but snorted. What's the big deal, isn't it just a group of bandits? Looking at these wicked people in front of me. Ming Hina is a little frightened, but she still tries to calm herself down and put on the majesty that belongs to the princess. Wait for the bandit to listen, the concubine is the princess of the famous mansion of the country of fire, retreat quickly, otherwise you won't stay. Nothing else. As an ordinary person, it's good to have the courage to say such things. At least Qingshan Ryuyun feels surprised. I thought I would be scared to pee, but it's a pity. Princess. The princess of the Daming Mansion. That. Ming Hina's words made this thief mess up first. Just when Ming Hina thought these people were scared, this thief suddenly smiled gloomily. Doesn't that mean that it is more valuable? Laozi has never seen such a beautiful person. Brothers, wait to grab it back and let everyone try. Ha 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 ha. Thank you, boss. Except for those who stick to the rules. There are really few people in the ninja world who are afraid of the name of the Daming Mansion. You. Hearing these hard-to-hear speeches, coupled with these hideous gazes, Ming Hina took a step back in fear. What do you want to do? The concubine is the princess of the famous palace. Princess? So what kind of thing is the Daming Mansion? You. Unbelievable. Ming Hina only feels that her worldview seems to have been hit. It turns out that the so-called Daming Mansion is not as versatile as imagined. After a few steps in a row, he retreated directly to the edge of Qingshan Ryuyun. Well, Your Royal Highness, it seems that your name is not very good. With a playful smile, Qingshan Ryuyun laughed cheerfully. Obviously Hina is speechless and doesn't know what to say. Okay. Let's solve these miscellaneous fish first. Slightly moved his wrists, grinned, and looked at these bandits. Boy. If you know, hand over the money to the woman next to you. Otherwise. Boom. Asterisk. Chapter 42 hit Sarutobi Shinashook again. Haki. Armed. The green tendons on the arm were stretched. The pitch-black armament haki began to circle. In the direction of the bandits, Qingshan Ryuyun punched directly. Boom. Everything is gone, under the fist wind, everything in front of you. The trees, rocks, and this thief were all blown out by the fist. When Qingshan Ryuyun retracted his fist, it can only be seen that Qingshan Ryuyun's fist wind blasted out a big hole about tens of meters in front. This is how Qingshan Ryuyun kept his strength. Otherwise, the damaged area is estimated to be even greater. This. Ming Hina looked at the scene in disbelief. There are also ninjas in the Daming Mansion, but those are the wandering ninjas summoned by the Daming Mansion with money. Even the most recognized by the Daming Mansion. On the contrary, it is a samurai who has been eliminated by the times. Ming Hina has seen it before, at most some low-level ninjutsu, or ordinary swordsmanship. When have you seen such power? One punch down is a deep pit. I know that Qingshan Ryuyun may be very powerful, but I didn't expect it to be so powerful. This is your strongest strength. Guess what? Qingshan Ryuyun smiled, the strongest? Still a long way to go. Hiss. I couldn't help but sucked in the air conditioning. Minghina is not stupid, how could she not hear the meaning of Qingshan Ryuyun's words? Such destructive power is actually not the strongest. Humph. Sarutobi Shinashuk on the side was obviously a little unhappy. I originally wanted to show my strength in front of the Princess Palace. But with Qingshan Ryuyun's punch, everything was solved, and there was no chance at all. Qingshan Ryuyun, do you know that your behavior just now is a bit dangerous? If something happens to your Royal Highness, can you bear it? The classic hindsight has begun again. Knowing the danger, why didn't you say Sarutobi Shinashuk from the beginning? I really am. Is it because Laozi hasn't beaten you for a long time, your brain is broken? I even dared to whistle crookedly in front of Laozi. Boom. Qingshan Ryuyun didn't say much, and slapped backhand directly. I saw the figure of Sarutobi Shinashuk, who was fanned in mid-air for several days before fainting. In this scene, Heitake Shimao who was watching was a bit speechless. It's okay what the teacher provokes Qingshan Ryuyun. It's as if you can beat it? Isn't this just for beating? Scared stupid. Randomly moving his wrists, Qingshan Ryuyun looked at Minghina, who was still stunned. Minghina who reacted? He looked at Qingshan Ryuyun with complicated eyes. You are right. In the eyes of some people, the Daming Mansion is really nothing. Minghina is very smart. It's just that I'm used to pampering myself, and I don't have a proper understanding of the world. I now wake up instead. Without strength, it's really nothing. Having said that, Minghina suddenly looked at Qingshan Ryuyun. Can you teach me to practice? Don't think about it, you are past this cultivation age. Qingshan Ryuyun shook his head decisively. Even if he can teach, Qingshan Ryuyun doesn't have this idea and has no time. Minghina looked at Heitake Shumo and others in general to verify. What they got, they all shook their heads helplessly. Of course, the sooner you practice this kind of thing, the less. Even at Hina's age, even if she has a good talent, she can't cultivate much. Even more helpless. In this way, in 2 or 3 days, Qingshan Ryuyun and others escorted Minghina to the Daming Mansion. Looking at the brilliantly decorated Daming Mansion in front of him, Heitake sighed inexplicably. It's great, this task is actually completed. When he said this, Heitake Sakumo was still incredible. Originally Heitake Sakumo thought, as long as Qingshan Ryuyun participates in the task, it is impossible for him to succeed. But not now, this escort mission was actually successful. For a time, Heitake Shimao really felt a lot. I noticed that by the side of Heitake Shimao, Qingshan Ryuyun said nonchalantly. With our strength, completing the task is not simple. Who do you think is to blame? Heitake Shimao gave Qingshan Ryuyun angrily. In terms of strength, of course it is enough. But it's all because of your previous mission. Which one didn't use all kinds of weird ways and failed in the end? Well, don't worry, we will definitely be able to accomplish more tasks in the future. In the face of Heitake Sakumo's little bit of resentment, Qingshan Ryuyun patted the other party's shoulder casually. Hope. In response, Heitake Sakumo just sighed slightly. To be honest, with Qingshan Ryuyun here, Heitake Shimao really feels this is a bit difficult. Speaking of which, my 0% task completion rate was actually destroyed, which is a bit uncomfortable. As if thinking of something, Qingshan Ryuyun said to himself. It's just the words that are said. Heitake Sakumo and Yuri Zhenhong are speechless. Could it be that this 0% task completion rate? Is there anything to be proud of? Next, as the captain of Heitake Sakumo, he is responsible for handing over tasks to the daimyo. Take a trip. Come on. As soon as I saw the daimyo, Sarutobi Shinoshuke immediately greeted him. It's just that he hesitated. Qingshan Ryuyun slap. Sarutobi Shinoshuke's half of his face is still swollen. Speaking, I can't hear you at all. Are you a ninja too? I almost thought it was a monster. Being looked at with such a surprised look, Sarutobi Shinoshuke wanted to cry directly. He is the son of Konoha's Hokage. Ahem. After clearing his throat, De Ming corrected his attitude. First, he waved his hand to Sarutobi Shinoshuke. Then he looked in the direction of Qingshan Ryuyun. You are Qingshan Ryuyun, I heard my daughter talk about you, you can be good, what reward do you want? In the words, although there is no domineering tone. But there is a kind of arrogance from the heart. With such a dad, it's no wonder that Hina will become like that. Asterisk. Chapter 43 Exclusive Weapon Mace. As soon as the daimyo said this, Qingshan Ryuyun hasn't said anything yet. Sarutobi Shinoshuke on the side stood up and spoke directly. Take a trip. You guys don't do it at all. No rewards are needed at all. According to Sarutobi Shinoshuke, this is an opportunity to make friends with the Fire Country daimyo. Want a reward? What rewards are important for the friendship that can be famous? Perhaps with this friendship, I might become 4th Hokage in the future. Unfortunately, this is Sarutobi Shinoshuke's own thoughts. I haven't finished speaking yet. Qingshan Ryuyun on the side, directly holding Sarutobi Shinoshuke's back collar. Throwing Sarutobi Shinoshuke aside? It has something to do with you, who said this reward is for you. Didn't you hear it? Qingshan Ryuyun was named by this name. There is no way to reward other people at all. Heitake Sakumo and Yuhaki Mahong sat on the side in silence. Seeing Sarutobi Shinoshuke like this, they also feel very embarrassed. Sarutobi Hiruzen is also a good Hokage, why his son is so brain dead? Ha 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 ha. When the daimyo didn't care about this, he laughed cheerfully. Go ahead, what do you want? Anyway, the Daming Mansion has money, and rewards such things, the Daming doesn't care at all. In line with the idea that it is nasty and criticized to have the advantage. Qingshan Ryuyun said directly. In that case, make me a weapon. Arms. De Ming was a little surprised. Even the retainers around the daimyo were a little surprised. I originally thought that Qingshan Ryuyun would want any treasure, but I didn't expect it to be just a weapon. Right? Is there any problem? Qingshan Ryuyun nodded lightly. Qingshan Ryuyun doesn't need money or something. Just from the feeling, something is missing. Ha 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 ha. Yes, no problem, you can have any cutting tools you want. De Ming laughed. Some exquisite cutting tools are treasured by the daimyo. Bring me a mace. That's right, Qingshan Ryuyun feels that he lacks this weapon. For Kaido, the mace is the soul. Otherwise, Thunder 8 trigrams are not easy to use. There is a stronger Kyo 3 in Eriku. All these moves require weapons like mace. Mace. Okay, the daimyo is even more surprised. Although there are people in the ninja world who use some weird weapons. But weapons such as mace are generally used only by incompetent bandits. More ninjas will still choose some light weapons. Yes. It's a mace, it's better to be about the same height as me. Do you want to be the same height as you? Look at Qingshan Ryuyun, who is close to 2 meters tall. It's not that De Ming feels sorry for money. It's just a mace like that. Can you hold it? Daimyo is very skeptical. There's none. Qingshan Ryuyun is a pity. I don't have such weapons in stock here. The daimyo said he was helpless. This was the first time that he couldn't bring out anything by himself. Mainly because what Qingshan Ryuyun asked for was so strange. But it's okay. Later, I will practice with the country of craftsmen, let them make one, absolutely use the best materials. My name is either not doing it, it's best to do it. No way, it's just so proud. This time, Heitake Sakumo couldn't help standing up and saying, Your Excellency, we still have to hurry up and go back to report on the task. Do not worry. Seeing the other party's concern, the daimyo waved his hand indifferently and said, It's not a complicated thing, just make a mace. Soon, you can rest here for one night, and tomorrow will be fine. Okay then. That's all. Heitake Shimao can never give up the face of Deming. I can only nodded helplessly. But seeing Qingshan Ryuyun sitting there and laughing, Heitake turned a Byakugan madly. Wouldn't you keep this favor? I have to have a weapon. If you had said it earlier, wouldn't I, Konoha's White Fang, still be able to help you? In the evening, Qingshan Ryuyun and Heitake Shuumao and his party just lived in the Daming mansion. This food, this residence, compared to this, Konoha is like a small village. Glancing at the decoration of the room, Qingshan Ryuyun sighed in surprise. Although the strength in this famous mansion is not very good, but really rich. No wonder it is said that the Daming mansion controls all the economy of the country of fire. But Heitake Sakumo and Yuhadoshi who are preparing to sleep on the side. After hearing such a sigh, I flipped a Byakugan altogether. Is it really good to say that your ninja village is a small village so directly? Qingshan Ryuyun. After I go back, I will definitely complain to Master Hokage. It's Sarutobi Shinashuk again. Although the swelling has not disappeared, but the words can be said clearly. Shinashuk. You guys. Heitake Sakumo is a little helpless. After all, Sarutobi Shinashuk is Sarutobi Hiruzen's son. If his hind wants to find something, he will still cause some trouble. In Heitake's view, he hopes that through his own adjustment, ease the conflict between Qingshan Ryuyun and Sarutobi Shinashuk. Only. Boom. Hearing only a dull voice, Sarutobi Shinashuk, who was still angrily at first, fainted instantly. On the side. It was Qingshan Ryuyun who had just retracted his arm and had a face full of carelessness. Dei who is crooked and crooked. First, he glanced at Sarutobi Shinashuk with disgust. Qingshan Ryuyun then looked at Heitake Shimao. Right? Captain White Fang, what did you just want to say? Silently, he glanced at Sarutobi Shinashuk who had fainted. Heitake Sakumo didn't know what to say. Obviously, this contradiction cannot be reconciled. Forget it, if you are, it should be impossible to lose. I'm helpless. Since I can't manage it anymore, Heitake Shimao doesn't worry about anything anymore. Anyway, with the strength of Qingshan Ryuyun, no matter what kind of trouble you encounter, you can blow it to pieces. Asterisk. Chapter 44 Sarutobi's new student is a good student. The next morning, there will be a daimyo's domestic servant come to call Qingshan Ryuyun and others. The promised thing has been made. Deming moves so fast, it's only one night. Qingshan Ryuyun couldn't help but sighed. Sure enough, it's good to have money. Okay. Get your stuff early and go back soon. Heitake Sakumo didn't feel much. According to the prudent Heitake Sakumo, as long as the task has not been officially handed over, it will not be considered complete. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Heitake Sakumo now just wants to return to Konoha quickly. After all, this is the Daming mansion. In case of some trouble, that's not good. You know. Captain White Fang, you are too cautious. Heitake Shimao did not answer, but gave Qingshan Ryuyun a glance. With a friend like you, how could I be less cautious? At the same time, Sarutobi Shinashuk also wakes up. It's just that the spirit of Qingshan Ryuyun and others are gradually different. Sarutobi Shinashuk, who woke up, only felt his brain groggy, and hi, my neck hurts. Sarutobi Shinichuk knows now, the feeling of being knocked out continuously by others is really uncomfortable. Seeing Sarutobi Shinichuk like this, Qingshan Ryuyun on the side also smiled and said, "Yo. This is awake, how about it, did you rest well last night?" "How is my rest, don't you know it best? Because of you BD, I was knocked out? But now, after being beaten several times in a row, Sarutobi Shinichuk is also considered a good student. Knowing that with his own strength, it is absolutely impossible to beat Qingshan Ryuyun's opponent. So Sarutobi Shinichuk doesn't say anything now. Just thinking about waiting for Konoha to report to Qingshan Ryuyun. That's scary. It's just that, looking at the silent Sarutobi Shinichuk, Qingshan Ryuyun feels a bit pity. It's boring. I thought I could continue to tease Sarutobi Shinichuk. Unexpectedly, I would admit it, so I can't insist on it. That is, Sarutobi Shinichuk didn't know Qingshan Ryuyun's thoughts. Knowing that you are going to beat me, will I send it by myself and let you beat me? Forget it. Let's go, let's go. Boredly waved his hand, Qingshan Ryuyun took the lead and walked out of the room. Heitake Sakumo and Yuhitoshi calmly followed behind. As for Sarutobi Shinichuk, he walked at the end with a gloomy face. It's not hard to see that this Sarutobi Shinichuk obviously resent Qingshan Ryuyun. However, neither Qingshan Ryuyun nor Heitake Shimao and Yuri Zhenhong who followed him did not care too much. The difference in strength is too big. What kind of calculations will only be a joke in the end? Hi. Is this princess so beautiful? After coming to the yard with the servant, Qingshan Ryuyun seemed to have noticed something, and suddenly sucked in the air conditioning. That's right, the daimyo and Princess Daimyo are here. Besides, there are also wandering ninjas and samurai who have been hired by the daimyo. Seeing Minghina dressed in luxurious clothes and some luxurious decorations, Qingshan Ryuyun couldn't help but stunned. What's your heart? Heitake Shumo and others on the side also noticed the change of the Princess Minghina. It's really improved a lot. It's just that they're not as direct as Qingshan Ryuyun. Heitake Shumao even teased Qingshan Ryuyun softly. Go. After recovering, Qingshan Ryuyun stared directly at him. Who doesn't know Konoha, I, Qingshan Ryuyun, can stick to my heart best. These words made Heitake Shumo and others silent for a long time. Then Chi gave Qingshan Ryuyun a byakugan. Can you stick to your heart? The shamelessness is almost the same. At this time, Minghina obviously noticed the flash of surprise when Qingshan Ryuyun looked at herself. It's not in vain to spend so long on dressing up. How about, don't you recognize me? Minghina walked directly in front of Qingshan Ryuyun, her eyes were very beautiful. Qingshan Ryuyun is an honest man. Nodded solemnly. I suspect that you are not the real Minghina. When you wait for the meeting, do you want to go to my room? I will check it for you. Go to hell. Minghina is not a fool who knows nothing, how could she not understand what Qingshan Ryuyun means? Directly a byakugan glared at him. When I just wanted to say something. The daimyo at this time suddenly said. Minghina. Yes. Minghina responded immediately and returned to the daimyo's side. For this old man, Minghina is still in awe. Looked at Qingshan Ryuyun, then looked at his daughter. Although the other party escorted his daughter back, De Ming's senses for Qingshan Ryuyun were pretty good. But let his daughter be together with a normal ninja, the daimyo will never allow it. In the eyes of the daimyo, a ninja is a tool. As long as you have money, you can recruit no matter what kind of ninja you are. This kind of thinking is not a minority in the shinobi world. This great name from the land of fire is not a special case either. This is less beating. After being beaten several times in the future, it is estimated that you will become sensible. Ryuyun ninja, the weapon you want is ready for you. Daming now only thinks, after taking out the weapon, he will let these people go. Lest something happen to my daughter. While speaking, the daimyo waved his hand. Qingshan Ryuyun didn't care much, and followed everyone's gaze. I saw that not far away, there were 7 or 8 people carrying a mace about 2 meters away. Look at the shape, the cold light is sharp. At first glance, this mace is made of special high-quality materials. Even if there are 7 or 8 people carrying it together. It also seemed very difficult, staggering. Asterisk. Chapter 45 Thunder 8 Trigrams. With trembling steps, these people came to Qingshan Ryuyun. Peng. The mace was thrown directly on the ground. It's not that these people deliberately. It's too heavy to carry. On the ground, a deep voice sounded, and it was directly smashed out of a small pit. It can be seen how heavy this mace is. Are you sure you want to use this as a weapon? Heitake Sakumo on the side, after seeing this scene, couldn't help but jump up. Look towards Qingshan Ryuyun. Don't you think it's handsome? Yes, your answer like this really makes me speechless. Ryuyun Ninja. At this time, the voice of the daimyo also rang. This mace is made of the strongest metal in the ninja realm with a lot of money. Is this weight? Naturally it should be heavier. What do you think of this? Not bad. Qingshan Ryuyun nodded along the way. If you look at the styling lightly, it's really good. I just haven't tried it, I don't know how powerful it is. Such an answer gave the daimyo a moment of surprise. Yes, this can only be considered pretty good. Then you can pick it up and try it? The daimyo didn't believe it a little bit. How could the other party handle these hundreds of kilograms of mace? Although he agreed to make weapons for the other party. But at this time, De Ming's heart has more thoughts of watching a show. Who makes the other person seem to have a good relationship with his daughter, huh? To make you feel ashamed. Not only the daimyo, but also the wandering ninjas and samurai who were hired nearby. Everyone's eyes became ridiculous. Ha 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 ha. How can it be moved? That's right, such a mace can only be kept at home. With such a weapon, if you don't say whether you can hit or not, you may be exhausted to death. Discussions came one after another. These people don't know Qingshan Ryuyun, and few are optimistic at all. Faced with these doubts, Qingshan Ryuyun didn't care much. How could a lion care about the views of ants? After looking at the mace on the ground for a while. Peng. Stomping on the ground with one foot, the whole ground in the yard was shaken. The mace was also flew up. Qingshan Ryuyun raised his hand and caught it. Mace weighing hundreds of kilograms. In Qingshan Ryuyun's hands, it's as light as a feather. He was thrown at random by Qingshan Ryuyun, and then caught, changing his left hand to the right. This. In addition to the name. Those wandering ninjas and samurai who were going to watch Qingshan Ryuyun's jokes. All of them followed, their eyes widened. This is fake. It's a bit lighter. Holding the mace, he shook it twice at random. Qingshan Ryuyun couldn't help but muttered. This slightly disgusting voice. The people around the famous mansion were instantly speechless. Is it light? It feels like if Qingshan Ryuyun hits them with this weapon. Absolutely dead and very peaceful. However, in Qingshan Ryuyun's view, this mace is still a little bit meaningless. But it's right to think about it, Kaido's weapon, it's added with materials like sea stone. Even though it's the strongest material in the ninja world, it's still a bit less meaningful than sea stone. But being able to achieve this level is already pretty good. Heitake Sakumo and others, who stood by, didn't have much surprise. Even Sarutobi Shinashuk didn't have many ideas at the beginning. After all, the weight of these hundreds of kilograms, let alone Qingshan Ryuyun. Even they can pick it up. It's just that you can't behave so easily like Qingshan Ryuyun. These people in the Daming mansion have too little knowledge. Armed. Holding the mace, Qingshan Ryuyun stretched the blue veins on his arm. Armament Haki, who had freed up, quickly surrounded such weapons. The mace that was already cold and fierce. It looks more dangerous now. Thunder 8 trigrams. After finally getting the weapon, Qingshan Ryuyun's hands were itchy for a while, and he grinned slightly. Without saying anything, just hold the mace. He waved in the direction of the open space in the yard. Boom. The mace slammed out loudly, forming a strong hurricane. With unstoppable power, everything in front was annihilated by the hurricane. Formed a gap that looks very exaggerated. Peng. The walls around the Daming mansion were also shattered. The strong hurricane flew out for hundreds of meters, and then slowly dissipated. This, compared with the less experienced Daming Fu and others, Heitake Shumo and others can clearly feel it. This power is no less than an S-rank ninjutsu. Heitake Shumo understands why Qingshan Ryuyun wants such a weapon. It was Sarutobi Shinashuk, his face was a bit ugly. When I thought that after getting this weapon, Qingshan Ryuyun became stronger again, Sarutobi Shinashuk couldn't be happy. Humph. After I go back and report to Master Hokage, see how long you can be proud of. On the Daming mansion side, everyone including Daming are all caught up in this thundering 8 trigrams. I'm just dumb, and Ababas don't know what to say. Not bad. Seeing this power, Qingshan Ryuyun smiled with satisfaction while looking at the mace without any damage. After swiping it, he resisted on his shoulders. Sorry. This yard looks like it needs to be repaired. Although it was an apology, Qingshan Ryuyun's face did not apologize. No, it's okay. De Ming shook his head in a daze. It just needs to spend some money to fix it, the daimyo doesn't care about such things yet. It's just that, looking at Qingshan Ryuyun like this, De Ming's eyes lighted up. Qingshan Ryuyun, right? Are you interested in becoming the guardian of my famous mansion? I can pay you 10 million every month. The daimyo's arrogance really shocked everyone. You know, to complete an S-level task, there are only a few million rewards. This million, Heitake Shumo, who was listening to him, was a little moved. I'm really afraid that Qingshan Ryuyun will agree. Asterisk. Chapter 46 Vengeful Kushina. Ha 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 ha. Qingshan Ryuyun laughed directly. You promised. De Ming thought that Qingshan Ryuyun agreed with this, and his eyes were a little joyful. However, after laughing for a while, Qingshan Ryuyun left without saying a word, carrying a mace. I got everything, who is still here to joke with you? Slipped away. Bye bye you. Heitake Shumo, who was on the side, was the first to react. Your Excellency, we will leave first. First greeted the daimyo, and then left immediately. Sarutobi Shinashuk is a bit entangled, after all, he still wants to have a good relationship with the daimyo. But seeing daimyo suddenly look a little unhappy, Sarutobi Shinashuk thinks about it and forgets it. There will always be opportunities in the future. Humph. Seeing that the solicitation was unsuccessful, De Ming was a little unhappy. But looking at the big pit that was just blasted out by Qingshan Ryuyun's thunderous 8 trigrams, De Ming was a little bit scared again. Never mind. Look for opportunities in the future and continue to solicit. In De Ming's heart, obviously he still didn't give up. Ryuyun. Ming Hina on the side, looking at Qingshan Ryuyun who just left, couldn't help but want to catch up. But looking at the big name on the side, Ming Hina still stopped. There will be a chance, and I will definitely meet again. I am the princess of Daimyofu, and the other is the ninja of Konoha village. There will be a chance to see you again. Thinking of the situation when she was slapped in the face when she first met, Ming Hina couldn't help but whispered. Bad guy. Ha ha ha. Fortunately, You slipped fast, that old thing still wants to recruit Laozi. Don't ask if you deserve it. Qingshan Ryuyun, who had already run out of the boundaries of the Daming mansion, looked at Heitake Shuumao and others who followed. Carrying a mace, smiled carelessly. That is to say, the people in the famous mansion did not directly offend themselves. Otherwise, Qingshan Ryuyun will do it directly. You. Heitake Sakumo shook his head helplessly, but didn't say anything. In fact, those ninjas who will be attracted by money are basically not very strong. The real strong, who cares about such extraneous things, if you have no money, you can't grab it. Of course there are exceptions. For example, Akatsuki's Kakuzu, it's typical for money but not for life. Huh. That's the name of the country of fire, please pay attention to your words. Sarutobi Shinashuk still couldn't hold back. With a cold snort, he said to Qingshan Ryuyun. "Oh roar. Don't be afraid of yourself." Hearing this, Qingshan Ryuyun was not angry, but couldn't help but laugh. He picked up the mace against his shoulders and shook it in front of Sarutobi Shinashuk's eyes. "Look at my newly acquired weapon. Does it look good? Guess it hit you. Doesn't it hurt? Pain. I'm afraid I will lose my life." Sarutobi Shinashuk's face turned dark. "How could I not know, this is Qingshan Ryuyun's warning. If you dare to say anything, the other party will beat yourself with this weapon." Remembering how Qingshan Ryuyun did not hesitate to do it before. This time, Sarutobi Shinashuk decisively chose to admit it. "If you are really beaten, then you don't even have a place to cry." Whispering sound. After turning over Byakugan in disdain, Qingshan Ryuyun continued to look at the mace. A few figures, constantly blinking in the woods. Without the oil bottle like Hina, Qingshan Ryuyun and others went back much faster. At the same time, in Konoha village at this time, the Ninja World War has officially ended, and the Ninja Academy will naturally reopen. Uzumaki Kushina sitting in the classroom, with one hand on his chin, looking bored at the scenery outside the classroom. That damn it guy, haven't he returned from his mission? The one that can be remembered by Kushina until now is naturally Qingshan Ryuyun. Kushina can't forget how she was beaten by Qingshan Ryuyun. This hatred must be reported. Kushina had thought of several ways to protect it. But as a result, Qingshan Ryuyun actually went out to do the task, and he has not returned yet, which made Kushina a little disappointed. No one in the class talked to Kushina. Kushina herself, although she doesn't seem to care about it, she is still a little lonely inside. Humph. I don't need friends anymore. It was originally the identity of a foreigner, plus this bright red hair. Kushina has been ridiculed more than once. At the beginning, because I came to Konoha for the first time, I looked a little scared. But after getting acquainted for a while, Kushina's true personality is revealed. Those who laughed at themselves were all beaten by Kushina. This also led to Kushina, who had no friends, is now even more lonely. Kushina classmate. At this moment, Kushina's ear suddenly heard a gentle voice. What? Withdrawing her gaze out of the window, Kushina looked sideways. This is Namikaze Minato, who already has the title of Little Sun. Although a civilian ninja, Namikaze Minato's talent is very good. Has always been the chief student in the class. And everyone is telling that Namikaze Minato was spotted by Jiraiya, one of Konoha's Sunin, and the future is boundless. It's you sissy. It's just that Namikaze Minato has a gentle smile in everyone's eyes. In Jukina's eyes, how disgusted he looked. Is this a man? In Kushina's view, only like Qingshan Ryuyun, Haki, who is not alive, is the real man. Bah. How did I think of that BD, I want revenge. Kushina quickly put away these thoughts. Namikaze Minato is a little surprised, after all, This is the first time someone has been called a sissy. To be honest, for this Kushina who has bright red hair. When Namikaze Minato saw it for the first time, he felt good in his heart. It's love at first sight? Namikaze Minato wanted to talk to each other. Unfortunately, Kushina, who is like a hedgehog now, doesn't want to talk to anyone. If you have something to say, it's okay to get away. This. Okay. Asterisk. Chapter 47. If you say that, I'll beat you up. Kushina's carefree remarks. Let Namikaze Minato, a genius boy, didn't know what to say for a while. There is still a lot of time towards the future. If you continue to stay now, it may only arouse Kushina's disgust. So Namikaze Minato turned around and left. Something's wrong. But looking at Namikaze Minato like this, Kushina couldn't help but mutter. Suddenly came to find myself, without saying anything, and then left suddenly. Isn't this a problem with the brain? Looking at Namikaze Minato's direction disgustingly, Kushina didn't continue to struggle. Until it's almost sunset. Ninja Academy just finished school. Standing alone at the school gate, Uzumaki Kushina was thinking. Would you like to go to Tsunade's sister's place first, and see if that annoying guy comes back with brows? If Qingshan Ryuyun doesn't come back, then, don't all the means of revenge you think you can use? But looking at the time, Kushina still shook her head. Forget it. Let's go back to eat first, and wait for tomorrow to check it out. Thinking about it this way, Kushina didn't care for a moment. Bouncing Belly went home alone. It's just that, looking at the small groups of friends on the street, Kushina was a little disappointed in her heart, but with Kushina as a person, she quickly recovered. Huh. I don't need friends if I want to be Hokage's woman. Yes, Kushina's current idea is to become Hokage. On the other side, after Qingshan Ryuyun and others return to Konoha, the sky is completely dark. Qingshan Ryuyun's observation Haki suddenly sensed something. Stopped at the Konoha gate, turned his head and looked in a direction not far away. That little girl, is it Cloud Shinobi Village? Interesting. What's wrong? Qingshan Ryuyun suddenly stopped, Heitake Shuumao and others at the side stopped following. Looking at Qingshan Ryuyun suspiciously. Isn't it scared? Sarutobi Shinashuk said intentionally or unintentionally. According to Sarutobi Shinashuk, he has returned to Konoha now, and he doesn't need to be afraid of Qingshan Ryuyun. But for this, Qingshan Ryuyun didn't even look at Sarutobi Shinashuk. I just ignored Heitake and said to Heitake Shumo. I have something to go now. After that, Qingshan Ryuyun left immediately. This guy. Sarutobi Shinashuk looked at Qingshan Ryuyun's back and said viciously. Dare to ignore myself. Snort. See how I will hit your short report after meeting Master Hokage. Heitake Sakumo didn't pay much attention, turned his head, and said to Yuri Mahong who was on the side. Anyway, I have returned to Konoha. It's really red, so go back first. Captain, the task report work will trouble you. Yuri Zhenhong nodded. After each task is completed, I have to report to Master Hokage. However, this reporting task only needs to be done by the leader of the ninja team. Heitake Sakumo didn't care. After seeing Yuri Shinaka also leave, Heitake Sakumo looked in the direction of Sarutobi Shinashuk. Shinashuk. Or you too? I don't need it anymore. Before he finished speaking, Sarutobi Shinashuk interrupted directly. Captain White Fang, let's meet Master Hokage together. Sarutobi Shinashuk smiled coldly. How could I go back to rest first, and haven't hit Qingshan Ryuyun's short report yet? Heitake Sakumo can see that the Sarutobi Shinashuk is really grudges. No way, after all, Sarutobi Shinashuk wants to follow, Heitake Sakumo can't say anything. I could only helplessly shook his head. thinking of waiting to speak for Qingshan Ryuyun. Afterwards, Heitake Sakumo and Sarutobi Shinoshoku swiftly rushed towards the Hokage building. What no one knows is, at the edge of Konoha, there is a ninja team wearing Cloud Shinobi Village in doubt. Drove the road very fast. The sneaky look is not a good thing at first sight. And it was Konoha's Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Kushina, that was brought out by these people. This Konoha isn't that great. I'm so badly guarded, I thought it would be difficult to take Nine Tails Jinchuriki away. After noticing that they were about to leave Konoha's realm, a Cloud Shinobi Village ninja couldn't help but say something lightly. Shut up. Hurry up. The captain of this ninja team directly reprimanded. Before leaving Konoha, you must continue to be on guard. Yes. The captain's order, these people dare not say anything. I can only focus my eyes on the tide Uzumaki Kushina. Go. Head down, walking silently in the middle of the ninja team. To be honest, Kushina is also very dumb. I live alone at home, just eaten and ready to rest. Suddenly these ninjas from Cloud Shinobi Village appeared at home. He didn't give Kushina a chance to call for help at all and knocked Kushina unconscious. By the time I regain consciousness, I have already arrived here. Seeing Konoha that is getting farther and farther away, and the red hair on her hands, Kushina lowered her head, her heart numb and desperate. Sure enough, no one will notice me. Such a monster. There is no friend in Konoha. Even if it's gone, no one will care, right? Kushina didn't know what these Cloud Shinobi Village ninjas were preparing to kidnap herself. I don't know what I will face after I leave Konoha. Perhaps I will die. After all, he is only a child, even if he is careless, but when he really meets death, he will still be afraid. Why? Why? Why is there no one who noticed me? Tears couldn't help but began to drip. Obviously, in my heart, I really want to make some friends. Humph. I noticed the crying Kushina. These Cloud Shinobi Village ninjas laughed disdainfully. The cruel world of forbearance, the most disbelief is tears. Little girl, let us know Cloud Shinobi Village, this is a Konoha village, no one will come to rescue you. But the voice just fell, Qingshan Ryuyun's faint voice. It echoed in the whole forest. If you say that, I'm going to beat you up. Asterisk. Chapter 48 Begging for Mercy. This voice. I can't be wrong, I can't hear it wrong, it must be that bad guy. Kushina's desperate eyes began to sparkle with a strange light. Who? These Cloud Shinobi Village ninjas are obviously good too. I immediately became alert. Team leader. A Cloud Shinobi Village ninja, Fudge noticed something. Pointing to a direction of the forest, shouted. Everyone's gazes all looked over. I saw a heroic figure about 2 meters carrying a mace, walking step by step from the shadow of the woods. This. The image of Qingshan Ryuyun made everyone at Cloud Shinobi Village stunned. After all, most of Konoha's ninjas are relatively thin. The Qingshan Ryuyun who appeared suddenly, who didn't know, he thought it was from their Cloud Shinobi Village. Only Kushina, after seeing Qingshan Ryuyun like this. Little stars are about to light up in his eyes. Only such a man is a real man. Alert. The leader of this ninja team suddenly remembered something. Shouted with a guard look. This person is Qingshan Ryuyun, who has the title of the strongest creature in sea, land, and air. Please be careful. I defeated one-tail Shao'erhi alone head-on. Many people already know the name of Qingshan Ryuyun. What the strongest creature? Only our Lord Raikage is qualified to be called the strongest creature. A Cloud Shinobi Village ninja, obviously unconvinced. There were some thunder lights all over, rushing towards Qingshan Ryuyun's position at a very fast speed. Go to hell. Ah! Qingshan Ryuyun smiled. Sure enough, people in Cloud Shinobi Village are very clever. Knowing Lao Zi's name, Dare to rush over, are you looking down on Laozi? Ah! With a soft sound. Qingshan Ryuyun directly picked up the mace on his shoulder and swung it in the direction of the ninja. This Cloud Shinobi village ninja also reacted quickly. Immediately took out the ninja to resist. Good idea. However, after the mace blasted over, the ninja knew how ridiculous his thoughts were. Crack. Ninja sword broke instantly. Qingshan Ryuyun's mace, as if flashing black thunder, crashed on the ninja's body. Peng. It's like playing a baseball, being beaten out directly. The figure broke several speeds in succession before it fell to the ground. It looks like it's dead and can't die anymore. Hey. Really looking for death? I haven't seen anyone looking for death like this yet. With a disdainful smile, Qingshan Ryuyun picked up the mace, stood beside him, and looked at these other Cloud Shinobi village ninjas. You said, are you dictating yourself, or am I knocking you to death one by one? Qingshan Ryuyun smiled. However, in such an atmosphere, Qingshan Ryuyun smiles like this. In the eyes of the remaining Cloud Shinobi village ninjas, they are almost like evil spirits. It's frightening. It's scary. You, don't come over. A Cloud Shinobi village ninja suddenly picked up a shinobi sword and put it on Kushina's neck. If you rush over, this little girl will be dead. These people are not stupid, it is obvious that Qingshan Ryuyun is here to save this little girl. It is said that you Cloud Shinobi village only produces rashers. I don't think so. Isn't there a lot of careful thinking? Qingshan Ryuyun shrugged, acting very relaxed. But these words made the faces of these Cloud Shinobi village ninjas black. This is not a compliment. And Cloud Shinobi village ninjas are very advocating frontal combat. If it's not too scared, they don't want to use this method either. If you let us go, we will let this little girl go too. The appearance of Qingshan Ryuyun made these people realize that their mission has failed. Nine Tails Jinchuriki is definitely not taken away, but they still want to survive. Ah! Qingshan Ryuyun smiled disdainfully and did not answer. This situation made the Cloud Shinobi village ninja who was holding a knife on Kushina's neck seem even more alarmed. Let us go, otherwise this little girl won't live anymore. Kneel down. Qingshan Ryuyun stared directly at him. Belonging to the Overlord's momentum, burst out. Directly at this Cloud Shinobi village ninja, crushed the past. The arm holding the ninja sword began to tremble. I just feel like I have been targeted by this world. Boom. The ninja in his hand suddenly fell, and the Cloud Shinobi village ninja also knelt to the ground. His face was full of fear, as if he had seen some great horror. Damn it! Is it some kind of illusion? Because Qingshan Ryuyun's conqueror's haki is only for the reason of that ninja. The others on the side only felt that Qingshan Ryuyun's aura had become irresistible. But didn't feel the others. The companion suddenly fell to his knees. Let the others on the side think that Qingshan Ryuyun might also have some illusions. For a while, these people became more alert. Your Excellency, if we die here, Raikage-sama will definitely pursue it. Do you want to start a war between Konoha and Cloud Shinobi village? There is no way, the strength is not comparable. These people only hope that after talking about the Cloud Shinobi village behind, it can arouse Qingshan Ryuyun's jealousy and let them go. Others may be afraid. But Qingshan Ryuyun is the only exception. Putting the mace on his shoulder again, Qingshan Ryuyun's face is full of boredom. Talk about a hammer in a crooked way. Aren't you Cloud Shinobi village reckless? It's a fight with Laozi. You. Seeing Qingshan Ryuyun's unscrupulous look, the remaining Cloud Shinobi village ninjas are also a little anxious, but more panic. You're nonsense. Too much. Stomping on the ground with one foot, Qingshan Ryuyun's eyes flashed slightly red. The figure instantly appeared beside these Cloud Shinobi village ninjas. The mace in his hand slammed at these people. Thunder 8 trigrams. Boom. Asterisk. Chapter 49 Villain. Under the thundering 8 trigrams, everything is gone. Those ninjas of Cloud Shinobi Village are all accompanied by the Strik. It was gone altogether. Picking up the mace again, Qingshan Ryuyun turned his head and looked at Kushina with a smile. Yo. Little girl, why are you here if you don't sleep so late? Why am I here, can't you tell? Of course it was because of being kidnapped. Really, people are very scared now, and they are still making jokes. Really bad. But also because of Qingshan Ryuyun's joke, Kushina's heart is more or less at ease. Why are you this annoying guy here? Didn't you go out to perform the task? Of course I just came back. Shrugged. When I came back, Qingshan Ryuyun's observation Haki just sensed the situation here. That's why I rushed over directly. Then you. Kushina wanted to say something, but Qingshan Ryuyun said directly. I said, you have no conscience, I saved you, can't you say thank you? Thinking of someone like Kushina. Strong on one side. Thanks. However, when I think of my despair, this guy in front of me saved him. Kushina still said softly. Ha ha ha. Qingshan Ryuyun laughed cheerfully. How did you find me? Kushina is a little curious. Will she discover that she has been kidnapped just after returning from the mission? Of course it's because of the power of observation Haki. But Qingshan Ryuyun did not explain. Instead, he raised his other hand. In the center of the palm, there are really a few beautiful red hairs. This was discovered by Qingshan Ryuyun on the way here. This hair color is still very eye-catching. You think my hair is ugly too? Kushina is a bit low. I thought Qingshan Ryuyun's thoughts were similar to those of those annoying classmates. I don't want this kind of red hair. Kushina herself is a little disgusted. On the contrary. Ignoring Kushina's downturn, Qingshan Ryuyun said directly. I think your red hair is very beautiful. Really? You won't lie to me again, will you? Like a cup of an abandoned kitten. With tears in his eyes, he looked at Qingshan Ryuyun. Do you think there is something about you that is worth deceiving me? Sure enough, he is a nasty guy. Really, can't you speak tactfully? Although she was a little angry, Kushina couldn't help but laughed. It seems that among Konoha, he is not alone, and the man in front of him will remember himself. Can you still go? It doesn't make sense to stay here. No way. Kushina tried to walk 2 steps and couldn't help but shook her head. It's a bit terrible to be scared. Although he can walk, he must be staggering. Kushina didn't want to show her shame in front of Qingshan Ryuyun. That's it? Qingshan Ryuyun nodded, indicating that he could understand it. It's just a little girl, it's pretty good without being scared to pee. Then let me take you away. Kushina nodded, her small eyes looked a little expectant. In Kushina's opinion, Qingshan Ryuyun will carry on his back no matter how bad he is. However, Qingshan Ryuyun's shoulders resisted mace. The other hand, directly holding Kushina's back collar, lifted Kushina up like a pet. With Kushina, he left here instantly. What a shame. Ah! You nasty guy, this hatred, I absolutely want to avenge it. Ha 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 ha. On the other side, in Hokage's office at this time, Hatake has already reported the task. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, indicating that he has understood. I sighed inwardly. So good. Qingshan Ryuyun finally completed a mission. But this time, I saw Hatake Sakumo and Sarutobi Shinashuk who hadn't left. Sarutobi Hiruzen is a little confused. You have something else. It's so late, don't make it difficult for me, this old man. After saying things, leave quickly. The old man also wants to go back to rest. Heitake Sakumo did not speak, but Sarutobi Shinosuke, with a gloomy smile, stood up and said directly. That's it, my father. When in the Hokage building, call me Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen said, not salty or indifferent. Although he intends to train Sarutobi Shinosuke, Sarutobi Hiruzen does not want his son become a waste who can only rely on his own prestige. Yes. Sarutobi Shinosuke did not refute, nodded. Then in this mission, Qingshan Ryuyun embarrassed himself, and beat His Royal Highness Princess Daming Mansion. There is also the disrespect of the daimyo, all of which are said. Anyway, there is no good thing. But Sarutobi Shinosuke didn't add any fuel or vinegar. The first is because I dare not lie in front of my father. The second reason is that Heitake is by his side, and there is no objection to lying. Sarutobi Hiruzen, smoking a dry cigarette, blinked blankly. Tortoise. I thought there was nothing wrong. This actually beat the princess of the Daming Mansion? Naiubi. No, I'm Konoha's Hokage, how can I have such an idea? Ahem. Sarutobi Hiruzen cleared his throat quickly and looked at Heitake Sakumo, who was aside. Heitake Sakumo, come and see. In comparison, Sarutobi Hiruzen still believes in the meticulous Heitake Shumo. This. Heitake hesitated. Sarutobi Shinosuke said directly and mockingly. Does Captain Whitefang still want to deceive Hokage? Heitake Sakumo did not speak, but gave Sarutobi Shinosuke a blank expression. Then, in response to Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, Heitake nodded. Those things are indeed done by Qingshan Ryuyun. It's just that Heitake Sakumo doesn't want to talk, but can say something else. Sarutobi Shinosuke was dissatisfied, thinking that Heitake Shumao was going to speak for Qingshan Ryuyun. He said directly. Qingshan Ryuyun's behavior can be regarded as discrediting Konoha. Does Captain Whitefang still want to protect him? Asterisk. Chapter 50 Kneel now? A bit weak. Hearing this, neither Sarutobi Hiruzen nor Heitake Sakumo paid any attention. Heitake Sakumo even knelt in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen and said in a serious tone. Master Hokage, I am the captain of this team. The mistakes made by the players are due to my inability to manage the captain. If there is any penalty, Whitefang is up. Heitake Sakumo is still very loyal. Moreover, for Qingshan Ryuyun, a companion who usually doesn't pay attention. Although Heitake said the disgusting things every day, he still recognized it in his heart. After all, this is a relationship of fighting side by side in the Ninja World War. Whitefang. Seeing Heitake like this, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head helplessly. Sarutobi Shinosuke thought that Sarutobi Hiruzen was going to forget it. Said quickly. Wait. Hokage-sama, if this is wrong, it is wrong. Even though you are Hokage. But you can't. Enough. Sarutobi Hiruzen slapped him directly on the table. The majestic eyes shifted from Heitake Sakumo's body to Sarutobi Shinosuke's body. The gaze of a generation of shinobi. Even as the son of the other party, after being locked in with this gaze, Sarutobi Shinosuke's heart still couldn't help but fear. I don't need you to teach me how to be a Hokage. I didn't mean that. Sarutobi Shinosuke quickly explained. Humph. Sarutobi Shinosuke cast an angry look. To be honest, Sarutobi Hiruzen is a little doubtful whether the other party is his own son. I'm such a clever man. Even Shimura Danzo, a scheming man, was calculated to death by the old man. But why is my son so stupid? Let you join the Whitefang team, so that you can have a good relationship with everyone in the Whitefang team. Turns out you are doing well. For the first mission, I had revenge with all the members of the Whitefang team. Sarutobi Hiruzen can see it. Although Heitake Sakumo didn't say anything, but in his heart, he already hates the new member of Sarutobi Shinosuke. Ahem. Shumao, get up first. It's completely different from what Sarutobi Shinoshuke said. Sarutobi Hiruzen is very gentle and let Heitake Sakumo get up first. Yes. Heitake stood up again, still looking serious and rigorous. Sarutobi Hiruzen knows that the other party is not angry, but that the other party has always been such a person. Don't worry, Ryuyun is Konoha's best ninja, how could I punish him? Father. Sarutobi Shinoshuke on the side was a little panicked. The purpose of coming to make a small report is to make Qingshan Ryuyun be punished. But I haven't finished speaking yet. Sarutobi Hiruzen glared at him directly. Enough. I said shut up, who asked you to speak? Yes. Sarutobi Shinoshuke, who was so stunned, fell directly to his knees. Humph. Stupid, this own son, is he so stupid? But now, Sarutobi Hiruzen said he didn't want to pay attention to Sarutobi Shinoshuke at all. I ignored Sarutobi Shinoshuke who was kneeling on the ground. I looked at Heitake Sakumo. Don't worry, the old man is already very satisfied with your complete mission, and there will be no punishment. Thanks, Lord Hokage. With an accurate answer, Heitake's heart is settled down. But Sarutobi Shinoshuke on the side clenched his fist tightly. At this moment, Sarutobi Shinoshuke even hates Heitake Sakumo. I think that if I have a chance in the future, I must retaliate back. Boom. At this moment, Hokage's office was stupefied and suddenly kicked away. When Qingshan Ryuyun walked in, the first thing he noticed was Sarutobi Shinoshuke who was kneeling on the ground. He grinned directly and said to Shinoshuke, "Yeah. Why are you kneeling on the ground after the Hyuxia New Year?" Qingshan Ryuyun knew that the other party would report his own report to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Therefore, Qingshan Ryuyun is not surprised that Sarutobi Shinoshuke appears here. Ahem. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen cleared his throat and diverted everyone's attention. Ryuyun, are you here? Sarutobi Hiruzen is very curious about how Qingshan Ryuyun came to himself at night. Is it to retaliate against Sarutobi Shinoshuke? There is a great possibility. But at this time, everyone in Hokage's office noticed Kushina being picked up by Qingshan Ryuyun. Quickly let go of me, ah! Can't you carry me on your back? Just forget it when there was no one. So many people here now. I was still being carried like a pet. What a shame. Kushina is struggling to come down. Qingshan Ryuyun didn't think too much, and when he loosened his hand, Kushina fell directly to the ground. Kushina stood up again, her small eyes looked at Qingshan Ryuyun angrily. This hatred, Kushina, will definitely avenge it. Then go on. Shrugged indifferently, Qingshan Ryuyun would not care about the revenge of a little girl. But other people in Hokage's office looked at Kushina who was brought over by Qingshan Ryuyun, and they were a little confused. These people, they know the identity of Kushina. Nine Tails Jinchuriki, their ultimate weapon of Konoha. But why did Qingshan Ryuyun bring Kushina over? Facing Sarutobi Hiruzen's doubts, Qingshan Ryuyun didn't care. I directly told the Cloud Shinobi village ninja and wanted to kidnap Kushina. Peng. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen slapped the table directly, full of anger. Damn it! What did those rashers of Cloud Shinobi village want to do, dare to kidnap their Nine Tails Jinchuriki of Konoha? Except for Sarutobi Shinoshuke's gloomy face from beginning to end, without saying a word. Heitake Shumo on the side said with a serious face. Hokage-sama, Cloud Shinobi village is such a provocation, I think it is necessary to use strength to let them know that Konoha is the real ninja world. Qingshan Ryuyun, with the title of Konoha's White Fang. Naturally, I won't be afraid of the gangsters of Cloud Shinobi village. It's just that Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was still very angry. As soon as he heard Heitake Sakumo say this, he immediately calmed down. Asterisk.